Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Thursday, October 10th, meeting of the California Coastal Commission. We're going to begin the meeting this morning with the roll call. Ms. Miller. I see you.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Good morning. Here.
Commissioner Bochco. Here. Commissioner Cummings.
Here.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Here.
Commissioner Kunkel.
Here.
Commissioner Lowenberg. Here. Commissioner Newsom. Where'd she go? Commissioner Uranga. Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Here.
Chair Hart.
Present. Thank you
You
very
have a
much. All right,
quorum.
we'll now turn to virtual meeting procedures.
All right. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-ban.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide for the opportunity of the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a particular item up until the chair opens the hearing on that item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with the telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Thanks so much, Chris. All right, we'll move to agenda changes if we have someone over there to do it. Is someone going to do agenda changes? What's up?
All right, good morning.
We're having a special reading of the agenda
Yes.
changes by our executive director.
I'm going to sit in Cassidy's chair and read the agenda changes from his notes. And hopefully I don't miss anything, and I'll ask him to check just to be sure. So first, item 8A has been moved to consent. This is the CDP amendment application by Southern California Gas Company for adjustments to its construction staging for a pipeline repair project and after-the-fact approval for temporary trenching work at the La Goleta Natural Gas Storage Facility in Santa Barbara County. Next, item 13A has been postponed. This is an appeal of a Marin County decision granting a permit to convert an existing commercial structure. How's now? Better? Okay. Slow down. We got a lot to do today, guys. We got to keep things moving. All right. So just to recap, item 8A has been moved to consent. Item 13A has been postponed. Item 14A has been moved to consent. This is for construction of a new single-family home at an undeveloped property within the Seadrift residential community near Stinson Beach in Marin County. And finally, item 17A has also been moved to consent. This is for construction of a single-family home and associated site improvements on a lot in Oceano, San Luis Obispo County. This concludes the changes to today's agenda, and that brings us to item 4, general public comment. I'll turn the mic back to you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I need to recuse myself of item, just for the record. Sorry.
That's okay. It'll be item 6, I believe.
14A.
Oh, 14A.
So
I thought it got moved to consent. So what we'll have to do, Commissioner Lowenberg,
Okay.
is you'll recuse from the consent calendar,
Great.
since that's been moved to consent, and we'll let you know.
Right.
We're going to begin with public comment, folks. There are quite a few people
Sorry.
for public comment this morning, so we're going to read your name, and I'd appreciate it if you're ready to go. We'll read a few names, and if you're here in the room, if you're ready to go right after the person in front of you, that would be super helpful, and everyone will have 2 minutes. Chris?
All right. For members of the public, I will be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak during general public comment. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear in our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There is a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you're using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. Please remember to state your name for the record. First, we had Jordy Scully on behalf of Senator Monique Lyman, but we aren't seeing them in the attendee list. So we'll move to people in person, starting with Gladys Delgadillo, Marilyn Field, and Brady Bradshaw. So Gladys first.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gladys Delgadillo. I want to thank you for issuing an order to stop work on California 324 and 325 pipelines related to the Santa Ynez unit. I also want to encourage you to keep doing everything you can to protect the public from this unit, including the pipeline, offshore platforms, and processing facilities, by requiring a coastal development permit for all activities in the coastal zone. The Coastal Commission has a mandate to protect, conserve, and restore coastal resources. This includes ensuring that any development within the coastal zone does not harm the environment, public health, or coastal communities, as the Santa Ynez unit would. Restarting this unit would be a disaster. If allowed to proceed, the unit will cause significant air pollution and contribute to the incredibly dire climate emergency, which recently sent Hurricanes Milton and Helene into the Gulf. When the Santa Ynez unit was operational, it emitted gross pollutants like volatile organic compounds and formaldehyde into the environment. It added a lot of fine particulate matter, which makes it harder for people to breathe, into the air. The science is incredibly clear. There can be absolutely no fossil fuel expansion if we want to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Coastal Act requires permits and oversight for developments. Restarting oil and gas facilities like the Santa Ynez unit in the coastal zone, after 10 years and a catastrophic oil spill, certainly falls into this bucket. So the Commission should continue to use its authority by fully researching the harms associated with this unit and taking those harms into consideration when requiring a coastal development permit for all work on the Santa Ynez unit. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, Marilyn Field, Brady Bradshaw, and then Cindy Harden.
Good morning, Commissioners, and good morning, staff. My name is Marilyn Field. I live in Coronado. The Port of San Diego recently issued a CDP for a very large, very contemporary restaurant on the bay at the ferry landing site in Coronado. Last week, I filed an appeal of that CDP because I believe the very modern design violates the Coastal Act requirement that says development shall be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding area. There are similar standards in the Port Master Plan. My appeal has not yet been scheduled, and I don't know when you're going to hear it, and I don't know if I'll be able to be there in person when you do, but I'm here now, and you're here now, or most of you are, so I wanted to invite you, if you haven't been to Coronado, I hope you will visit Coronado. I think you'll enjoy it. Residents and visitors appreciate it for its slightly antique-y charm, and I hope that when you do visit it, you'll make a note and we'll have a frame of reference to consider my appeal as to whether this very modern structure the port proposes to build is in character with the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you. Brady Bradshaw, Cindy Harden, and then Ben Grundy. Brady Bradshaw.
Good morning. I'm Brady Bradshaw with the Center for Biological Diversity. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge that there are several people here in the crowd and on Zoom who did not sign up to speak, but who wish to oppose the restart of the pipeline and the San Ynez unit. So if folks would like to stand up or raise their hands to just show.
Sure, that's great. Why don't they stand up right now and we can acknowledge them?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We're here today to urge the Commission to use its broad authority and exert additional jurisdiction over the San Ynez unit to prevent another major oil disaster in our coastal zone. As the Commission is well aware, about 9.5 years ago, Pipeline 901 ruptured, spilling what experts now believe to be over 450,000 gallons of oil into our coastal environment. The spill killed and injured brown pelicans, California sea lions, dolphins, and fish, among many other animals. Beaches and fisheries shut down as oil blanketed the coast. The spill also shut down 3 offshore drilling platforms and offshore and onshore oil pipeline systems that have been out of service for nearly a decade. But now Sable wants to restart all this infrastructure, including the very same corroded pipeline that ruptured, and resume drilling activity at the SYU platforms. A draft environmental analysis for the abandoned 901-903 pipeline replacement project found that restarting the pipeline could result in a spill once a year and a rupture once every 4 years, even with the installation of additional valves. Another recent analysis by Sable indicates that a worst-case spill from this old pipeline could be over 41,800 barrels of oil, or over 1.7 million gallons. A coastal development permit will help mitigate this significant threat. We simply can't count on industry to prevent another oil disaster, so we need more help from government agencies like you, and we appreciate the action you've taken to date. Thank you.
Next, Cindy Harden, Ben Grundy, and then Shirley Weiss.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Cindy Harden with Los Angeles Audubon Society and Nature Nexus Institute. I'm here, as usual, to talk about Ballona. I'll start positive. Since I've last spoken with you, some groups have been permitted to do some interim stewardship in Area A, which is great because the weeds are already coming back. Also, the freshwater marsh, which is not part of the reserve, is now under management of EcoCai consultants, and they've been diverting some fresh water into South Area B. So, great news. Lots of birds using that area, and hooray. However, because California Department of Fish and Wildlife does not have a current management plan, there is conflict and confusion in some management, and this includes spraying glyphosate on fennel this fall. That's also known as Roundup. I don't think it has any place on an ecological reserve. The vector control has also been allowed to place an introduced species, mosquito fish, into our vernal ponds. We still have vernal ponds right now because the groundwater is so high. I would love for more coordination amongst the different agencies to take place and more stewardship, including removal of invasive plants, specifically castor bean. It is everywhere, continues to thrive, and our strangely cool and damp weather is making everything come back and start to revive. The sunflowers have already got leaves. They're usually summer dormant. So things are happening at Baiona, some good things, but a lot of things that I wish the commission would take a look at. And I thank you for your time. Good morning.
Thank you. Next, Ben Grundy, followed by Shirley Weiss and Kristen Monsell.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Ben Grundy. Better? Thank you. Well, I'd first like to just thank you for all of your work that you do to protect California's coast and ocean. I'd like to specifically thank the Commission for its recent notice of violation to Sable Offshore Corporation for unpermitted development in the coastal zone. It's alarming that the same pipeline that spilled in 2015 is about to restart. The unique ecosystems and wildlife cannot afford to be a casualty of oil production once again. I urge the Commission to take swift action to ensure that the whole restart, not just valve installation, has Coastal Commission oversight and permits. This includes starting up the offshore platforms, coastal production facilities, pump stations, and pipelines that have been dormant for nearly 10 years. Restarting the San Ynez unit puts wildlife at risk of air and water pollution, oil spills, and habitat degradation. A 2018 report identified 41 special status plants, 2 natural communities of special concern, and 43 special status wildlife species along the pipeline route. This includes the monarch butterfly, which has winter roost sites within the Gaviota Coast ecoregion, the endangered tidewater goby, the endangered Southern California steelhead, the threatened California red-legged frog, the coast range newt, the western pond turtle, and the silvery legless lizard. Additionally, the endangered Gaviota tar plant inhabits the right-of-way in the ecoregion that overlaps with the coastal zone. With sensitive habitat and species affected by the restart of the pipeline and production facilities, Coastal Commission oversight is urgently needed to ensure that our coastal wildlife and the habitat they depend on is protected. The 2015 oil spill is a tragic reminder of the dangers of oil production in the coastal zone. Approximately 3,700 acres of shoreline and benthic subtidal habitat were impacted. 558 birds representing over 28 different species were killed, 232 marine mammals were injured or killed, and recreational users lost an estimated 140,000 days in Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. We need the Commission's leadership and oversight throughout the entire restart process to ensure that environmental protections, communities, and ocean users are not steamrolled by profit-driven targets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Shirley Weiss, Kristen Monsell, and Katerina Shapazova.
Good morning, members of the Commission. My name is Shirley Weiss, and I am a longtime resident of San Diego and of Del Mar and have practiced law in California for over 40 years. First, on behalf of Del Mar and thousands of people who walk the bluffs, thank you for issuing a cease and desist order and then enforcing it against illegal fencing on the Del Mar bluffs. You can't know how much that was appreciated. My request today is that the Commission reopen and reconsider its 2017 consistency review of the San Diego River double-track bridge and fairgrounds platform project. The bridge project is slated to start construction in 2027, almost 10 years after review, but the 2017 consistency review is outdated, and it's being used to limit and prejudice the options for the track realignment project, a much larger, all-encompassing project. In the intervening 10 years between the review and construction, the county has undertaken one of the largest coastal zone projects in California history to align the tracks off the Del Mar bluffs. The realignment project encompasses the area listed by the bridge, used by the bridge and future platform. The environmental impact of the two now need to be assessed without bias together rather than segmented, because the bridge might not be the best double-track alternative. In June of 2024, Sandag published its notice of preparation of a draft EIR for the realignment and proposed to study only 3 routes, 2 favored by the rail industry. In the public comment period, all 3 routes received scathing, vociferous, and knowledgeable criticism. as did Sandag's method of obtaining community input. In response, Sandag's executive director promised to step back, reassess, and expand consideration of all feasible realignment routes and further consult with the communities. The problem is this: the Commission's 2017 bridge concurrency is being used to limit the routes of options of the much larger project. In other words, the tail is being allowed to wag the dog because the bridge project was segmented for review years before realignment was a reality. Please reopen the bridge consistency review in light of dramatically changed circumstances and require that the two projects be analyzed together
Thank you.
before any construction. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Kristen Wansel, Katerina Shapazova, and Ken Lamer.
Hello, Kristen Mansell with the Center for Biological Diversity. I'm here today to also comment on the potential restart of the Santa Ynez unit, which Sable Offshore expects to commence this quarter. The center thanks the Commission for sending the notice of violations for the unauthorized work the company was doing in the coastal zone, but the center urges the Commission to do more. First, the Commission should require Sable to get a CDP for all activities related to the restart of this unsafe pipeline and associated infrastructure. The existing final development plan for the SYU onshore pipelines requires a new permit for any major pipeline or pump station modifications. Restart of this infrastructure after a catastrophic failure of its fundamental design and a massive oil spill are clearly such modifications. Nor does the Coastal Act's exception for repair and maintenance apply. This restart constitutes new or expanded operations as the pipelines and other infrastructure have sat idle for almost a decade, outlived their expected lifespans, and produced more oil and air pollution than was anticipated at the time they were originally permitted. Second, the Commission should request consistency review under the Coastal Zone Management Act for any federal permitted restart activities, including drilling permits, particularly considering that Sable's predecessor, ExxonMobil, stated it would need to use well stimulation treatments to restart and develop the SYU. The failure to take such actions would put our coast at great risk from more dangerous oil and gas activities and undermine the very purposes for which the Coastal Act and SISMA were enacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Katerina Shapazova, Ken Lamer, and Rachel Wilson.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. I did submit some slides.
Yes, we're bringing it up.
We can't hear you. You'll have to speak a little louder, please. Thank you.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Katerina Shapazova, and I'm here today to express my concern about the current plastic environmental pollution by sharing some images and experiences from 36 beach cleanups at La Jolla Shores done since March 2022. I find frustrating the lack of awareness of the general public about how our daily consumption and recreational choices contribute to saturating our ocean and land with non-biodegradable or recyclable plastic pieces day after day. We urgently need new regulation and laws to protect our oceans and planet. Slide 1 shows, the two photos show typical piles of non-biodegradable waste collected at La Jolla Shores Beach within 2 hours, 10 people participating. Slide 2, please. Slide 2, please. The two photos of this slide were taken on January 14 this year and show when countless tiny plastic pieces were washed off, such as noodles, random small pieces, price tag fasteners. Slide 3, please. Food packaging is one of the most picked up items at our cleanups. Little torn pieces are very lightweight and can be found everywhere. Slide 4, please. Single juice box or pouch comes with 3 separate non-biodegradable or recyclable pieces of plastics: box or pouch, straw, and straw wrapper. Slide 5, please. Cigarette butts are everywhere at beaches, parking lots, mountains, trails, community parks, sidewalks, streets. Slide 6, please. Plastic confetti are very difficult to remove once they're released into open air. People leave them unpicked at beaches, community parks, photo shoot places. Slide 7, please. I regularly find balloons entangled in seaweed and buried in the sand. Slide 8, please. Seemingly harmless small disposable floats comes with plastic handle can be found at beaches, parking lots, mountain trails, campgrounds.
Thank you so much for
the time to act is
important
now. Thank you
comments.
so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ken Lamer, followed by Rachel Wilson and Priscilla Miller. If you've heard your name, you can speak.
Hello, my name is Rachel Wilson. I do have a slide. 2 months ago, I stood before you in Calabasas because I had been kicked off the local beach with my dog. That's 2 months ago. And I thought it was, and someone had shown me a map that showed that they owned the property to the mean high tide line. This was a state beach. I was told by our county that, oh no, there's nothing we can do about these maps. Enter Ellie Oliver. She is in your Central Coast Enforcement Division. They have not met Ellie. In 5 weeks, San Luis Obispo County got the maps changed that show that people do not own to the mean high tide line. Now, when have you ever gone to an agency and within 5 weeks, the problem is solved? I came from Morro Bay just to compliment Ellie Oliver. Thank you so much. She is amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and to come all the way down for that. And here's to Ellie and our enforcement team. It's just awesome. Thank you.
One more call for Ken Lamer, and then if not, Priscilla Miller, followed by Ali Mariko Dressel and Mandy Sackett.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Priscilla Miller, and I am Azul's Chief of Staff. I am also a resident of San Diego. I would like to start by thanking you for all the work that you do to protect our coast. And I commend the Commission for taking action to stop Sable's unpermitted development work on the pipelines along the Gaviota coast. I urge the Commission to maintain its commitment to safeguarding our coastline by preventing the Santa Ynez unit restart until rigorous oversight and environmental reviews are in place. Protecting our coast and marine life is crucial for families like mine and the countless Californians and visitors who cherish its natural resource. In California, a majority of Latino voters would support actions to ban offshore drilling for oil and natural gas, even if it meant paying more per month for gasoline and household gas. This is according to the 2024 National Azul Poll. I encourage the Commission to continue prioritizing the health and well-being of California's coastline and its communities by meticulously overseeing every phase of the pipeline, processing facilities, and platform restart process. The devastation that comes from an oil spill is preventable, and this is a pipeline that has already inflicted severe damage on the coast before. The rapid pace of the restart process underscores the urgency for the Commission to act decisively and promptly. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for being here, and please thank Senator Limon for all her incredible work in Sacramento.
Thank you. Next, Ali Mariko Dressel, Mandy Sackett, and then Rita McDonald.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ali Mariko Dressel, and I'm the Climate Justice Policy Coordinator for Climate Action Campaign, as well as the Coalition Manager for the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I'm also a local resident to San Diego. We are here standing in solidarity with the Exxon Be Gone Coalition, and would like to urge the Commission to prevent the restart of the Santa Ynez oil pipeline so that all environmental review can be properly established. Thank you so much for your work so far that you have done to ensure that this pipeline does not go through without that proper review, and we encourage you to continue to make sure that this pipeline is not rammed through and is not going to potentially create another preventable disaster. At Climate Action Campaign, our mission is to create a zero carbon future, and we work towards creating thriving communities. And if this pipeline were to burst in the future, and that oil comes down to San Diego, then this is not going to help our communities thrive. So the oceans are connected, everything is interconnected, and so what happens in our oceans up north absolutely impacts everything that we do here. So we are here standing in solidarity, and we urge you to keep doing the wonderful work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last two in-person speakers are Mandy Sackett and then Rita McDonald, followed by our first Zoom speakers, Heidi Harmon, Alice McNally, and Jeffrey Caven. Mandy Sackett.
Hi, Mandy Sackett with the Surfrider Foundation. Surfrider wants to support the Center for Biological Diversity and Exxon Begone Coalition's call for the Commission to oversee a potential restart of the Sable oil pipeline, the same one that caused untold ecological harm and damage to the California coast in the 2015 Refugio spill. We greatly appreciate the Commission's already overburdened enforcement team for taking on this important work and sending a notice of violation for unpermitted pipeline repair work. It's heartbreaking to even talk about restarting an oil pipeline that caused one of the worst oil spills in California history. In May 2015, the popular and pristine beaches of Refugio State Beach were covered with sticky, smelly, black oil, and shockwaves spread throughout Santa Barbara and Southern California as once again we were contending with a catastrophic oil spill. Especially with the memories of the devastating 1969 oil spill in this same place. Ironically, that spill was credited with spurring the modern environmental movement, and here we are 46 or 50 or so years later, still dealing with the horrible impacts of offshore oil drilling. Federal decision makers and oil companies are continuing to neglect the inevitable dangers of oil drilling. This Santa Barbara Channel contains some of the most ecologically sensitive habitat along the West Coast. There are marine protected areas there that were established just to protect these sensitive areas, but they're not immune to oil spills. There's not been proper oversight, environmental review, or permitting, and we believe the Santa Ynez unit must be halted on the work on the pipeline. So we just appreciate your leadership and oversight on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Rita McDonald. And then our Zoom speakers will be Heidi Harmon, Alice McNally, and then Jeffrey Caven. I'm not seeing a Rita McDonald. One last call for Ken Lamer as well. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. We'll move on to our Zoom speakers. Heidi Harmon, followed by Alice McNally, and then Jeffrey Caven. So Heidi Harmon, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Heidi Harmon. I'm the former mayor of San Luis Obispo, and I'm now a senior organizer with Greenpeace. And I'm here today as a concerned mother and advocate for our environment, representing the vibrant community of the Central Coast, which has become a hub of renewable energy and climate leadership. And I want to start by taking a moment to express my gratitude to the Commission's actions to protect our coastline by warning Sable that its work was unauthorized. Our coastline is not just a beautiful resource, but it's a vital part of our identity and economy, attracting millions of Californians and other tourists annually. So I strongly urge the Commission to continue to take decisive action to halt the restart of operations until all necessary oversight and environmental reviews are firmly in place. The potential restart of the Santa Ynez unit is alarming, especially given the history of harm that it has caused to our coastal environment. The Commission must exercise robust oversight during every step of the restart process, whether it be pipelines, processing facilities, or offshore platforms. The urgency with which this restart is progressing is deeply concerning, and it makes it critical for you to act swiftly to ensure that environmental protections will not be ignored. And as a mother, I am deeply worried about the future that we are creating for our children and if they will have a future at all. The climate crisis is not just an environmental issue, it's a matter of public health and safety, and we owe it to future generations to safeguard the natural beauty and ecological integrity of our coastlines. With wildfires engulfing the West Coast and historic hurricanes devastating our East Coast neighbors, it's worth asking whether this operation should be restarted at all. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today, and I trust that you will continue to uphold the values of environmental protection and public accountability as you navigate this complex issue.
Thank you. Next, Alice McNally, Jeffrey Caven, and then Marcy Snyder. Alice McNally. Alice, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Alice McNally, Del Mar, California. In July, the Coastal Commission granted Edison hood vents to prevent flooding of the canisters with no input from the public. This is clearly a safety issue, which is not in the Coastal Commission purview. At the September 5th CEP meeting, Ron Pointes admitted that they may have to move the stranded nuclear waste farther east onto higher ground at Camp Pendleton because of rising sea level. He also disclosed that radioactive isotopes have been discovered in the groundwater at the plant containing cesium-137, cobalt-16, and tritium. This is outrageous. These nuclear threats were aided and created because the Coastal Commission, who are charged with protecting the California coast and ocean, by willy-nilly approving licenses and permits, exemptions and waivers to operate without careful planning and regulation. These unintended consequences are just the tip of the iceberg. Where do we go from here? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jeffrey Caven, followed by Marcy Snyder, and then Patricia McPherson. Jeffrey Caven.
My name is Jeffrey Caven. I'm here to address the Coastal Commissioners because I need your help to protect coastal access at one of California's most popular beaches. Over 2 years ago, I submitted photographic documentation to the Coastal Commission from the summer of 2021, showing that the city of Los Angeles was blocking access to 2 beach parking lots and the public boat launch in Venice. The city is intentionally blocking access to the beach parking and public boat launch to hide the irreparable damage that its plans to demolish a beach parking lot and existing rent-controlled housing, build a new housing development would have on coastal access. I recently obtained data showing that the revenue at these beach parking lots had dropped by 60 to 70% as a result of the city's acts to block access. This means that about 100,000 visitors were denied access since I first reported these violations to the Coastal Commission. That huge number is a drop in the bucket compared to the number that will be denied access if the city is allowed to proceed with its development plans. All but one of the practices being used to block access that I first reported over 2 years ago are still ongoing, and additional practices to block public access continue to be implemented. Instead of stopping these violations, the Coastal Commission has rewarded the city with favorable decisions relating to the coastal development permit for the site based upon information gathered while access was being blocked. I would like to talk to the Coastal Commissioners about the city's plans to demolish the beach parking lots and what needs to be done to provide equitable access at Venice Beach. I hope that you will reach out and set up a time to talk about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Marcy Snyder, Patricia McPherson, and then Molly Troop. Marcy Snyder, sorry. I accidentally muted you again. Please unmute yourself. There you go. Sorry about that.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Marcy Snyder, and I'm a resident of Fort Bragg, California. At the beginning of the year, the Federal Railroad Administration made a negative determination. It's ND 00824 for a loan of approximately $35 million to be given to Mendocino Railroad to do improvements along their railroad line through the rugged mountains of Mendocino County, 40 miles worth of railroad, 30 miles of which are right next to waterways, mostly next to the Noyo River, which is the source for our drinking water. The waterways all empty into the Pacific Ocean. So they called for they had a negative determination calling for that, saying there was no necessity for any kind of environmental reviews. Yet they want to replace 32,000 railroad ties, releasing 7.5 tons of arsenic and 4 tons of copper into our waterways, which the Noyle River, mostly the Noyle River, which is the source for my drinking water and for the community and visitors of Fort Bragg. It would put in fencing along the whole 40-mile tracks, which would prohibit wildlife movement. They also want to put in power poles, no environmental reviews at all. So I'm very concerned about the drinking water for the city, for the citizens, about the environment, about the impact to environmentally sensitive issues, species. And I want to thank you so much for your objection letter to the Federal Railroad Administration to about releasing these monies to Mendocino Railroad in the form of a loan that we taxpayers, us, are paying for.
Thank you.
You.
Next, Patricia McPherson, followed by Molly Troop, and then Brian Rosen. Patricia McPherson. Okay, let me unmute you on the phone. I saw your message. And you should be able to unmute now.
Hi, you can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Terrific. Backup. All right. Patricia McPherson, Grassroots Coalition. And let me stop this so I don't have the feedback. I'm bringing to the Commission's attention that the Department of Fish and Wildlife has spoken with stakeholders regarding their desire to amend the Ballona wetland permit for the removal of the short, unpermitted freshwater drainage lines, to instead abandon them in place in order to avert destruction of the regenerated pickleweed habitat of the endangered Belding savanna sparrow that's recovered over the past few years as freshwater ponding has again returned. Many stakeholders support this. Many of you have been privy to these events as Grassroots was compelled to litigate against Playa Vista, who installed the illegal drainage devices, and CDFW, who allowed years of drainage, leaving the area denuded of habitat. Grassroots, with the assistance from the Commission, prevailed in our litigation, and the Commission required an interim capping of the drains. Ponding returned and vegetation and species resurrected. Then the Commission, in anticipation of CDFW's conversion of the area from wetland to 20-plus feet of fill for CDFW's berm and wetland levees, waited. That plan is no longer on deck as stakeholders prevailed in CEQA litigation against the conversion plan. Today, the plan is dead. Without support from the Army Corps, county officials, and even state funding agencies have not provided CDFW's requested funding. Today, a new EIR is required. Today, new laws providing protection are in place, such as the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act in Ballona is acknowledged as a groundwater-dependent ecosystem. Grassroots, working with the LA Water Board, has recovered more natural fresh water as the Water Board rescinded the Playa Vista NPDES permit, previously discharging Ballona groundwater to sanitation. Today, the Department of Water Resources requires Ballona-specific hydrological studies that were never performed by CDFW. We're on a roll. Let's keep this going, and please consider a permit amendment, abandoned in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Molly Troop. We actually haven't, or we had contact with her but lost it. So we'll move to Brian Rosen and then Rita McDonald. Brian Rosen, give us a second as we promote you as a panelist. And you may unmute yourself and begin when you're able to.
Let me see. How am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Okay, this is my statement. The Coastal Commission is unfortunately a political body. On the Surf Busway last month, you made a political decision. You did what the powerful politicians wanted you to do. Only Dana did the right thing and advocated for coastal protection. The rest of you supported substantial destruction of the second most important dune ecosystem in our state. But politicians are irresistible, and after all, you are politicians. You didn't understand the issue. Chairwoman Hart noticed she was stuck in traffic for an hour. The busway only bypasses a few miles of traffic. Miss Hart, you'll still be stuck in traffic. The first staff report recommended looking at alternatives. All of a sudden, after your lengthy meetings with politicians, all alternatives became infeasible. Under the Coastal Act, a destructive project cannot be approved if there are feasible alternatives. So your staff had to declare all alternatives infeasible and reverse their finding. Alternatives became infeasible because they might take time, because there were no plans in the work. Under such broad criteria, alternatives to any destructive project are infeasible. Because MSD didn't want to study alternatives, it is therefore infeasible. But a carpool lane would work, or a bus or shoulder lane would work. So this is an unnecessary, this project is completely unnecessary. A lot of environmental destruction is unnecessary. And the politicians, which your politicians made a terrible decision to destroy the dunes for no reason at all, because these other alternatives are feasible. Staff was right, but I'm no match for powerful politicians like yourself. I'm so tired of the corruption in government. And Coastal Commission is a political body.
Thank you. Next, Rita McDonald, and then we were able to locate one more, Jordy Scully. Rita McDonald.
Hello, my name is Rita McDonald. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Samuel Lawrence Foundation. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, and we work very hard to help remove the waste, the radioactive waste, the 3.6 million pounds of radioactive waste from San Onofre. There is no coherent plan right now, and there have been leaks as they do the decommissioning. Just recently, there was a leak of radioactive material. There's gamma radiation that's coming through the vents, and we really need the Coastal Commission to step up and create a better monitoring system. We'd like the Coastal Commission to actually investigate the radiation that's coming from the 136 stranded canisters of radioactive waste material, high burnup fuel that's at San Onofre. And we'd like to urge the Coastal Commission to become proactive rather than reactive and actually investigate what's going on, because there are serious problems. We feel there are serious issues and problems with that waste, and without the Coastal Commission's investigative abilities, the public is not going to find out about that, and there won't be solutions to be had unless the California Coastal Commission steps up. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for the time today.
Thank you. And then Jordy Scully, and then we were able to find Molly Troop again. So Jordy Scully, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jordy Scully, and I am reading a statement on behalf of Senator Monique Limon. As a California State Senator, I must express concerns about the potential restarting of this pipeline off the coast of Gaviota. I represent the area where the very same pipeline caused a spill of 123,000 gallons of crude oil, much of which entered into the Santa Barbara Channel. That spill cost nearly $100 million in cleanup efforts and the lives of countless marine animals. It also impacted our local economy through a temporary decline in tourism, lack of access to our natural resources, and the closure of fisheries. It's important that the pipeline does not cause another devastating oil spill. I want to thank the Coastal Commission for their dedication to coastal resources and ensuring this work is done in accordance with the Coastal Act. It is important that every part of this pipeline restart process is transparent to the public. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Molly Troop.
Good morning, Chair Hart and members of the Commission. My name is Molly Troop, and I am the Science and Program Manager at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, an environmental nonprofit organization based in Santa Barbara. Channel Keeper's mission is to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds. I'm here today to acknowledge and thank the Coastal Commission staff for their work to protect our coast by issuing first a notice of violation and then following up with a cease and desist order when Sable Offshore continued conducting unpermitted work which constitutes as development in the coastal zone without the proper permits. In addition to this work, Santa Barbara Channel Keeper is very concerned about the prospect of restarting oil production at 3 end-of-life platforms in the Santa Barbara Channel just off the Gaviota coast, and piping that oil through the very same corroded pipeline that ruptured in 2015, which caused the catastrophic oil spill at Refugio State Beach. Channel Keeper was actively involved in the aftermath of the 2015 Plains All-American pipeline spill. We were on the water, in the air, and on the beaches after the spill. We helped to keep the public informed about the spill and advocated for policy reforms to ensure disasters like that couldn't happen again. And we worked with spill response agencies, local governments, and other partners to improve oil spill response and prevention. Channel Keeper is urging for stringent oversight and environmental review by the Coastal Commission of Sable's efforts to restart the Santa Ynez unit. Again, thank you for the important work that the Commission has done so far on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And then there was one Zoom speaker we weren't able to locate, Lorna Moffett. Lorna Moffett, if you are in the meeting, please raise your hand. If you're on phone, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. Okay, I see the phone number that raised their hand. You should be able to unmute now.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I want to join the fray of what Brian Rosen said. And I fear climate change, and really the only way we're going to solve that is with mass transit. EVs are not going to do it because that means lots of ocean mining. I've lived on the ocean in my boat now for 34 years, and I've never seen the sea stay more black, more algae-ridden than it has these last couple of years. And the temperature in Monterey Bay is rising. It's risen 12 degrees in the last 10 years, off and on. So we have a tragic situation here, and we need mass transit, and you basically voted to cover up the railroad tracks with 5 miles of toxic pavement, which emits the greenhouse gases throughout its lifetime for a surf busway that only people who don't drive will take, because the MST, and which I used to ride and can't ride anymore for other reasons, they don't have incentive to bring in customers because they get funding from the state. So they're not interested in improving the transit lines. And so this is just to develop the surf busways, just so that development of the sand dunes can take place. So I'm urging you to be braver, be stronger for your children, for your own families, for your own sake, because we are facing massive storms now that we've never seen before. I'm 78 years old. I've never seen the storms that we see these days. So we all have to join together now to face the politicians that just don't get it. And you must be number one. That's your job. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our only missing other speaker was Ken Lamer. Ken Lamer, if you're in the room now. I'm seeing no one. Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. All right, I'll now return to the Commission and open for Commission comments or questions. Commissioner Bochco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank everyone who spoke today on the oil drilling issue. I know it's very important to all of us on the coast of California, and I'm very proud of our agency that they've just stepped up quickly and haven't delayed in investigating about what's going on and what we can do about it. In it. Okay, sorry. I can hear me. I also wanted to react to the nuclear waste issue. Nobody on this commission that voted to protect or allow the continuation of that plant wanted to. We were all very, very concerned. We all believe that this waste that has nowhere to be deposited, that we all feel is safe, is a problem that should be ignored. But I think we have to be realistic that the state agency, even though, as we were dubbed, are political in certain senses and that we are appointed by politicians, we don't have the jurisdiction to deal with it. This is a federal issue, and I really encourage anyone who cares as much as you obviously do to call in and spend your time to contact the Federal Nuclear Commission on Waste Management. They are the ones who are going to have to come up with a plan. And again, it's not just the United States, it's everywhere in the world. And I think you're probably aware that there's more and more interest in continuing nuclear power because of climate change. So I really would encourage you to write to them, call them, do so to your local representatives who work in Washington, because it's a crisis if we don't start really looking at how to fix it. So that was my comments, and I just thank everyone for participating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, and I would agree with what Commissioner Boschko said about that, and also with the commenter that does seem very practical to move the material across the highway to higher ground, but not in our purview. I did want to point out that there was a plastics comment and a picture of the butts that were on there, and there's a little bit of snickering up here. And the reason for that is because we wanted to congratulate Commissioner Cummings in his other role as Supervisor Cummings for Santa Cruz in their passing of the filtered tobacco products in a ban on filtered tobacco products in Santa Cruz County. And I think it's a great first step, and I really wanted to shout out for him for all his efforts in doing that. And so it's going to be a movement to try and get that to happen. But I just wanted to thank you for your efforts on that.
All right, Commissioner Cummings.
Oh, no, it's okay. No, just, but I was going to acknowledge that too, and I said it yesterday evening in our commissioner reports, but also just want to encourage folks out there who see tobacco waste litter as an issue on the coast to encourage your local lawmakers to pass similar bans on the sale of filtered tobacco products, because I think it's going to take all of us, really passing these forms of legislation locally in small efforts to make a big effort across the state of California and hopefully globally. With that being said as well, I just want to acknowledge all the folks who came out with regards to the oil pipeline. I mean, part of why this commission was created was the oil spills back in the 60s and concerns around wanting to keep the coast clean and welcoming for everybody. And so, part of why we're here is because we want to help address these kinds of issues. And so I want to thank commission staff, because when we took a trip down to Vandenberg, which is another item on our agenda, we actually were informed about what was happening, and I was asking, can we do something about it? And so just really grateful to see the staff step up with the enforcement action. I think it would be good maybe if it's not the next agenda or maybe the agenda in December, if we can just get an update on, I have a formal presentation on that. And so
through the chair, if the commission would desire, we have Lisa Heggie on the line, and she's prepared to give a quick update now, at least to get you up to speed for the commissioners who aren't as familiar with what's happened in the last month. We can do a quick update now, and then we'll keep you informed into the future.
Sure. Dr. Huckelbridge, I think what we'll do is we'll hear from the other commissioners that have comments if you've concluded yours, Commissioner Cummings, and then we'll go to the presentation on Sable.
I have one question maybe that, along those lines for the presentation. I think it would be helpful for folks to know and for the commission to know as well, what authority we actually have over the reactivation of the pipeline, because I think there's some folks who want to see us not reactivate the pipeline, but I don't think we necessarily have that authority, although we do have authority around the permitting and conditions around the development and the work that they want to do. So it'd be helpful to kind of have an explanation of that as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. I just want to also thank everybody who spoke out today. We depend on all of you to be our eyes and ears out there. I want to give special thanks to the Exxon Be Gone Coalition and all the local groups standing in solidarity with this coalition. And I also just want to give a quick thanks to our most recent honorary enforcement agent, Ellie Oliver. So thank you for that, and I hope that she gets a 15 out of 10 rating for dog rates. Thank you.
Thanks so much, commissioners, and I just want to align myself with all of the statements made here today. Sorry about that. It seems like there's something, we had a lot of problems yesterday, and now we've got a honking car, so. I don't blame you, Billy. Well, I sort of do, but not really. No, just kidding. But anyway, so, you know, we heard that an action took 5 weeks, and I mean, that is an incredibly speedy response to an enforcement action, and I'm just so impressed, Ms. Oliver. So that's incredible, but here with the Sable pipeline, I think it's definitely it's more like 5 days or 1 day, or incredibly quick response, and I'm just so grateful for the people that are here today and to our staff. So at this time, we're going to have a presentation and an update on the Sable issue.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also want to give a quick shout out to Ellie Oliver and thank Ms. Wilson for coming and giving her some kudos. She definitely deserves it. She's one of our fabulous enforcement staff, but also I think really represents kind of how our commission staff really takes these issues seriously. We do, as Commissioner Guide said, think of the public as our eyes and ears and try to act when we can. So really happy to be able to shout out Ellie today, and also the rest of our incredible enforcement staff and all the district staff that back them up too. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Heggie for a quick update on the Sable item.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me okay? We didn't do a sound check this morning.
Yes.
Oh, great. So just briefly, and I don't have any dramatic pictures or anything because this has all been unfurling very quickly, but we will certainly be able to update you further in the future. I wanted to say that we really appreciate all the public comment and support for the Commission's efforts on the Sable pipeline matter. And it's yet another example of the many matters that we learn about from reports from the public and our colleagues in other agencies. As you know, this issue arose in an area of very significant coastal resources and with a history of great concerns and raises issues that we take extremely seriously. The Commission enforcement and energy staff have, as you heard, very quickly taken steps to address the unfurling situation. And I can give you some background on the events as they unfolded. And Deputy Director Cassidy Teufel also can jump in if he has additional information as well. In late September 2024, Commission energy staff received reports of significant activities being undertaken in the area of the pipeline and reached out to enforcement staff. We then researched the situation, whether any permits had been sought or obtained, and found that the development activities, as defined under the Coastal Act, had indeed been undertaken in the coastal zone, including in areas of the Commission's appeals jurisdiction and potentially in some areas of retained jurisdiction, and that no permit had been issued for these activities. Staff found out that the county had been sued by Sable and reached an agreement with them that led Sable to take the position that no CDP was required. Commission staff does not agree with this for a variety of reasons, including the general principle that a private settlement agreement like this does not constitute or obviate the need for authorization under the Coastal Act, and moreover, the Commission was not a party to that litigation or to the settlement. Staff contacted the county pursuant to Section 30810 of the Coastal Act to see if they were going to take enforcement action and to inform them of our intent to take enforcement action if they did not let us know by a time certain that they were going to take action. They acknowledged this request, but did not respond further. The deadline passed. Therefore, on Friday, September 27th, enforcement staff, working closely with energy and legal staff, issued a notice of violation to Sable, explaining the actions were development under the Coastal Act, were not exempt as repair and maintenance, both because of the nature and extent of the work and because of the location thereof, and that Coastal Act requirements for a CDP were not preempted by federal law. The NOV asked for information about what was being done and where, and asked them to immediately cease any unpermitted activities. Commission staff spoke with representatives of Sable on Tuesday, October 1, and reiterated the request made in the notice of violation that the development immediately cease. On October 2nd, Commission staff were told that the work was stopping. Despite this, we continued to receive information and reports from the public last Thursday, October 3rd, that work was continuing, and Commission staff themselves also visited the site and observed ongoing work firsthand. Therefore, on Friday morning, October 4th, Commission staff sent another letter to Sable requesting that they confirm by 2 p.m. that day that work had actually ceased, and also to provide information about what work had been done and where by October 7th. It reiterated our willingness to work with them on interim steps to button up the site and to avoid additional harm pending their obtaining Coastal Act authorization. This letter also formally set the stage for issuance of an executive director cease and desist order should one be needed. In both of our letters and in our conversations, we informed Sable of the legal sanctions and enforcement options available under the Coastal Act. We finally did get assurances from them that day that work would now be halted. Since that time, we've received information from them, had some discussions this week about site conditions and options going forward, and they've told us they are working on providing additional information about what work had been undertaken, and we have reiterated the need for a CDP for the development activities here. We're going to continue to work with them and coordinate with other relevant agencies, and we'll report back to you with future developments. And we're available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much.
And I also wanted to, just to shift gears for 1 second, I also wanted to thank Ellie Oliver and Rachel Wilson. I just want to say that I don't think we've ever had somebody drive hours just to thank Commission staff, and we really appreciate it. We appreciate the fact that she reported the violation in the first place, that followed up, and that she worked with Ellie to get it resolved, and we really appreciate that. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Kate?
Just really quickly, just to Commissioner Cummings' request, I think that's probably best suited for a separate update where we can prepare a little bit more to provide information to the Commission on your jurisdiction over these matters.
All right, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I meant to respond to Commissioner Cummings as well, and I apologize. We do have enforcement authority over all development in the coastal zone, and our enforcement authority is broader than our permitting authority. I just wanted to remind folks, and we're actively looking at all the actions to see whether or not our jurisdiction applies. So we will be looking at that. Thank you. Sorry, I meant to respond.
Great, and maybe if we have an enforcement report at our next meeting, we could get an update on this issue as well as others at that time.
Sure,
all right,
thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, thanks to everyone who comes and speaks to us in general public comment. You can see how incredibly valuable it is and how important it is because frankly, we don't learn about these issues without you. The public, you're our partner. We're all working together. So thank you so much for everything that you do to protect the coast of California. At this time, we're going to move to item 6, the consent calendar, items removed from the regular calendar. Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. Item 6, as you noted, is for items to be moved from regular to consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. As mentioned during the agenda changes earlier this morning, there are 3 items staff recommends to be moved to the consent calendar. And those are item 8A, the permit amendment application by Southern California Gas Company for proposed work and after-the-fact authorization associated with a pipeline project. Item 14A for construction of a new single-family home at an undeveloped property within the Seadrift residential community near Stinson Beach in Marin County. And finally, item 17A for construction of a single-family home and associated site improvements at a lot in Oceano, San Luis Obispo County. I also wanted to let you know that we received 1 public comment from Katie Davis on the Southern California Gas Company permit amendment item. The comment didn't object to the staff recommendation, but did raise concerns about the safety of the La Goleta underground natural gas storage facility in light of the significant issues with methane leaks at the Aliso Canyon facility, and also asked that retirement of the pipeline currently being repaired be considered in place of its repair. In response to these points, I want to note that during the course of our review of the original pipeline repair permit, we explored with Southern California Gas Company the option of abandoning and consolidating pipelines. This was determined to be infeasible due to the need for redundancy to prevent supply interruptions and because of the different purposes and destinations of the pipelines in that area. Regarding the leak and safety concerns, I'd simply note that part of the purpose of the project is to ensure the pipelines adhere to current regulations and emerging maintenance issues are addressed in advance of any leaks. With that, staff is not aware of any opposition to the project's move to the consent calendar, and the applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendations. We're therefore recommending the Commission vote and approve this item.
Thank you, Cassidy. Commissioner Lowenberg?
Yeah, I am recusing myself from participating in the hearing for items moved to the consent calendar, as I have a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Section 87100 with respect to item 14, CDP number 2-24-0601.
Thank you. So if we just wait one moment, Commissioner Lowenberg's just going to step outside for this item. All right. Do any commissioners have an ex parte on any of the items that have been removed to the consent calendar? All right. Are there members of the public on the consent calendar?
We only have 3, and they're available for questions.
All right. Would any commissioners wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? All right. Commissioner Bochco, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'll move consent.
Second? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll take a roll call vote on, I'm sorry? Thanks, Vanessa. Roll call vote, please. Thank you.
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
We'll go with Commissioner Vice Chair Escalante, please. So Bochco and Escalante, thank you.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Newsom.
Aye.
Newsom, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yep.
Wilson, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, thank you. Maybe could you, someone let Commissioner Lowen, there she is. She's back. All right, terrific. All right, we'll now move on to Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency. Deputy Director's Report, item 7.
Thank you, Chair. We have 2 negative determinations to report this month and 1 waiver. No comments or objections have been received on these items, and we're not aware of any speakers that have signed up to speak on them. We're therefore asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to the waiver in the Deputy Director's Report.
Thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to adoption of the DDR? Seeing no objection, the commission concurs. We'll now move to item 7A, the informational update and commission action on transboundary pollution crisis in the Tijuana River and Tijuana River Valley.
Excellent. As noted, this is our monthly update on the Tijuana River pollution crisis. We have 2 main elements to this month's update. The first is a joint presentation by the Commission's water quality and ecology staff on the ecological impacts of the persistent sewage discharge into the Tijuana River estuary. The second is a status report and recommendation for Commission action regarding previous concurrences the Commission provided to the International Boundary and Water Commission for the installation and operation of wastewater treatment plant and infrastructure in the Tijuana River Valley. For the ecological impacts presentation, I'd now like to welcome Dr. Holly Hall of the Commission's Water Quality Unit and Dr. Rachel Pausch of our ecology team. They've both been working hard over the past several months to collect, compile, and complete an initial assessment of existing environmental data from the estuary that I believe you'll find to be very informative. Our hope is to continue building on this assessment over the coming months and to bring in additional data sources to prepare a broader report on the effects of the sewage pollution on both the estuary and marine environment. With that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Pausch to begin.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Could I have the next slide, please?
You know what I think would be helpful? Could we get the closed caption? Why are you doing that? What does that mean? Okay.
I can
I
talk
see. Okay. So
louder
what
if you
I think
want.
might be helpful, because of I can tell already it's going to be hard to hear. Can you get the closed captions on for this presentation?
The audio is very
Yeah, the audio is
light and tinny.
Oh, okay.
Just one sec.
Here.
Um,
Okay.
It might be, but I just think it's helpful if we can do it without too much delay. They're on now? Okay. All right, let's proceed.
Okay.
Rachel,
Okay,
I don't know why,
is this
but
okay?
your mic's not good. Did you hear that? You need to move closer to your mic. It's for some reason it has sort of a tinny, broken up
I think it was
sound.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, let's just proceed and see how we do.
Okay. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Today we'll present a brief overview of water quality and ecological data from ongoing monitoring efforts conducted at the Tijuana River Estuary, which is located south of Imperial Beach and north of Tijuana. We want to thank the groups that collected and shared this data, including the staff at Tijuana River National Estuarine Research Reserve. This reserve is one in a network nationwide that creates opportunities for education and research while promoting public access for recreation. We also want to thank the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, or SONG's Mitigation Monitoring Program. This program is based out of UC Santa Barbara and has been monitoring the Tijuana River Estuary over the past decade to inform the assessment of the SONG's San Dieguito Tidal Wetland Mitigation Site, which was permitted by and is currently overseen by the Coastal Commission. Both of these programs have undertaken long-term monitoring efforts, which have been key in assessing recent changes at the Tijuana River Estuary. This presentation would not have been possible without this data, so we thank them. I'll now turn it over to Water Quality Senior Environmental Scientist, Dr. Holly Hall, for the next slide.
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. As we all are aware by now, the Tijuana River Valley and Southern California coastline are experiencing a severe transboundary wastewater crisis caused by untreated sewage and other untreated wastewater flowing from Mexico into the U.S. This issue has raised water quality and health concerns since the 1930s. Despite binational efforts to reduce bacteria, sediment, and trash, deteriorating and undersized wastewater infrastructure has led to increased untreated flows. This figure highlights the location of failing infrastructure and the area impacted by wastewater flowing through the Tijuana estuary into Southern California's coastal waters. Our presentation today discusses some of the measured water quality and ecological impacts of these ongoing transboundary flows. Next slide, please. Today, I will present data related to 3 indicators of water quality. First, Tijuana River flow. Due to the high volume of untreated wastewater in the Tijuana River, river flow at the border is used as proxy for the volume of untreated wastewater flowing through the river system. In general, high river flows equal high wastewater flows. Second, dissolved oxygen, or DO, is the amount of oxygen dissolved in water. In simple terms, DO provides breath for aquatic organisms as they depend on it for respiration. In general, higher DO levels indicate good water quality, lower levels indicate poor water quality. Third, hypoxia. Hypoxia is a condition that occurs when there is not enough dissolved oxygen in water to support most aquatic life. This can lead to fish kills and disruption in the ecosystem's balance. Hypoxic conditions often result from nutrient pollution, such as excessive nitrogen and phosphorus contained in untreated sewage. These water quality parameters collectively serve as strong indicators of water's ability to support healthy aquatic systems. Next slide, please. This graphic summarizes data collected between 2009 and 2023 for Tijuana river flows, dissolved oxygen, and salinity. In the graphic on the left, the x-axis represents time, while the y-axis shows the number of times per year with excessive river flows. As you can see, starting in 2022, river flow drastically increased. This surge is attributed to the additional flow of raw sewage and other untreated wastewater flowing across the Mexico border into the US. For the middle graphic, the x-axis again represents time, with the y-axis indicating the number of times low dissolved oxygen levels were measured. Remember that low dissolved oxygen levels are detrimental to oxygen respiring aquatic life. As shown, DO has persistently remained low since 2017. SONG's researchers note that negative DO readings have been removed from this data. Including them would indicate that the ecosystem is experiencing critically low DO levels more frequently than even shown here. For the graphic to the right, again, the x-axis shows time, while the y-axis indicates the number of times low salinity levels were measured. Low salinity suggests limited mixing of ocean waters via tidal action, due to high river flows in the estuary. Starting in 2021, low salinity levels were recorded much more frequently. Collectively, these three graphics indicate that over time, flows from the Tijuana River have markedly increased, while dissolved oxygen and salinity levels have consistently decreased. In general, the frequent low dissolved oxygen levels serve as indicators of poor ecological health in the system. The persistently low salinity suggests a muting of seawater mixing with fresh water due to high volumes of wastewater. In a system experiencing high impacts of contaminated water, tidal mixing could help dilute pollution and oxygenate the water, but this is not occurring in the Tijuana River estuary due to high flows of untreated wastewater. Next slide, please. This graphic presents additional data illustrating the negative impacts of increased and persistent transboundary flows on water quality indicators of ecosystem health. In the upper graphic, the x-axis represents the months of April and May 2024, while the y-axis shows the Tijuana River flowing over 50 million gallons per day, which is a base flow 3 to 4 times greater than that just a few years ago. For the middle and lower graphics, the x-axis again represents April and May of 2024, while the y-axis displays oscillating dissolved oxygen levels in the middle graphic and tide levels in the lower graphic. Generally, fluctuations in DO shown in the middle graphic coincide with tidal levels shown in the lower graphic, indicating tidal-driven oxygenation of estuarine waters. However, persistently low DO levels, indicated by the flat line in the middle graphic in the red circle, reveal that tidal exchange is not reliably increasing DO levels, resulting in prolonged periods of hypoxia. This muting of tidal effects to decrease DO levels is thought to be due to the overwhelming volume of untreated wastewater moving through the system. This slide highlights the correlation between Tijuana River flows, reduced dissolved oxygen levels, and limited recovery from tidal exchange. Turner researchers note that this preliminary data show extended periods of hypoxia are occurring in the estuary, especially during neap tide series when there is insufficient tidal exchange to offset the increased volume and duration of flows across the border. Previously, these extended periods of DO mainly occurred during rare mouth closures with zero tidal exchange. Now we are observing this event with tidal exchange. This trend poses a serious concern for the health of the aquatic ecosystem in the Tijuana River estuary. Next slide, please. To wrap up our discussion on water quality indicators of impaired ecosystem health in the Tijuana River estuary, let's take a closer look at the frequency of hypoxic events occurring as compared to similar estuarian systems. This graphic shows the number of hypoxic events across 5 estuaries in Southern California. with the Tijuana River estuary represented by the yellow diamond shapes. The x-axis shows time from 2013 to 2023, while the y-axis indicates the number of hypoxic events. As you can see, since around 2018, the Tijuana River estuary has experienced significantly more hypoxic events than the other estuaries in the SONGS research study. The increased frequency of hypoxic periods in the Tijuana River estuary is thought to be a direct result of high Tijuana River flows, affecting tidal mixing and dissolved oxygen levels. Overall, these trends of increased hypoxia indicate poor water quality and conditions for aquatic life. Now, my esteemed colleague and Commission Staff Ecologist, Dr. Rachel Palsh, will discuss observed ecological trends over time that are likely connected to the decline in water quality in the Tijuana River estuary. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Next slide, please. The SONGS Mitigation Monitoring Program annually samples for fish within the tidal creeks at Tijuana River estuary. There have been low overall densities of fish in recent years, especially since 2020. This low density is likely linked to the excess nutrient input and low levels of oxygen presented earlier. I want to note that this graph also shows 2016 and 2017 also exhibited low densities. Researchers noted that this may have been linked to the effects from a marine heat wave that was present at the time. Next slide, please. Additionally, species richness, or the number of different species of fish present, has decreased since 2019. Low species richness is related to overall low diversity, which can impair the resilience of the ecosystem. Next slide, please. The SONGS Mitigation Monitoring Program also annually samples for macroinvertebrates in the wetland, which includes small animals like snails, worms, crabs, and other crustaceans. Macroinvertebrates are important because a diverse, abundant community of them provides strong food chain support for birds and other animals in the wetlands. While the top graph demonstrates that the sample density of macroinvertebrates has not been especially low at the Tijuana River estuary in recent years, the richness, or number of different species present, has decreased. The sampling team shared with us that this decrease in species richness has coincided with an increase in density of species that perform well in hypoxic or low oxygen environments. This included organisms like drainflies. Next slide, please. We would not be responsible scientists if we did not clarify that today's presentation represents only a limited snapshot of the larger patterns in water quality and ecological trends. We did not touch on public health or the other facets of this issue. The data presented cannot be considered definitive proof that the inundation of the Tijuana River estuary by untreated wastewater and sewage is the only factor driving these presented trends. However, it is safe to say that these snapshots clearly indicate that the pollution crisis is likely degrading water quality and habitat. This underscores the urgent need for further research and planning for recovery efforts. The Tijuana River National Estuary Research Reserve will continue to sample the ecology of this system. As for the current status of wastewater treatment, the latest update published by the United States section of the International Boundary and Water Commission notes that some treatment infrastructure remains offline due to excess sedimentation, but that repairs to infrastructure that control flows and a treatment plant is currently under construction and slated to be completed by spring 2025. Thank you for your time today. Please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you for that presentation and for all the work that went into it. Before we move on, I wanted to open the floor to see if commissioners have any questions for Rachel or Holly.
Thanks so much, Cassidy. Commissioner Aguirre, did you have any comments today?
We still have more to discuss through the chair. We still have more to do, but we just thought we would stop on the science.
I'm sorry,
if there are any specific
I misunderstood.
questions there.
So questions in reaction to the staff presentation. Does anyone have any questions? All right, we have Commissioner Cummings and then Commissioner Rice.
I'm wondering if you could go back to the first two slides.
It's a little counterintuitive.
What's that?
It was a little counterintuitive.
Yeah, I had a couple questions just on the, so maybe the next slide.
Yeah.
or next slide?
I think it's slide 5.
Yeah. Sorry.
There you go.
This one. I'm wondering if you could speak to those, because those red circles around the dots, right, they were obviously emphasized, but I couldn't really tell if we touched on those. And so I'm just wondering if we could speak to that, because it seems like in at least the salinity slide, that the salinity has gone up, and we see that the dissolved oxygen, it seems like that's going up, and maybe I misinterpreted this, so I'm wondering if we can.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Go
would,
ahead, Holly.
I would clarify. I agree the graphics are confusing at initial look, because usually when we see an upward line, we think of something increasing. However, looking at dissolved oxygen, for example, on the y-axis there on the left side, this is a count of the number of times that dissolved oxygen was measured low, less than 3 milligrams per liter, which is a threshold for considering the negative impacts on an ecosystem from low dissolved oxygen. So over time, they counted how many times these critically low dissolved oxygen levels were measured. And over here in 2023, you can see that dissolved oxygen was counted many more times at a low level than ever before. And then, does that make sense?
Yes. And then could you go to the next slide?
Okay.
So on this slide, I think it would be good in that red, and maybe this is something like a follow-up, but it seems like over time there's these oscillations, and even when they're kind of small, that you still see the oscillations, and then for it to be flat for that long, and for context, I did some work as a postdoc studying ecosystem carbon balance in the Everglades, measuring aquatic photosynthesis and working with dissolved oxygen sensors, and to just see a flat line like that, it just concerns me, like, is there blockage at the estuary, or like is there sensor failure? Because it would seem like there might be some oscillation there, especially seeing as how on May 5th you start to see these blips again. So I'm just really trying to better understand what's happening in there, and so maybe if there's a way to blow that up in a future presentation, or if we can get a more focused in graph of that, because we should see something happening there. It shouldn't just be flat.
Yeah. Yes, I'm happy to address that right now in simple terms, and we can, if desired, we can bring back something in more detail. But so in this middle graph, you see dissolved oxygen going up and down throughout a day. And then below that, you see the tide levels going up and down throughout a day. And generally, there's enough tidal water to come into the estuary to oxygenate it. Tide comes in, oxygen levels go up. Tide goes out, oxygen levels go down. Throughout history in the estuary, if the mouth was closed, or if there was a very low tide, we would see these flatline areas where the tidal influence, the tidal coming in, did not oxygenate the estuary. However, now with the increased volume of the river flow, we have 4 times the amount of the natural flow coming in as untreated wastewater. It's coming into the river, and the tidal action just cannot push against that water and mix it up to drive oxygenation. And that is what this flat line is here. It's when these low tides are just unable to mix up that huge flow of untreated wastewater, creating hypoxic conditions. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, and that really clarifies why we see that flat line trend. So appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Commissioner Wright, I'm sorry. I was going to go to Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, thank you. And can we just leave that slide up, or go back to it? My question is, and I think you could answer this in relation to the slide that's up. What would you expect this slide to show once the treatment plant comes online in the spring of 2025? What do you expect that this graph would show under similar conditions?
There are 2 actions moving forward to reduce the flow of untreated wastewater. One is bringing the treatment plant online, which has the capacity to treat about 25 million gallons of wastewater a day. The other are improving that infrastructure south of the border that would divert untreated wastewater to the coastline in Mexico. And so if we just fix the treatment plant, then the overall negative impact should be reduced, and we would hopefully see some oxygenation happening here with tidal influence. However, even at 25 million gallons of water per day, we're still having 2 to 3 times as much water as is the baseline flow with the river. So if we have that in addition to those cross-boundary flows that are planned to be diverted to the coastline, we may not see an immediate effect. Really, we're going to have to see not only an improved treatment plant that will reduce the volume of pollutants that eat oxygen, but we're also going to have to see a reduction in the overall flow of wastewater to achieve oxygenation via tidal influence. Does that make sense?
That makes total sense. And when did you say the diversion actions are supposed to happen?
It's constantly in progress, and it looks like every time there's 1 step forward, there's 2 steps back. So I cannot say.
Commissioner Rice, I'll touch on that a little bit too in my comments as well.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Posh and Dr. Hall, for all your work on this. To Commissioner Cummings' point, I think it's important to keep in mind that the tidal fluctuation is dependent on an open river mouth. And I can't help but look back at 2017 when there was a series of strong storm events that closed up the river mouth, and there was a huge die-off of leopard sharks that were nursing in the estuary. So I really appreciate your guys' data, and I think it would be important to, moving forward, not just look, because it was pretty comprehensive, the data that you all had going back to beyond 2017, but with the tidal fluctuation data that you got from the Turner, I think it'd be important to also take a look at the correlation when the plant was working, right? Because it has not been inoperable or out of compliance for that long. So that way we could have empirical information, to Commissioner Rice's point, of the correlation of the plant and what's coming through the river, which is, as you all mentioned, untreated wastewater, including industrial waste. Thank you.
Commissioner Bochco.
Yes, I've read about the CDC coming out next week, I think. Can you just tell me a little bit about, very briefly, what that means and how that came about?
Unfortunately, Commissioner Bochco, I don't have that information. Potentially Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, because I had seen the letter to Secretary Buttigieg, and I wondered perhaps that was the trigger. I just thought, this is amazing, they're finally coming. And anyway, thank you.
Yeah, my understanding is they're coming to do a community health study. I don't think we have a lot of information exactly on what that looks like, but right.
Thank you. Well, hopefully it's linked to the air quality issue. I mean, I think that was the motivating reason for CDC, but we'll hear more about that, I would think, at our next month's report. Once they come out, they'll make findings. The other thing I was just hoping or thinking that might be helpful is some kind of a point to show the increase in population of what's going on in Tijuana and how that's matched up with these other factors too. So I'm thinking, as well as what Commissioner Aguirre was saying in terms of the timeline, I think that that would be helpful too. I may have missed this, but what is the projected date of the opening of the Mexico treatment plant, the new?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll touch on in my comments just providing the kind of timeline and overview of both projects in the U.S. and Mexico.
Okay, why don't you go ahead then, Cassidy?
Yeah.
I think we've answered all the questions.
Excellent, thank you. And I just, on your last point regarding population, I agree that would be a very interesting kind of component to this to look at. The other big component is the amount of construction activities occurring particularly close to the Tijuana River Valley, partly because there aren't typically erosion control methods and measures put in place for those construction projects. And the amount of sediment moving into the system is really a huge driver for the failure of the treatment infrastructure. Everything just gets backed up because it's not just sediment, it's also trash and tires and plastics and all kinds of things that just routinely foul up pumps, fill tanks. It's one of the biggest challenges with managing this system is that massive load of sediment. It just overwhelms the entire treatment system. And so that will continue to be a major part of this story, and helping to manage that is a key component.
And to me, it seems like that kind of management is something that could be done much more easily than the entire repair. Maybe I'm imagining that, but you know, working with Mexico to impose those kinds of processes to protect from that incredible influx of sediment and all of the other toxics that come from a construction site just seems like one of the most critical things based on what you're saying. Okay, so why don't we move forward with the rest of your report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll move on to our next topic. As I noted last month, this marks the one-year anniversary of the Commission's hearing in Imperial Beach and the informational briefing and site visit to the Tijuana River Valley. Accordingly, I wanted to provide an overview of some of the changes that have occurred over that time, the status of some of the ongoing federal projects, additional emerging issues, and some ideas for how the Commission can continue to help move towards a solution in this continuing crisis and mitigation of the damage it's causing. As I start, I also want to acknowledge that much of the information I'll be sharing is also provided in greater detail excuse me, in the Executive Officer's report prepared for yesterday's meeting of the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board. The Regional Board has been similarly grappling with these issues for a number of years now, and this report, available on the Regional Board's website for its October 9th agenda, is an excellent source of current information. Regarding the status of federal projects, a couple notable milestones have been reached or are soon approaching. One is that repairs to the International Treatment Plant are continuing to progress. As of September 30th, 4 of the plant's primary sedimentation tanks have been cleaned out and brought into service, and a 5th is expected to be in service by the end of the month. This is, as I was noting, those tanks have been full of sediment for a long time now and really pose a significant challenge to operation of the plant. As long as these tanks don't get overwhelmed with sediment again and remain in service, Water Board staff anticipates this to significantly increase the treatment levels that are being achieved by the plant. On September 16th, IBWC brought back online the Hollister pump station as well. This pump station has been offline since mid-June and resulted in the release of approximately 62 million gallons of untreated wastewater into the Tijuana River and estuary. Having the pump station functional again will allow these untreated flows to be instead directed to the treatment plant for processing and then released through its offshore outfall. At the end of September, work began on Junction Box 1 at the treatment plant. This junction box has 2 sluice gates that regulate the flow of untreated wastewater into the treatment plant, and both have been out of service for several years now. This means that the 25 million gallon per day capacity of the plant is easily overwhelmed during times of high flow, putting the plant's equipment at risk of failure, resulting in emergency discharges of untreated wastewater through the ocean outfall. Essentially, that junction box controls the flow of what's going into the plant. With it out of service for years, it's just an uninterrupted fire hose of untreated wastewater that completely overwhelms that system. The Water Board established a deadline for completion of this work on the junction box of February 10th, but unfortunately IBWC now anticipates a completion date of May 2025. Having this equipment functional again after so many years would be a major step towards forward, so it's a positive development. The work has finally begun. Finally, I wanted to let you know that the upgrade and expansion project for the International Wastewater Treatment Plant kicked off its design build process last month. This is the project concurred with the Commission back in May of last year, and it will more than double the plant's treatment capacity from 25 million gallons a day to 50 million gallons a day with a peak capacity of 75 million gallons a day. Timing estimates are roughly 20 months for the design and then an additional 5 years for construction. So it's still a ways off in the future. The implementation of a design build process is anticipated to cut that timeline by as much as 18 months because they're not just waiting for all the design to be done before they start work. They're going to be working on it simultaneously as much as possible. I also want to share some brief updates regarding work in Mexico. First off, a diversion structure and pump station for the Tijuana River within the city of Tijuana was put into service in early September and is now working to divert Tijuana River flows from coming into California and instead sending them into an ocean discharge point about 5 miles south of the border at Punta Banderas. This significantly reduces river flows. As Holly was mentioning in her presentation, those are the two main drivers for the situation at the estuary. The lack of capacity of the plant, but then also all these flows in through the river. So this is expected to be a major improvement in that sense. Secondly, Mexico also started construction work back in January to bring the San Antonio de los Buenos treatment plant back online. This project has been fully funded by Mexico, and completion is expected by the end of this year. Once operational, this plant will reduce discharges of untreated wastewater on the Mexican side of the border by up to 18 million gallons per day. In addition to these projects, other efforts are also underway, including repairs to the collector systems, pump stations in Mexico, and installation of backup power supplies, including some that are providing power from the US more reliably. Well, all of these projects are helping to address a number of the issues we've been discussing over the past year and are expected to provide measurable benefits in the coming months. The fact remains the situation remains dire. Lack of erosion control measures for projects in Mexico exacerbate flows of sediment into the collection and treatment system in California and threatens to set things back significantly when heavy rainfall events occur, as we saw with Hurricane Hilary. In addition, our emerging understanding of the public health implications of exposure to poor air quality from sewage discharges elevates the urgency for achieving meaningful reductions in these discharges. Finally, the International Treatment Plant has been out of compliance with its Clean Water Act authorization for many years now. The Regional Water Board has issued 11 notices of violations, a cease and desist order, and a time schedule order within the past several years, in addition to pursuing litigation. All of these efforts have been to hold IBWC accountable and prompt corrective actions by ratcheting up pressure and establishing firm consequences for continued permit violations. While there has been recent progress in bringing down the number of water quality exceedances, as of today, IBWC's treatment plant remains well short of compliance with its Clean Water Act permit. I bring this to your attention in particular because it directly relates to the Commission's regulatory role in reviewing and concurring with IBWC's consistency determination for construction and operation of the treatment plant. When the Commission first considered that project in 1994, it raised a number of concerns related to water quality impacts and based its decision on the understanding and assumption that the plant would obtain and operate in compliance with a Clean Water Act permit, also known as an NPDES permit. For the past several years, the plant has not been operating in compliance with that permit and has frequently violated water quality protection standards. Commission reviews of subsequent IBWC projects involving the treatment plant further emphasized its concerns about the adverse impacts to water quality, habitat, wildlife, and public access and recreation of poorly treated or untreated wastewater flows from the plant, including those directed to the Tijuana River. In fact, the Commission's findings from its 1996 consideration of a revised project involving the construction and operation of the International Treatment Plant raised many of the exact issues we've been hearing about over the past year regarding beach closures, noxious odors, as well as those at the estuary we heard about just now from Holly and Rachel. While its findings from these projects show the Commission seriously weighed the status quo of no treatment plant when reviewing these projects, it still clearly established its concerns about adverse impacts to coastal resources resulting from the treatment plant failing to operate adequately and noted the additional review that would be needed if conditions changed and the assumptions underlying its concurrence were disproven. This appears to be the situation we find ourselves in today. The plant has not been adequately funded and maintained over the years to keep pace with the growing volume of wastewater and sediment directed towards it. It's failed to operate in compliance with its MPDS permit since at least 2021. Issues identified by the Water Board include over 220 self-reported exceedance of secondary treatment standards and effluent limitations between September of 2021 and September of 2023. Missing reports and approximately 214 other violations of the Water Board's 2021 NPDS permit standard provisions have occurred. Based on staff's assessment, IBWC's failures to operate consistent with the terms of the Clean Water Act authorization call into question the plant operations consistency with the scope of the project the Commission concurred with and the assumptions it based that decision on. The Commission clearly expected the plant to remain in operation under the terms of its MPDS permit, and the fact that it has not done so for several years now indicates that the plant is being operated substantially differently from what the Commission concurred with and is adversely affecting coastal resources as a result, including public access and recreation, water quality, marine biological productivity, and protected terrestrial and marine habitats. To address these issues, we would recommend that the Commission act today to direct staff to prepare a letter to IBWC detailing the results of our consistency review and requesting that IBWC and EPA take remedial actions. We welcome the Commission's input and direction on the specific actions to identify. These actions could include regulatory steps, such as requesting that IBWC carry out supplemental federal consistency review, and/or efforts to directly offset the coastal resource impacts of the plant's failure, such as habitat restoration work, efforts to enhance public access and recreation in the area, provision of air filters for areas chronically affected by sewer gases, and the like. We reached out to IBWC staff last month to provide them with notice that we were carrying out this analysis of the Commission's past review actions and would continue close coordination with them during the development of this letter to ensure the Commission's requests do not have the unintended consequence of pulling resources away from its ongoing efforts to comply with its NPDS permit or move forward with the various projects described earlier that will lead to meaningful improvements to the ongoing situation. We consider the most important steps that IBWC can take to be completion of the recently started and pending work on the treatment plant and associated collection and pumping system. This is a large part of why we are recommending this more informal approach to identifying and working with IBWC to address the inconsistencies between the current operation of the treatment plant and what the Commission previously concurred with. Also worth considering would be the additional coordination efforts between Commission staff and staff of the Regional Water Quality Control Board and Air Pollution Control District, since all three agencies are now confronted with regulatory challenges as a result of the situation with the treatment plant. With that, I'll conclude my comments and stand by for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Cassidy. I think what we should do is take a short break, take a bio break for 10 minutes. It's about 10 minutes to 10, so why don't we come back to 11, excuse me. Why don't we come back at 5 minutes after 11? I think what we'll do is we'll go to public comment on this matter, bring it back to the Commission to discuss the proposed letter and any other actions. All right, so everyone will be back at 5 minutes after 11. All right, so at this time we're going to go to public comment on this item. And how many speakers do we have? Chris is just returning.
Okay, we have 12 speakers for this item.
12 speakers, all right. Each speaker will have 2 minutes.
All right, we'll start with people in the room with Maura Glovins, Ellie Perez, and then Friha Siddiqui. So Maura Glovins, or if anyone heard their name, you can approach.
Yeah, and feel free to come up and be prepared to speak after the speaker before you.
And then could you please turn that mic on with the, there you go. Give us a second to unmute the room.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, Honorable Chair Hart and Coastal Commissioners. My name is Maura Glovins, and I'm a San Diego resident and graduate student at Scripps Institute of Oceanography. I stand before you today urging you to draft letters to the EPA and IBWC expressing the urgency and severity of the pollution problem in the Tijuana River Valley. I will use my time today to echo and emphasize that this is a major threat to the community's public health and access rights. Before moving to San Diego, I had lived in many other coastal communities across the U.S. I had experienced red tide events in Florida, as well as flooding and stormwater runoff issues in Savannah, Georgia. I don't wish to downplay these issues, but rather use them as a baseline. 50 million gallons of sewage entering a beach every day is not a normal issue across the U.S. A multi-year trend of hypoxia, as we saw before in the ecological presentation, is not a normal issue. Year-long beach closures are also not a common issue I've ever seen. In addition to my role as a student, I am also an environmental educator. I was especially disheartened to learn that the South Bay schools have limited outdoor exposure for students despite them having a coastal resource in their backyard that is unfortunately more harmful than good. The environmental education community often teaches about the importance of ecosystem services, a major reason why we value our coast for its numerous economic and environmental benefits. How will students in South Bay learn about benefits such as water filtration and clean air if their only experience with the ocean is a body of toxins threatening their own health? This narrative is flawed and it needs help from its leaders to correct it. I urge the Commission to draft letters for this issue to emphasize its severity, providing more funding and support to the people of South Bay, Tijuana, and San Diego. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Ellie Perez, Friha Siddiqui, and then Rochelle Poblete. Ellie Perez.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Hart and Coastal Commissioners. My name is Ellie Perez. I am a graduate student at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and I am here today to express my strong support for the Commission's letter to the IBWC and EPA. I also wish to echo the comments and requests made earlier. As Surfrider has described this, it's the biggest health crisis you've never heard of, and it's time to change that. It is essential that the Coastal Commission leads the charge on addressing this crisis and ensuring that no more time is lost. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next, Friha Siddiqui, Rochelle Poblete, and Jamie Kosan.
Good morning, Chair Hart, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Friha Siddiqui. I'm a graduate student at the University of California, San Diego's Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Thank you for making the time to consider additional action on the transboundary pollution crisis. This is one of the most severe and enduring violations of the Clean Water Act. I would like to express my support for the Commission's letter to the IBWC and EPA, and I would also like to urge the Commission to again request an emergency declaration at all levels of the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Rochelle Poblete, Jamie Kosan, and then Philip Musegas.
Hello, good day, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Rochelle Poblete, and I am here representing Azul. I am also a resident of San Diego, born and raised. I'd like to thank you for continuing to include the transboundary pollution crisis in your monthly agenda. Commissioner Aguirre, for continuing to be a champion for frontline communities that are impacted daily by toxic contamination in the Tijuana watershed. We appreciate the Commission's continued attention to this crisis, and it has been pivotal in getting the attention of other agencies and elected officials. Addressing this issue will take coordination by both state and federal agencies, so we appreciate your continued efforts. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, Jamie Kosan, Philip Musegas, and then Sarah Davidson.
Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Jamie. I am the Executive Director of our YMCA of San Diego County overnight camps, including Camp Surf, which is right on the Silver Strand on Navy Base Coronado next to Imperial Beach. We have suffered tremendous impacts of this transboundary pollution crisis, which really is preventing youth access to the ocean and damaging our overall culture and really a significant loss of our impact as an organization and our business as well, representing thousands of kids. And what that looks like is 100% closures through our key impact months. Thank you, Commissioners, for taking the time to consider additional action on the pollution crisis, and thank you, Commissioner Aguirre, for your leadership on the issue. This worsening public health crisis and environmental justice crisis is preventing coastal access for most of the year and making our community sick, and their quality of life has severely been impacted. We support the Commissioner's letter to the IBWC and the EPA, and also urge the Commission to again request a state of emergency declaration at all levels of government. We recognize that folks are getting tired. This has been going on for a long time, but we have to keep the accelerator down and keep up the momentum and keep folks accountable. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Musegas, Sarah Davidson, and Mitch Silverstein.
Good morning. My name is Philip Musegas. I'm the Executive Director of San Diego Coastkeeper. Thank you to the staff for the presentation about the ecological impact and the update on the infrastructure improvements that have happened. Despite the progress that we have seen, and we have seen some, this crisis is continuing, and I just want to highlight a couple of things. The San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board issued a notice of violation on September 25th, focused on the discharge of untreated sewage and toxic chemicals from the Hollister pump station failure. There was 62 million gallons of untreated waste that flowed into the Tijuana River Valley, 91 days of violations, and this included not just sewage, but toxic chemicals. If you look at the monitoring data that IBWC did to look at what was being discharged into the valley, this included toluene, which is a very toxic chemical, along with a number of other chemicals. So it's worth looking at that and noting that this crisis is continuing. I'm just going to briefly read an excerpt from the notice of violation to highlight the incompetence that IBWC continues to demonstrate in maintaining their facility. And quote, prior to the Hollister pump station failure, the discharger, which is IBWC, was aware since at least July 2023 that both 25-year-old surge tanks at the Hollister Street pump station had, quote, not been inspected since the original installation date, end quote, and based upon US IBWC and/or Veolia staff observations, the tanks are partially full of grit. And so I highlight this to note that this agency cannot be trusted. We need continual verification, and I thank the Commission for paying attention to these issues. I'll just end on a personal note. I live in Pacific Beach, and we have clean air, we have clean water. I slept very well last night. If I lived in Imperial Beach, I would have been waking up with nausea and vomiting and headaches every night of my life, and so this has to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Davidson, Mitch Silverstein, and then our Zoom speakers, starting with Gary Brown. Yep.
Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Sarah Davidson, and I manage the Clean Border Water Now program at the Surfrider Foundation. I speak on behalf of our 4,000 members across San Diego County. Thank you for the opportunity to comment about the ongoing emergency in the Tijuana River Valley and surrounding areas. Commissioner Aguirre, thank you especially for your unwavering and courageous leadership in the face of this daunting catastrophe. We support the proposed letter, and we appreciate the ongoing support from the Commission to address this crisis. Additionally, we ask that you take further steps in urging Governor Newsom and President Biden to declare an emergency so that we can get the immediate relief and infrastructure solutions we need. 1 year ago, when the Commission came down to Imperial Beach and toured the border, you were able to see with your own eyes just how bad the pollution is and hear directly from community members who have to live with unsafe air and water day after day. Every month since then, the crisis has gotten tangibly worse. As we have already heard, the river no longer has enough oxygen to support fish and other aquatic life. Odor complaints from residents in close proximity to the river have multiplied exponentially. Alarms have been raised by scientists studying air quality and public health, and pediatricians have voiced concerns about the many cases of new onset migraine headaches, gastrointestinal illnesses, asthma exacerbations, respiratory infections, and conjunctivitis they have seen in children living around the hotspot where unsafe levels of hydrogen sulfide have been found in the air by researchers. The communities of this transborder region continue to be neglected even now that we have scientists sharing eye-opening data proving that we need immediate county, state, and federal intervention. It's not enough to simply provide monthly updates and send letters. We all need this commission to act with urgency and all of your influence to get our governor and our president to declare an emergency. And lastly, I just wanted to note that this Sunday we have a massive standing of solidarity with impacted communities and allies at Pier Plaza in Imperial Beach at noon. We hope you'll join us, and please, everyone who's listening, join us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitch Silverstein, Gary Brown, and Mona Kuzensky.
Honorable Chair and Commissioners, Mitch Silverstein, Surffighter Foundation. Thanks so much for your concern and work on this ongoing environmental and public health tragedy. I don't have too much to add that Sarah, my colleague, didn't already say, but just felt compelled to speak as well. I think we can all agree this is the most dire situation occurring presently on the California coast. And really the question that I would like answered is what can the Commission do to help, or maybe more appropriately, what more can the Commission do to help? Of course, we support drafting another letter to US IBWC and the EPA, but I do feel like that's kind of like the baseline starting point of what should be done. And again, I hope you can discuss what more could be done. I don't actually have the answer to that question, but I know that there's more that could be done. For example, as Sarah had said, and as Commissioner Aguirre has really spearheaded, and every single city mayor in San Diego County has expressed support for, is the declaration of a state of emergency, which could really streamline things and get more immediate action, because we know that there's some long-term plans in place that Cassidy did a great job of highlighting, but even though those long-term plans are getting closer and closer, the situation on the ground every day is getting worse and worse ever since I've been in San Diego for about 10 years. So yeah, support the letter, but if you all could really support and urge an emergency declaration, that would matter a lot. Also, there's a new effort from County Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remmer to petition the EPA for a Superfund site designation, which again could just create more money and resources and political will for immediate action. I would hope the Commission could support that as well. Unfortunately, our county board kind of had cold feet about it, for lack of a better word, but I know that that Supervisor Lawson-Remmer wants to continue to find supporters and partners in that effort. So that's another thing. And then it really sounds to me from the presentation that basically the IBWC is not in federal consistency. So that would be another thing I'd ask you to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving to Zoom, Gary Brown, followed by Mona Kuzensky, and then Dan Wadman. Gary Brown. Gary, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself. And I've asked you to start your video.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Gary Brown. I live in Imperial Beach. First, want to thank staff for the status report. Secondly, I support your letters to EPA and IBWC, but writing to agencies points out a problem. Who's in charge? Therefore, I suggest that you support federal legislation offered by Senator Padilla and Representative Scott to put one agency, EPA, in charge. Secondly, please note that we're dealing with something much more than hazardous waste. It's chemicals and metals. Perhaps we should change the title of the item to transboundary flows of hazardous materials. Personally, my breathing has noticeably deteriorated since nitrogen sulfide and perhaps nitrogen cyanide were released from the river and perhaps the treatment plant. Asthma is becoming endemic in South Bay. Two other suggestions. Please request a transparent, understandable time frame from EPA that will illustrate to the whole public when significant events are due to happen. Secondly, please ask the State Department, IBWC's home agency, to provide foreign aid to Mexico to do whatever's necessary to stop the pollution now, and in the long term, build and maintain adequate infrastructure to prevent all pollution in the future. And finally, continue your work to urge Governor Newsom and the President to declare a state of emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Mona Kaczynski, Dan Watman, and then Courtney Baltiski. Mona Kaczynski.
Yes, hello, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Mona Kaczynski. I'm with the Friends of Friendship Park. I want to thank the Commission for all of their hard work over these many months and the staff and all of the other speakers here on this item. I think we're all in agreement that this is a critical crisis and we all need to work together to make something happen. We are here to represent our slice of the human environment. 1 year ago, the California Coastal Commission toured Borderfield State Park, including a visit to Monument Mesa, overlooking the beautiful Pacific Ocean. Monument Mesa is the ancestral land of the Kumeyaay and the historic location of our nation's first border monument with Mexico. And it's also the heart of Friendship Park. Friendship Park is the cross-border meeting place where the Pacific Ocean meets the US-Mexico border. It's where people of goodwill have gathered for cross-border concerts, picnics, yoga classes, worship services, gardening, and more. And it is also the place where family members who are unable to cross the border, such as Californians with DACA status, meet to visit with loved ones on the other side. These Californians who travel to Friendship Park for family reunions come from zip codes throughout our state, including from your communities. As the champions of the right of the public to access California's coastal resources, you already know that the cross-border pollution crisis has devastated beach access in San Diego's South Bay communities. The beach closures have not only eliminated the possibility of safe enjoyment of beach and coastal resources in the city of Imperial Beach, but also in Borderfield State Park, the home of Friendship Park. Borderfield State Park has been completely closed to visitors, vehicles, pedestrians, hikers, bicyclists, equestrians, everyone for 14 months. For 14 months, the people of San Diego South Bay have had no access to the beach at their state park as a result of cross-border pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Dan Watman, followed by Courtney Baltiski. Courtney, we're not seeing you in the meeting, so if you're in the meeting, please raise your hand. And then Dan Watman, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Dan Watman. I'm the program director for the Friends of Friendship Park. I'm actually calling from the Mexican side, right at Friendship Park on Kumeyaay land, where there is currently a group of young volunteers from both sides working to improve the Mexican half of our native plant garden and our park. I really appreciate the opportunity to include our ideals of people being in harmony with each other and the environment across borders, across barriers in general. History has proven that a piecemeal approach to protecting the natural and cultural resources of the coastal borderlands has not really worked. A comprehensive, interagency, fully funded commitment to clean up and protect coastal resources is what we really need. And so we invite you to, one, support the effort of our local congressional representatives to strengthen the interagency federal response to the pollution crisis by designating US EPA as a lead agency. I echo other speakers who have continued to implore Governor Newsom to declare a state of emergency to mobilize needed funding and resources to address this emergency, and invite Governor Newsom to visit Friendship Park and meet with the local congressional representatives and community members to experience firsthand the power of meeting with people who celebrate cross-border friendship and connection. And I encourage and track the California State. I encourage you to track the California State Park plan to create an all-weather vehicle access road at Borderfield State Park, and long overdue and very needed infrastructure improvement. Year-round access is critical to ensuring California access to our state coastal resources in South Bay. And on the note of the EPA being the lead agency there, There was another wall and storm gate called recently that the EPA heavily warned about the possibility of debris blocking because of the design of those storm gates, which would catastrophically flood Tijuana, downtown Tijuana. And so I just want to get that on the radar. And also I'll be at the event on Sunday that Sarah mentioned, and I hope to see you there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then I'm not seeing Courtney Baltiski, so Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time then, I'll bring it back to staff for comments in response to the public comment, and then we'll come back to the commission.
I just note that we have some slides ready in case you would like those, but otherwise, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I mentioned that it might be helpful. I thought that that initial slide that showed all of the different elements that go into this crisis, or the solution potentially to the crisis, that it would be helpful if the commission would like, we could put that slide up. So could we do that? Do you know what we're talking about?
Chris, it's the first slide of the ones I just sent you, or the third slide of Dr. Hall and Pausch's presentation, whichever is easiest.
Right, then we can, I know it's a little hard to see. I would just note you can blow it up on your computers, commissioners, if you want.
So I would just draw your attention to in the center of this image is that International Wastewater Treatment Plant. You'll see kind of roughly running through the middle a dashed line that represents the border. And so you can tell that there's a lot of elements to the overall collection and treatment system that are in Mexico. That treatment plant that IBWC operates is really the kind of key feature, one of the key features in California in terms of treatment, and that's what the commission had reviewed consistency determinations on in prior years.
Thanks so much. So the letter that you are proposing would be with regard to the consistency determination on that plant, just for context. All right, so let me open it up for commissioner questions and comments. Commissioner Aguirre, could we begin with you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick update that I also want to share, and then I have a few comments. So I just want to report that the City of San Diego Council has passed a resolution also joining the call for a state of emergency declaration. As one of the commenters mentioned, the County Board of Supervisors for the San Diego County considered beginning the process to designate the parts of the Tijuana River Valley as a Superfund site. Unfortunately, that did not have enough votes. That was championed by Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and supported by Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. Despite it failing the vote, we're still going to move forward with that. I'm going to join that petition along with National City Mayor Ron Morrison and a number of different Tijuana River Valley residents who, by the way, have been hospitalized recently due to the high levels of chemicals and toxic gases. So we're going to move forward with that effort. I also, obviously goes without saying that I'm in full support of staff's recommendation to bring back a letter, to take a second look at the concurrency, to look at all the other alternatives, because it is the biggest coastal issue in our entire state. And I think it was a very thorough presentation to talk about the ecological impacts to the estuary research reserve, very concerned about the lack of biodiversity in the assessment that was there. I'd like to remind everybody this is a stop in the Pacific Flyway, and it could have very severe effects on the food chain. The hypoxic conditions are extremely concerning. Even though we only discussed the estuary itself, we haven't even taken a look or deeper look at an effort that took Californians years, if not decades, to establish, which is a state marine conservation area at the river mouth, the Tijuana River MPA. It's 1,600 acres that are part of over 500,000 acres statewide, which also ecologically connect to the over 2 million acres of conservation areas of the Biosphere Reserve of the Pacific Islands of Mexico. I'd also like to remind everybody that that's an important corridor for marine mammals that travel south to reproduce in the coast off of Baja California. And you know, the amount of plastics and debris and tires have great risk of marine mammal entanglement. As I mentioned in the last meeting, the fact that marine mammals are now dying of sepsis for bacteria that's directly related to sewage contamination is also extremely concerning. But obviously most concerning are the chemicals and toxics that are found in not just the river valley, but the river mouth and the coast, up to 170 organic and inorganic chemicals, as was mentioned earlier, some of the ones that can be very detrimental to human health. So I just want to appreciate my colleagues' support and patience in having this be a monthly item. I know that's not easy, but we cannot be complacent, because we may think that we're powerless, but I would argue we're powerful. We have the biggest platform and biggest voice of anybody in the state, and I think that the fact that we were placed here by the voters of California in 1976 gives us that platform and that responsibility to continue to advocate for solutions. Now, and I just also want to make very clear that the International Wastewater Treatment Plant expansion and rehabilitation, once it's fixed, and the rehabilitation of the sewage treatment plant south of the border is still not going to address the 20 million gallons of flow, of year-round flow, in a rivering system that should only flow when it rains. Now it's flowing year-round, and there is no plan for that. And that is why we need the state of emergency, so that we can accelerate or even waive the reviews and processes to accelerate diversion and treatment. And Chair, to your earlier point, you made a really good point about source control regarding sediment and trash across the border. Diplomatic efforts and advocacy efforts across the border are important, but they're not the only solution to this issue. We need to implement sediment capture basins on the U.S. side. We need to implement trash capture devices so that we could protect the ecological integrity of the estuary itself, and so that we could also divert and treat these very concerning industrial flows that are having such detrimental effects on human health as well. So I'll pause there and turn it back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. I just have a really quick follow-up on that. Is that within the jurisdiction of the IBWC, those type of collectors, those type of
They would be on IBWC jurisdiction first and foremost, so yes.
So they would be the entity, because I mean, I'm anticipating we would include that in the letter, since that's...
My recommendation, in addition to the letter to IBWC and EPA, would be to send a letter directly to the IBWC's overseer, which is President Biden.
Okay. All right, let me turn to my fellow commissioners and ask if there are any other comments. Commissioner Uranga, followed by Commissioner Bochco. And then, did come.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank Commissioner Aguirre for bringing this up. I've been dealing with this issue since 2015, since I first came up to the commission with Commissioner Cox, who represented the San Diego area back in the day. Commissioner Bochco recalls that. So that we are at this point of sending a letter to IBWC is long overdue. But I also want to agree with her that we need to get to their boss, which is the president. We need to get this resolved. We need to get it done. You can say in Spanish, ya basta. Enough is enough. We've been dealing with this, I've been dealing with this for the past 10 years. And there's appears to be no resolution in sight. So we need to move on. We need to accelerate it. when you have Imperial Beach's most visible public servant have to carry an aspirator to clear her lungs, and she's the most visible public servant, what about the residents, the citizens of Imperial Beach and the greater Imperial Beach area, who are just as, if not more so, affected by this health disaster? So I want to lend my support to the letter, as well as bumping that up a bit, because we need to definitely do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Uranga. All right, we'll go to Commissioner Bochco, Escalante, and Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just, first of all, thank Commissioner Aguirre, sorry, my brain went like that, for really putting herself out there in a way the commission is 12 people, and so it's really hard to be individually heard. And you've been so smart and educated, and of course with our incredibly responsive staff, I think you and they have accomplished so much just getting this in front of people. I also want to say in support of Commissioner Uranga, I was down here 10 years ago, and I remember we were having a meeting at the supervisors of San Diego's offices, and it was such a bad smell, and I was walking in with the supervisor who was at that time on our commission, and I said, "What is that?" I said, "This is really very bad." And he said, "Oh yeah," he said, "it's the Tijuana River and the sewage," but he didn't make it sound like something that was actually really critical. So when Commissioner Aguirre came on, and I learned really more about it, I was a little surprised that people haven't been more vocal, more, demanding of their rights. And I have to say, in my mind, and this may be a prejudice, but I do feel that government tends not to take as much notice, and I'm talking about all government, not just local, and of communities that are poor. Imperial Beach is not a rich city. If this was going on, I do believe this, in Los Angeles or San Francisco, I think it would have been dealt with, because there would have been enough voices that were prominent. So I would encourage everyone in this community, everyone, whether you're prominent or not, get out there. If you want to do demonstrations or you want to do letters to your representative, it's important and it works. So I'm here to do whatever I can to support Commissioner Aguirre, to our staff, to Imperial Beach, so this can finally be resolved. I mean, those of us who worked on the MPAs, this is just devastating, right? We worked really hard for years and years, and they finally came into fruition only to be polluted and poisoned. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vice Chair Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Be quick. This is catastrophic failure of basic infrastructure required for human habitation in a densely populated and highly ecological valuable area is a monumentally insidious environmental and public health emergency. Life in our southernmost coast is becoming unbearable due to this crisis, as we've heard. And this is not just a bad smell problem. This is the biggest environmental, health, justice, and natural resources disaster in our coast. And I am so grateful for the community's advocacy. Even though this is a disinvested, disenfranchised, sort of seen as remote community, and as it's been treated since this problem has been happening, as a community that, the problems matter less. So I'm grateful for also Commissioner Aguirre's courageous leadership. I know this has come at enormous cost to her in many ways, and of course the focused attention of this commission. So, you know, every day that continues to go by without improvement is another day of our government's failure, and this is at all levels and at both sides of the border. So I'm glad the CDC's coming out, but we really do need the federal government's all hands on deck to improve the conditions for these communities and this coastal ecosystem. So I do join our fellow commissioners and do respectfully ask others to join us in directing staff not just to do the letters for IWC and the consistency issues, but to send a letter to the Biden administration and request a state of emergency declaration. So with that, I'll hand it off to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Cummings and Commissioner Newsom, did you also have a comment? So Commissioner Cummings.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank everyone for all their years of support and bringing awareness to this issue, and also for the Commission for constantly trying to keep attention on this issue, because if we don't continue to get updates and continue to have these conversations, then eventually people will just stop thinking about it and stop caring, and then they'll just kind of, you know, go into the ether. And I think it's really good that we're getting these updates, because it also allows us to understand what progress is being made. And so I do want to actually start there, because I just, you know, I mean, from a year ago till now, and from a lot of the pressure that's being put on at the various levels, we're seeing work being done. And I think that needs to be acknowledged and that needs to be celebrated, because, you know, when we're hearing about, you know, pipelines or parts of these plants that, you know, that had gone years and years without being in operation, and now they're moving forward. I mean, I think there's a lot of credit that should be given to not only us, but everyone who's been stepping up to really try to put pressure on us being able to make progress. And I think that with that being said, you know, this is gonna take a long time. I mean, I think we should be honest. Even if $1 billion showed up tomorrow, it would still take a really long time for us to be able to get to where we wanna be, which is to have no effluent flowing out of that river, or at least it's, double treatment, tertiary treatment, so that what's flowing out of there is much cleaner than what is flowing out of there currently. And so, you know, I just hope that as we're continuing to have these conversations, we are acknowledging the steps that are being made, because I think that the agencies we're working with, you know, we can only do this if we're partners, and the way for us to be partners is by doing this in collaboration. That being said, I think that now that the CDC is getting on board and other agencies are paying attention, it's really going to help us to be able to continue to make progress. And I'd actually advocate, because my understanding is that, you know, there's military bases down there, and this is impacting, you know, our soldiers. And when we're going to have another conversation about, you know, national defense later, and I wish they were in the room right now, you know, to really get them to hear what's happening. But this is affecting the people who are supposed to be protecting our country as well. And so with the amount of money that we spend on national defense, I think that maybe we need to advocate that some of that money goes towards this to help protect the health and well-being of our soldiers, which may actually help, you know, accelerate this as well. And so with all that being said, I do support the letters, you know, that we can send, and, you know, I hope that we can continue to bring more partners and more attention to this situation so we can get this cleaned up. And I guess the last thing I'll end on, because I know we want to get to lunch, we want to move on, is that, and I'm just going to be really blunt, like, this election means so much to this actually being able to, us being able to continue this effort, because, you know, having a potential president who has insulted our border partners in the past, for that person to get back in office would mean that we would not see funding coming towards this. And all the people who are stepping up to advocate, I mean, especially those in elected positions, you know, we need to make sure that those people stay in those positions, and we get more people who are going to be strong advocates for this, because when it comes down to it, it's budget. And if people aren't going to prioritize this as something that they value in the budget, then we're just going to be, you know, screaming into the ether. And so I just hope people take this into consideration, given that us Californians have received our ballots and it's time to vote. And I hope that we can vote for our values, and those values will reflect supporting the Tijuana River pollution crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Cummings. I just could not agree with you more. It's just such a critical moment in time. Commissioner Newsom.
Thank you. As a sister of San Diego County with the mayor, I commend you on bringing this forward again and again. And it seems like it was too long ago that I joined you a year ago, almost today, at the Tijuana River Valley to investigate this. And yes, we do talk about the steps that are being taken, but I wonder at this point today, what further action needs to be made? Is it instruction to staff to draft this letter declaring a state of emergency to be declared by the President of the United States of America and hopefully the governor? What else is there at today's juncture that needs to be done or is recommended and requested by you?
Thanks so much, Commissioner. All right, I have a few comments. I'm sorry, is there something? Yeah, I heard you, and we're going to return to that now, what's before us today. First of all, of course, I want to align myself with everything that's been said, including the incredible gratitude for everything that Commissioner Aguirre has done at her own personal expense, both personal, politically, and physically, what she's dealt with in terms of your own health. Not to be too detailed on that, but everyone in Imperial Beach is feeling the impacts of this situation. You know, I'd note that in terms of what could we do, you know, the Mexican military in January became involved in the repairs. The National Guard isn't out of the question in my mind. I mean, to me, it should be all hands on deck for this very, very serious situation, and we just aren't seeing that. And I have to agree with the perspective expressed by Commissioner Bochco. We sit here in San Diego, and Imperial Beach and the Tijuana River might as well be on Mars almost. You don't really hear about it. You don't read about it. I mean, I know it's been on the cover of the paper, and I've seen it, but it's a crisis. It's an absolute crisis. So in discussing what we should do today, what we've discussed with the staff going into this is, yes, we could move forward to hold hearings on reconsideration of the consistency finding. What would the impact be if we do that on IBWC? What would the impact be on them having to attend more to that than what we're actually wanting them to do, which is, as Cassidy mentioned, you know, accomplish the goal of getting these repairs done and spending every second that they have addressing this issue. And that's why we're coming before the commission today with this initial recommendation for a very strongly worded letter on addressing the failures of the requirements of the initial consistency determination. So Commissioner Newsom, that's why at this time we're recommending this approach. It sounds like you're in agreement, Commissioner Aguirre, at this moment. I'm not clear on that, but that's my impression. So what I was hoping we could do, Cassidy, is that you could restate the elements of the letter, and also could you address whether this could also be sent? It should certainly be sent, obviously, to the State Resources Agency, so they know what's going on, and they have been involved. Everyone, the EPA secretary, the secretary of our resource secretary, make sure that everyone in our state legislature is aware of what's going on and how we're approaching this. I'd be curious if you could address the idea that this should also, of course, go, in my opinion, should go to President Biden, to the administration. So if you could detail the elements and then the approach.
Yeah, thanks. I'll take that first part first. In terms of the elements, the way we were considering it is focusing on those Coastal Act sections and coastal resources most affected by the situation, right? And so first and foremost, public access and recreation. We know that these beaches in this area, it's kind of an expanding area of closure, but it's been protracted for, I don't know, what are we, close to 1,000 days now. And so that's one of the kind of fundamental pieces. The other pieces are water quality, right? We heard about that. We know it's quite obvious how water quality is being negatively affected. and then the kind of subsequent lead-on effects from that decline in water quality. So to marine biological productivity, for example, areas of special biological significance, so that would include that marine protected area, as well as wetlands. We heard about how the estuary is really suffering from this situation. Those are all resources protected under the Coastal Act. And so that was what we were thinking in terms of the letter and keying it into those coastal resources most affected by the situation. And then one approach would be to specifically identify measures that could be done to help alleviate those impacts and to offset them. I think that's something that has been missing to date. A lot of the focus, rightly so, has been on, okay, what do we need to do to correct these ongoing challenges? But taking it kind of to the next step is there something that could be done to recognize that these resources have been suffering for years, to offset that in some way?
Right, and I'm assuming also that we would look at the consistency determination and detail the way that the requirements of the consistency determination have been completely violated that you detailed earlier. So those would all be, I guess, broken down based on these categories of public access, of water quality, and of wetlands. I'm going to turn to Commissioner Aguirre and then to Commissioner Lowenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to answer your question, I do support this letter, and I would add that the Tijuana River Valley Campground, which is some of our low-cost accommodations for an already underserved community, has been closed since January 22nd. So the impacts of not just coastal access, as some of the speakers mentioned, to Borderfield State Park, Borderfield State Beach, to the beaches of Imperial Beach, but also to low-cost opportunities to spend the night. Separately from that, I just want to clarify my support for this letter to IBWC with a copy to the President, but also in addition to that, the direct request to the White House to ask for a state of emergency declaration, for which I heard at least 6 of our commissioners express support for. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowenberg.
I would add the letter should also go to our 2 senators who really have been involved in this or tried, and I think pushing them is a great way to go. I would caution, and there are always unforeseen consequences in things we do. In the private sector, if you are designated in a Superfund site, it adds about 50% additional cost to the cleanup, and it slows you down by years. So I don't know in the public sector if it's the same, but I would want to know before proceeding with designating a Superfund site. I know in the private sector we do everything we can to stay out of that and work with the local water boards and local. I know, but the unforeseen consequences, it could slow everything down and add immense costs. So I just throw that out as a caution. I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. I just think understanding sometimes what you step into, and then I want to say I think that pressuring the federal government, I know it's hard and all that, but I think that's a better course than the state government at this point in time.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Lowenberg. And to your comment, as far as I understood, the 2 letters were not included anything to do with Superfund site designation. That is separate. That's a local-led effort. And I'll just add that there are many case studies that show the economic benefit of once you have a Superfund designation site to property values in real estate, because the very cleanup and remediation efforts contribute to increases in property value. But thank you for your comment.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thanks. I just wanted to, if we're talking about our authority again, which we were talking about, if we were talking about our authority and our in terms of the recreational impacts and those sorts of things, I wanted to also mention that these estuarine systems are highly valued in terms of their biomass that is produced. And I want to, if we're referencing this, that is really important, because when you have these anoxic situations, then It's in every organism from the bottom up is impacted, in that diversity, the biodiversity that was talked about is extremely important, but also for bait fish, and so it actually impacts the ecosystem for recreational fishing offshore as well. And so I just want to make sure that we are accounting for the ecosystem importance of the estuarine itself. Thanks.
That's a great point. All right, so what we have before us, and would this go to a vote of the commission to authorize this? Right. Okay, so what we have before us, and then I'll ask for a motion, is a letter that would go to IBWC and to the various political entities that have already been recognized, including the president, federal senators, as well as more informationally, I believe, to the state government, requesting a state of emergency and specifically referencing the violations of the consistency determination that the commission gave to IBWC at the time of the construction of the plant, that would address public access, including, as Commissioner Aguirre just mentioned, the complete closure of campgrounds, beaches, really all access to that area, that Borderlands State Park, the water quality issues, impacts on wetlands, which goes hand in hand with what Commissioner Wilson just stated, impacts on biomass, the basic elimination of climate benefits of that incredibly valuable wetland area, not to mention biodiversity impacts and just a complete breakdown of the natural systems that we're hearing today. So in the most strongly worded letter that we could possibly have coming from the commission that would encompass all of these criteria. Director Huckelbridge.
Just wanted to clarify then the vote that you'll be taking is to direct staff to write these letters. Our intent was to draft them and bring them back for your review before we send them. Is that
my preference would be to allow for the letter to go out above my signature so that we don't have to wait till the next commission meeting unless that's required because it's not noticed. But that would be, the delay of another month I just don't think would be beneficial if everyone agrees, but Commissioner Aguirre.
And just to clarify, there would be the two separate letters, right? One addressed to IBWC with everything you just mentioned, and one directly to the White House requesting the state of emergency.
I think that yes, I do agree that it should be two letters, but I think that the letter to the IBWC should definitely also be going to the White House.
Sure, of course, as copies.
Yes,
correct.
Right, so there would be, I agree
Yes.
that those should be two separate letters. Commissioner?
I fully support that and love to make the motion for that.
Okay, so in just a minute, Commissioner Rice, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I actually think it would be more appropriate, and frankly, the letters would have more strength and more power if they do come back to us so that they are letters that we have seen as commissioners and voted on as a commission. Though I have total confidence in staff, that I've seen too many instances in which there's a deflection I just think it'd be more powerful. I know a month seems like a long time, but in the scheme of things, I don't think it is. And I think that it's better if we have laid eyes on that letter and on the language and we are voting on exactly seeing what we're sending. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Rice. I do get my sense of the commission is that there seems to be a sense of urgency, but we'll see when we take this up. So are there any other comments? Commissioner Cummings?
Yeah, I also think that within those letters that there should be some acknowledgement of the commitments that have been made and the progress that's being made, because I don't want the letter to come across as, we're saying you haven't done anything and, do your job, et cetera. It's like there has been progress made and there needs to be more. And I think that it's in terms of like trying to keep a good partnership, it's important that we're also acknowledging that there's been a lot of work done on this and appreciation of that. And also, before we move on, there was also another point of direction regarding coordination between the Water Control Board and the Air District, and I think that maybe that's a separate motion, but I think staff was asking us if we would want to have better coordination with those other agencies so that we're working together on this topic as well.
Can
If
you speak to that, Cassidy?
If I could, through the chair, I think that's something that doesn't necessarily need to be voted on. It's something that we would be interested in pursuing. I just wanted to share it with you all to get the sense of the commission, if that you'd see value in that as well.
Well, I support that.
All right, so seeing no other commissioner comments, I'll turn to Commissioner Aguirre for a motion on this item.
I move that the commission send a letter to IBWC listing all of the things aforementioned by the chair at the soonest possible time, and also to address a letter to the President of the United States making a request for a declaration for a state of emergency with copies to all the federal entities as well as the state to be sent by the chair as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it, but can we add to that the letter going to the IBWC is also included in the letter to the White House also, so they can see all of the...
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay.
And with the addition of keeping, mentioning the progress that has been made, so the tone of the letter is productive and collaborative to Commissioner Cummings' request.
Okay.
Commissioner Cummings?
I just ask as a friendly amendment that we also send it to the local representatives as well, because we want to make sure that the county and the other cities are aware, or the mayors of the other cities are aware of the actions that we're taking.
All right.
I'm sorry, can I just?
No, please, go ahead.
Really quick, I think that's a great point, because let's not forget the entire legislature also sent a request for a state of emergency. Thank you.
And to respond to Commissioner Rice just briefly, I think that if you'd like to review the letter, given your concerns that you expressed, I think that that's appropriate.
You know, I'm not concerned about the content of the letter. I'm concerned, I just think if we've all laid eyes on it, it is a more powerful message when we hit the send button versus directing staff. Just as a...
Right, I understand.
Yeah,
I think
and I would be happy to put that as an amending motion on the floor, and we can up or down it. I support the letter, definitely.
All right, so, with these amending motions, Director Huckelbridge?
So I just had a couple thoughts. One, we did agendize this item today for your vote. So if you wanted to, if the commission felt that it had enough input onto what the letter would say and have given us that direction, we could potentially send a letter from the commission without your direct review at a hearing next week, because we did agendize this item. If there is a desire to review it, we could even do, a review before we come. We could send it to you, or any of the commissioners who want to review the letter before it goes out. We could send it to you for your review and work over the next month with you offline to deal with edits.
Right, so the proposal today, I personally feel a sense of emergency. I have to say, I particularly feel it given the pending election and the issues that have been brought up by Commissioner Cummings. I just feel like everything needs to happen now and move as quickly as possible, just given the situation. So what we have before us is we have the motion to send the letter with the amending motion. So can you just guide me through? Do we vote on the initial motion or the amending motion first?
I'll rescind my amending motion.
Okay.
But to the executive director's comment that it would get sent to all of us, so we've at least read it.
That sounds great. So we'll do the draft.
It wouldn't rescind the action, but we will have all seen the letter before it goes out.
All right.
I do need to make one clarification then, because the original motion I heard from Commissioner Aguirre was to send the letter out with the chair's signature. So it sounds like there may be a change in what you want to send it under the chair's signature instead of the commission.
Well, I think that that's the appropriate, obviously I'm signing it on behalf of the commission. That is the appropriate way to do this, in my opinion. I think that's the most powerful way. So what's before us now is the letter with the details that have been described. We have the motion, but Commissioner Aguirre, I believe it was seconded by Commissioner Lowenberg. So we have that motion before us. The amending motion has been withdrawn. So is there a consensus to send the letters? There are 2 letters that have been described to all of the entities. Is there any objection to that motion? Seeing none, the commission unanimously approves the motion, and we will be distributing the letter to the commission in case there are any changes or proposals to alter it. Okay? All right. So on that note, we're going to take a break right now. It's 12:10. Why don't we attempt to come back at 10 to 1 at 12:50? If that doesn't work, I mean, given how things are, it'll probably be 1 by the time we finally get back. But let's put 12:50 as our return time. That'll give us 40 minutes. Okay, thank you. All right. Welcome to this afternoon's session of the California Coastal Commission meeting of Thursday, October 10th. We're resuming the meeting now, and we are going to be calling up item 9A, the Consistency Determination, United States Space Force. And I believe, Cassie, you're going to be presenting that item partially, or?
Thank you, Chair. We
Thank
actually
you.
have our environmental scientist, Walt Deppy, here to provide the staff presentation for this item.
Great. Welcome, Walt. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This next item is 9A. Item 9A is a consistency determination, or CD, by the Department of the Air Force's United States Space Force to increase space launch activities by SpaceX at Vandenberg Space Force Base. The proposed project would increase the number of annual SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launches from 36 to 50. The project does not propose to increase the number of closure and evacuation events for Halama Beach and County Park from the current limit of 12 per year, and also does not propose more than the current maximum of 12 landings at Space Launch Complex 4. On this slide, you can see an image of the area of the base, shaded in dark gray, and the location of the SpaceX launch facility, identified with a white circle. Next slide, please. It should be noted that the Department of the Air Force, or DAF, plans to submit a new CD later this year or early next for a further increase in SpaceX launches and landings at the base to 100 per year. Therefore, as a practical matter, the active duration of this current CD would be effectively limited to just the remainder of this year, 2024. Before SpaceX would approach 50 launches in 2025, we anticipate that the Commission will be asked to review and consider a further doubling of the total number of authorized launches. However, there may be some uncertainty on this schedule given the recent incidents with SpaceX Falcon 9 rockets. After a long period of successful launches, it has had malfunctions on 3 launches in just the past 3 months and is currently grounded pending the results of an investigation as the cause of the latest mishap. Next slide, please. Following the Commission's conditional concurrence at the August hearing with the CD for up to 36 SpaceX launches per year, DAF confirmed in a letter on September 13th that it accepted all 7 of the Commission's conditions listed here and outlined its approach to meeting the requirements and intent. With the feedback from Commission staff, DAF then further described the scope of its commitments and efforts to satisfy the Commission's conditional concurrence through letters and plans, included as exhibits to the staff report. Commission staff has had these documents for a very limited amount of time, and additional review is still needed to be completed on them, but what we've seen so far is promising. Additionally, DAF is supportive of our continuing review process and is committed to accepting and considering feedback from Commission staff on further refinements and improvements that may be warranted. DAF is also committed to implementing the protective measures and plans of conditions 1 through 7 as part of the expanded launch project and has integrated them into the project description for this CD for 50 launches per year. Because these measures are now part of the proposed project, it is no longer necessary to recommend their inclusion through conditions. Among DAF's commitments is confirmation that it will take steps to further investigate and minimize the spatial extent and magnitude of sonic booms resulting from launches. Additionally, DAF has taken initial steps to convene a multi-agency working group comprised of Commission staff and key federal resource and management agencies that will be focused specifically on enhancement and implementation of its biological monitoring programs, as well as the analysis and discussion of monitoring results and identification of appropriate response measures. Next slide, please. This monitoring is necessary due to high levels of sound and pressure waves generated by the project and their potential to affect wildlife and habitat. During the proposed launches and static fire tests, rocket engines produce noise of up to 150 decibels for approximately 30 seconds. On the top left of this slide, you can see a figure showing modeled sound levels for a launch. At the top right is a figure of modeled sound levels during landing. Landing activities generate sonic booms that primarily affect the base and immediate surroundings, while launch activities generate sonic booms that can affect the Northern Channel Islands and areas along Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Los Angeles counties. Next slide, please. The project has the potential to adversely impact marine resources, including the biological productivity of marine waters and marine areas, and species of special biological significance due to marine debris and noise from rocket engines and sonic booms. This slide shows the anticipated impact area of sonic booms during on-base landings, as well as the locations of several pin bed haul-out areas on the southern part of the base. Next slide, please. The project also has the potential to adversely affect environmentally sensitive habitat areas, or ESHA, on Vandenberg Space Force Base. These areas provide habitat for rare and especially valuable species, such as western snowy plover, California least tern, California red-legged frog, southwestern pond turtle, pallid and western red bats, and monarch butterfly. This slide shows the locations of on-base monitoring efforts for sensitive bird nesting areas in relation to launch engine noise impact areas. Because the methods used for wildlife monitoring to date have not allowed us to confidently determine if and how rare and biologically significant species habitats are being disrupted, the proposed significant and rapid increase in SpaceX launches to 50 launches per year, compared to the number of historic launches at the base, raises concerns regarding the protection of sensitive habitats. Condition 1 of the Commission's prior concurrence for 36 launches per year is expected to help address this by providing for an enhanced on-base biological monitoring program. This program would address gaps and shortcomings with the existing efforts and include more comprehensive analysis of impacts to ESHA and marine areas and species of special biological significance from engine noise and sonic booms on Vandenberg Space Force Base and immediate surroundings. DAF has further integrated into the current project a commitment to further refine this program through an interagency working group and to implement it moving forward. DAF is committed to restarting on-base marine mammal monitoring efforts which have been discontinued, as well as to monitor the on-base monarch butterfly, pallid bat, and western red bat populations in a manner sufficient to assess potential changes in habitat use patterns and population levels. While many details are still being developed for these monitoring programs, the multi-agency working group DAF has been convening would allow for staff from the Commission, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and National Marine Fisheries Service to provide input and direction about how the programs can be implemented in a manner that effectively meets agency needs and requirements. Next slide, please. Similar to on-base impacts, noise and blast waves from launch-related sonic booms could result in impacts to off-base ESHA and marine resources over a broad area spanning the mainland coast and the Channel Islands, and to numerous marine protected areas, parks, and coastal recreation areas in the region. This slide shows a compiled set of model outputs provided by DAF broken into several overpressure ranges above 0.5 pounds per square foot, or PSF. These models clearly indicate the potential for widespread sonic booms at overpressure levels up to and above 1 PSF across those off-base areas. Next slide, please. DAF has explained that the two most significant contributors to the spatial extent and magnitude of sonic booms from SpaceX launches are the rocket's trajectory and atmospheric conditions. This slide shows figures for selected model runs for sonic booms using 4 different trajectory inputs with various atmospheric conditions. As you can see, this strongly demonstrates how much of an effect these two parameters have on the spatial extent and magnitude of sonic booms. Given the remaining uncertainties related to the extent of off-base sonic boom overpressure levels generated from launches, and to ensure consistency with the Commission's marine resource and ESHA policies, the Commission included conditions 2 and 3 in its August conditional concurrence. Condition 2 is required DAF to submit and implement a sonic boom minimization plan for limiting the spatial extent and severity of sonic booms caused by launches. Condition 3 required a plan for improved and enhanced biological monitoring for sonic boom effects off-base if avoidance cannot be achieved. Commission staff have encouraged DAF to focus on the avoidance and minimization of sonic booms and thereby their effects. This guidance is reflected in DAF's recent response and commitments on these two conditions, which it is also integrated into the current project. DAF has identified preliminary steps we'll be taking to minimize sonic booms, and committed to continuing a data-driven approach by proceeding with its ongoing field-based acoustic monitoring program and to coordinating with the interagency working group on these issues. This is expected to be an evolving process that will improve over time as additional understanding is developed as to what adjustments can be made and what expected benefits they will have. We find it encouraging that preliminary results from data collected over the past several months appears to indicate that launches during warmer summer months may have resulted in less extensive sonic booms than predicted by DAF modeling efforts. To further explore the influences of season and other factors, DAF will continue its field monitoring program in partnership with university scientists in order to ground truth and further improve the accuracy of its modeling and help identify methods of minimizing sonic booms. Additionally, DAF has agreed to coordinate with Commission staff on its field monitoring program to more effectively cover areas of sensitive coastal resources, including Channel Islands National Park and National Marine Sanctuary. Next slide, please. The Commission also included conditions 4 through 7 in its August conditional concurrence to memorialize DAF's commitments to implementing protective measures and plans focused on lighting management, coastal access and recreation enhancement, and commercial and recreational fishing coordination and minimization of marine debris. DAF has also integrated the implementation of these protective measures into its current project and has already reported on progress made in various areas, including internet service at Halama Beach County Park to facilitate check-ins, and reductions in the number of weather balloons it uses and the amount of equipment included on each. We would also like to note that an addendum was prepared and posted for this item on Wednesday that includes a summary of comments received from the public and our responses to those comments. Next slide, please. Regarding the concerns previously raised regarding the appropriateness of considering a CD by DAF for commercial space launch activities carried out directly by SpaceX, Commission staff agree that the proposed project is not a federal agency activity. This slide graphically presents launch and payload information for SpaceX launches at Vandenberg from 2018 through the present, with those including US government payloads in orange and others in dark blue. DAF's position is generally that because it is a customer of and reliant on SpaceX's launches and satellite network, SpaceX launches are a federal agency activity. However, this does not align with how federal agency activities are defined in the Coastal Zone Management Act's regulations or the manner in which the Commission has historically implemented those regulations. SpaceX is a privately owned company rather than a public federal agency and should therefore be regulated accordingly. While we still recommend that Commission act on the DAF consistency determination before it, rather than allow its review deadline to lapse and concurrence to be presumed, Commission staff has also initiated discussions with SpaceX directly and informed them of the position and the need for SpaceX to submit a coastal development permit application, seeking after the fact and continuing authorization for its ongoing rocket launch, landing, and associated development activities. We will continue these discussions and would bring forward that CDP application from SpaceX for your consideration, regardless of the consistency determination currently before you. Next slide, please. In closing, while several issues warrant closer consideration over the coming months, and prior to a further increase in launch activities beyond the 50 proposed under the CD, the proposed project represents significant progress through close coordination with DAF over the past several weeks and a substantial step forward. We appreciate the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force's particular attention to this project and how productive his involvement has been. We also commend our colleagues at Vandenberg and DAF for the continued engagement with us and effort to find a path to ensuring launch activities can continue in a manner that is consistent with coastal resource protection. We believe that implementation of the protective measures previously identified by the Commission and now adopted by DAF provides a roadmap to achieving this objective, particularly the Enhanced Biological Monitoring Program and Sonic Boom Minimization Plan. As these are further developed, refined, and carried out over the coming months, we expect to begin to receive meaningful data about the effects of the current level of launches and the effectiveness of the protective measures that can be used to ensure consistency with the enforceable policies of the California Coastal Management Program. We also recognize that this data cannot be collected or analyzed quickly and encourage DAF to provide the time needed for this approach. We have jointly developed to be allowed to play out and be successful. Continued rapid increases in launch cadence before a robust data set can be provided and evaluated will present a challenge, so we hope for some consideration of this in the coming months. While the currently proposed increase from 36 to 50 launches is relatively modest, we expect full implementation of the approach and protective measures called for by the Commission in August, and now adopted by DAF, to remain adequate to ensure coastal resource protection and consistency with the enforceable policies of the California Coastal Management Program. Further increases are likely to necessitate a different approach. We recommend that the Commission concur with DAF's consistency determination for the current project. However, and with that, I would like to conclude, we recommend the Commission concur with DAF's consistency determination for the current project, however, and with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. The motion and resolution can be found starting on page 7 of the staff report, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report, Mr. Deppe. And I'll turn to the Commission, ask if there are any ex partes. All right, could I open the public hearing on this and ask how many speakers there are, Chris?
We have 20 speakers.
All right, how many are here in the room?
We have 5.
All right, let's begin with the speakers here in the room. I wanted to recognize that Assistant Secretary Ravi Chaudhary is here. I wanted to welcome him and appreciate your traveling out here to California to be here for the hearing today. And I would like to respectfully ask if you would like to be our first speaker here this morning, if that was your plan. I want to put you on the spot. All right, welcome. And how much time would you like, Assistant Secretary?
Just about 6 minutes or so.
Okay, that'll be
and
fine.
then,
And
could
if
you
need
please
more-
press the button on the mic? There you go.
You might have to pull it up. There you go.
I go green?
You're good.
Okay, how do you hear me now? Very good. 6 minutes will be fine. So, Chairwoman Hart, Vice Chair Escalante, distinguished members of the Commission, Director Hucklebridge, Deputy Director Teufel, and members of the Commission staff. It is a privilege to join you here today on behalf of the Department of the Air Force to discuss launch activities at Vandenberg Space Force Base, as well as our efforts to preserve vital coastal ecosystems it resides in. For those of you whom I've yet to meet, my name is Dr. Ravi Chaudhary. I currently serve as the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Energy, Installations, and the Environment. In my career, I've served as a Delta II rocket launch engineer, a job that delivered GPS to our military, the nation, and even our phones. Honestly, the jury's still out in my view, but I have teenagers, so we'll let you deal with that and make your own decisions. My job is also included rocket safety responsibilities at Vandenberg Space Force Base, right here in California. It was an honor of a lifetime to serve the nation in these roles. While it's easy to see these in my professional bio, what many folks don't know is that I've had the distinct pleasure of pursuing more informal interests with my spare time focused on my passion for protection of our ocean ecosystems. I did this first as a volunteer research diver at the South Carolina Aquarium, and later as a certified docent for cetacean preservation and education at the San Pedro Aquarium right here in Southern California. Among my lifelong pursuits since I was a child was to better understand the importance of ocean life and raise awareness for the species that live there. To date, I remain deeply concerned about the trajectory of our natural environment and the effects of rising ocean temperatures and sea levels on our natural ecosystems, effects that are well represented in our department's Climate Action Plan. As such, I'm proud to act upon the interests of our nation's security, as well as serve as a strong voice for preservation of our natural ecosystems. To the broader public, these are two arenas that may not appear to have much in common. However, over the course of 35 years in public service, I can easily say that, more often than not, there are countless opportunities to find better alignment and big wins when we work together. I believe such alignment occurs at our federal ranges, and that includes Vandenberg Space Force Base, often serving as an important refuge for protected species meeting the challenge of coexisting with humans in a rapidly developing world. And in that respect, federal ranges are some of the most beneficial mediums for species protection. That's why I'm here today, to underscore our department's unwavering commitment to partnering with the Commission on environmental stewardship, and especially at Vandenberg. The Department of the Air Force, which includes the Space Force, has a long and rich history of environmental preservation. At Vandenberg, we have deployed the largest footprint of environmental specialists of any installation worldwide. They're an interdisciplinary team of researchers and scientists, many of whom have been boots on the ground at Vandenberg for years and in some cases decades. But don't take my word for it. I'd like to direct you to the work of Joel Sartor, a photographer for the National Geographic, who recently completed a documentary short on our species preservation programs at Vandenberg Space Force Base. Most importantly, Joel chronicled the symbiotic relationship between our national security mission and the preservation of critical habitats, from the home of the monarch butterfly to our marine mammals. As federal and state entities, it is our shared obligation to preserve our coastal resources, and responsibility that our Secretary takes very seriously. Following our previous hearing concerning 36 launch consistency determination, I committed the Department of the Air Force to work with the Commission to address the concerns you expressed. In short, we hear you, and we are committed to working with you. Over the past 2 months, I've had the pleasure of getting to know Dr. Huckelbridge and her staff. Our focus has been responding to concerns raised by the Commission's conditional concurrence to the Department's consistency determination for activities associated with Vandenberg's 36 launch increase. Our goal was to ensure that the Commission understood the Department of the Air Force's intent to partner with federal agencies so we can prioritize conservation of California's coastal resources. But talk is cheap. So demonstrating our commitment is just as important as stating it. So a few weeks ago, Colonel Shoemaker and I hosted Chair Hart, Commissioner Bochco, Cummings, Lowenberg, Director Huckelbridge, and Deputy Director Teufel at Vandenberg Space Force Base. The visit was an opportunity to witness firsthand how we preserve this vast natural landscape and 42 miles of pristine beaches within the federal responsibility of Vandenberg. Thank you, Commissioners, for sharing this experience on base and meeting with our professional environmental scientists, conservation experts, and engineers. What I hope you saw was one of the Department's largest and most deliberate environmental conservation programs in the country. Chair Hart, I will not soon forget standing with you at our Vandenberg boathouse and marveling at the untouched gem of undeveloped California coastline, identifying otters napping in the kelp beds, and visiting the seal haul-out from a distance. The Vandenberg coast is truly a national treasure. And for the record, I just want to let you know that I was the first to claim the visual ID of Pacific gray whales right off the coast, so the next beer is on you. To build on that momentum, I worked with Colonel Shoemaker and the Vandenberg team to craft a comprehensive engagement initiative. I'm pleased to report on the progress we have made together, and I'm excited that the Space Force, along with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Maritime Fisheries Service, and the Federal Aviation Administration had convened this working group, which your staff just reported on, and supporting our balance to conservation mission and national security requirements. As part of that work, we commit to sharing information, discussing data, and becoming a repository for reports on California's coastal resources. The working group will provide an interactive forum to understand concerns and receive feedback from the Coastal Commission and other members. Moreover, we commit to engaging with you and other stakeholders directly, using data to guide our decision-making and track progress towards our shared goals. It is my hope that our outreach efforts, longstanding record of environmental conservation, and proposal for an all-new working group demonstrate the Department of the Air Force's commitment to protecting the environment and its coastal resources. In turn, we anticipate a 50-launch increase will deliver assured access to space in a decade of extreme consequence for our nation's security. In closing, I'm out here to prove that national security and coastal protection are not an either-or proposition. But let's prove it together. Let's make it a both-and proposition. The Department of the Air Force values its continued partnership with the state of California through the Commission members and your staff. We look forward to strengthening this relationship with further collaboration to meet environmental preservation, national defense, and assured access to space, key objectives during this pivotal time of great power competition. Thank you, and I'm now pleased to turn the mic over to Colonel Shoemaker for more details.
Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary. Really appreciate it. We're going to have to take just a 5-minute break before we hear from Colonel Shoemaker. I'm sorry. So why don't you just give us a couple minutes break, and we'll come back at 1:30. Thank you. All right, I just wanted to say, just to report to the public that on September 17th, as the Assistant Secretary just mentioned, I and a group of commissioners as well as staff participated in a site visit to Vandenberg Space Force Base, focused on several areas of sensitive biological resources, including Point Arguello, one of the base's monarch butterfly groves, and sea otter and seal haul-out sites near the Coast Guard boathouse. During this tour, we received information from U.S. Air Force and U.S. Space Force personnel on these resources, ongoing monitoring efforts, as well as space launch activities. As this is technically an ex parte, I wanted to report it here today and turn to my colleagues who were also present at the visit so that they can just concur with the ex parte. Commissioner Bochco?
Yes, I was present, and it was actually a very informative day, and I think all of us as commissioners that were present learned a lot. Thank you.
The same. I was there, and I concur. It was very, very helpful, and I really appreciate all the time. And we met with an exorbitant number of people doing conservancy and looking out for the animals and everything else. So we really appreciate it. It was a great day. Thank you.
Commissioner Cummings, I was on the trip. I concur.
All right, thank you. With that report of the ex partes, I would like to now continue the meeting. Colonel Shoemaker.
All right, I think success, the light is on. So I'll take about the same amount of time Dr. Chaudhry had, so from a clock management perspective. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Colonel Mark Shoemaker, Commander of Space Launch Delta 30 and the Installation Commander at Vandenberg Space Force Base. So first, I also want to thank the Commissioners and staff for continued collaborative efforts to define a mutually acceptable way forward to increase the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch capacity at Space Launch Complex 4 from 36 launches per year to 50 launches per year. I believe our collaboration with the Commission exemplifies our commitment to stewardship of coastal resources while meeting national security needs for access to space. Thank you to the Commission and staff for the visits. I really found the most recent visit absolutely fantastic and echo all the comments that we've recently heard, and thank you to Dr. Huckelbridge and Mr. Tufel for coordinating that. I think it provided an invaluable opportunity to directly address items of interest for today's vote, and we appreciated the opportunity to share with you firsthand the exceptional environmental program at Vandenberg. We also put our collective eyes on future opportunities for collaboration, such as the Santa Ynez River estuary. For me, one of the highlights was, as Dr. Chaudhry said, his eagle eyes picked out the gray whales, and I think that was the first whale sighting that I'd had at Vandenberg, and I tried not to tell my wife, but she found out, and now I owe her a whale watching trip somewhere. But our responses on September 13th and September 17th, I believe, provide in detail our commitment to data sharing and collaboration on plans and efforts to sustain and, where appropriate, modernize activities at Vandenberg as we expand under this consistency determination to 50 launches per year for SpaceX. I'm going to highlight a few of those. You've heard some referenced in the staff report, but I want you to hear from me too, as this is my team's work and what we're committed to performing and leading. As we committed in the response on September 17th, we've already initiated the working group with key stakeholders that will allow us to share information, review data, support conservation objectives, and meet national security requirements. I thank the Commission for your attendance, the staff for your attendance at our first meeting on September 24th, which included U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the Federal Aviation Administration. The next meeting is already set for, I believe, for October 31st, and we're in the process of codifying that agreement on what that working group is going to look like. So I think that is action, as Dr. Chaudhry mentioned, action going forward. And then we'll also convene ad hoc meetings as needed or as requested by the working group participants to address items of interest or concern. We remain committed to species monitoring as we demonstrated during your recent visit and as we've shared during collaborative communication exchanges over the past several weeks. We will continue that communication during the working group and during the recurring weekly meetings that my team has with the Commission staff. And in these, through all these forums, this is where the time to talk about adaptive management measures that are necessary based on the data, that's where we'll have those conversations. And while the working group will serve as a structural mechanism for information sharing, crosstalk, and collaboration across that broader organization set, my team is going to continue to sustain, and as I mentioned, where appropriate, modernize our environmental preservation and stewardship efforts at Vandenberg. You know, one of our most visible and renowned activities is the Western Snowy Plover Conservation. During the 2024 snowy plover breeding season, we again demonstrated our commitment to protecting this endangered species. We protected habitat that allowed 309 adult plovers, a 31% increase from 2023, to hatch 191 nests throughout the breeding season, while allowing sections of the beach to remain open for recreation for the public as we previously have coordinated with the Commission. Our beach keeper and snowy plover docent programs interacted with over 21,000 beach visitors this year, aiding in education on protective measures at Vandenberg. Our environmental team expanded their public education efforts to include programs for third graders and field trips for local schools with plans to mature these initiatives. Additionally, our team has implemented several measures to enhance equipment and data handling, including training our biological monitors, setting up power-saving measures, and purchasing redundant systems. We put these measures in place swiftly after we also recognized the same concerns that you had leading up to the August hearing about lost data. And lastly, to address the questions about the effects of launch noise, we drafted and began executing a sonic boom assessment plan that incorporates data collection and university caliber research, as you've heard earlier. We've modernized this assessment plan over the last couple months, and we'll continue to refine it over the rest of this month as we committed in our response to you in September. And the working group will be a foundational element of making sure that the plans going forward are addressing everyone's concerns and needs. This updated plan will inform decisions that may be required to implement appropriate minimization measures, and we will provide regular updates and reports to the Executive Director and Commission staff, as well as other members of the working group. Again, taking action as the data unfolds, not waiting a year to look at data and then figure out what to do. These sonic boom assessment efforts are one more example of where my organization is committed to addressing input from the Coastal Commission and staff about understanding the potential effects of our activities on coastal resources. I assure the Commission that as evidenced by this response on the sonic boom issue, and also our response on the Halama Beach issue from 2023, my organization, as the Department of the Air Force's responsible agent at Vandenberg, is committed to taking action to understand the issues and concerns from the Commission and other stakeholders in the working group. We will identify, if needed, appropriate policy, operations, and other mitigation measures and collaborate with stakeholders to find solutions that balance our national security requirements with coastal resource access and protection to the maximum extent practicable. I believe the efforts we showed you during your visit demonstrate what we're talking about. I look forward to continued collaboration with the Commission on all of these issues and all future consultations associated with our activities at Vandenberg. As I've shared with you previously, you are a strategic stakeholder for us. So thank you, Commissioners and staff, for the opportunity to speak to you today. Again, my team and I enjoyed hosting you, and please know that there's a standing invitation to come see our world-class environmental team and their work on the installation. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. And unlike our last meeting, I'm assuming you're available for questions today if the Commission does have questions.
I am available for questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Our next speaker, please.
Okay, moving on. We have in person Mandy Sackett, followed by Zoom speakers Casey Skinner, Peggy Oki, and then Albert LePage. Mandy
All
Sackett.
right. Each speaker will have 2 minutes.
Okay, hello, Mandy Sackett with the Surfrider Foundation. When the Commission considered the proposed increase to 36 launches per year in August, we raised concerns about the proposal's impact on coastal access and recreation, marine debris, and wildlife. Staff's conditions helped to address those concerns, and we're pleased to hear that Space Force and SpaceX are agreeing to comply with those important conditions that protect public resources. We appreciate staff's hard work and the Air Force's cooperation and affirmative actions. Commercial rocket launches are an important emerging issue in California, Texas, and Florida. As national leaders, this commission can help influence the environmental standards for rocket launches nationwide. Unfortunately, SpaceX has demonstrated disregard for coastal protections on multiple occurrences throughout the country. Surfrider even has an ongoing lawsuit against them for impacts in Boca Chica, Texas. We are concerned about the rapid increase to 50 launches. It may seem like a modest increase of 14 from 36, but remember just a few years ago there were only 6 launches per year. It's premature to increase the number of launches when the monitoring effort has only just begun. We want SpaceX to prove that they can and will fulfill their commitments to public access, marine debris, wildlife monitoring and reporting, and sound mitigation at the current rate before agreeing to additional launches. Surfrider urges the Commission to object to the consistency determination today. Or if you do not, please consider limiting the concurrence to only 1 year so that we can actually look at the data that's being collected and analyze impacts, especially to marine life. We see that as really one of the outstanding questions. We agree with the staff analysis that SpaceX should be the applicant here, and we're still hoping that they will come back and demonstrate that they're willing to be good stewards of public resources. And we submitted a letter with Audubon that's on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Casey Skinner, followed by Peggy Oki, and then Albert LePage. Casey Skinner.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Hart, Commissioners. My name is Casey Skinner, and I am the San Francisco Bay Program Director for Audubon, California. Thank you for creating this space for us to comment on this very important issue. I would first like to thank the Chair and Commissioners for creating the very necessary 7 conditions for the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch activities. However, Audubon, California remains concerned about the proposed increase to 50 launches, adding to the very recently approved 36 launches just a while ago. While the increase may seem relatively minor, the increase from 6 to 50 over the next 2 to 3 years is extremely rapid. Audubon, California believes much more information and data is needed on potential environmental impacts before agreeing to these additional launches. Although we are aware of the proposed predator management mitigation plan, we believe much more needs to be done. Audubon, California believes mitigation should also be requested both on and off-site, as well as an in-lieu fee program to be established. Unfortunately, conservation banks aren't easily feasible with the lack of existing habitat and development along our coast. This in-lieu fee program can offer an opportunity to conserve existing areas for plovers. We do support and agree with the Coastal Commission that SpaceX should be treated like every other private company. It is not out of the ordinary for private companies to go through a stringent process to ensure that they avoid impacts to wildlife and sensitive habitat, and everyone should be required to abide by this. Thank you, Chair Hart and Commissioners, for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you today. I represent Audubon, California, and speak for the birds such as the western snowy plovers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Peggy Oki, Albert LePage, and then Anna Citrin. Peggy Oki.
Good afternoon. Peggy Oki, Origami Whales Project. I'm encouraged seeing DAF engaging dialogue with the Commission's staff's feedback on how to more effectively cover areas of sensitive coastal resources. And I appreciate recognition of SpaceX launches as private company activities in the Commission's review process. As you consider this new proposed expansion of launches at Vandenberg, I believe this represents an important opportunity to both reaffirm and to increase the environmental monitoring associated with launch effects. Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary includes protected and depleted humpback whales, endangered blue and gray whales. Deep diving Blainesville and Baird's beaked whales are species of even higher acoustic sensitivity. While they come to the surface to breathe, rest, and/or nurse, whales rely primarily on acoustic capabilities at all depths to feed, breed, and avoid predators. There's no mention of cetaceans and an absence of observation regarding underwater monitoring data in the current documents. A new environmental monitoring commitment offers the prospect of both assessment and confirmation of previous monitoring findings or changes to past findings, and also the opportunity for new monitoring that has not yet previously been performed, including potentially fatal sonic boom effects on cetaceans at the ocean surface and various depths. The geographic accessibility for monitoring in this area and the knowledge and predictability of the launches, dedication and commitment offers opportunity for collaboration amongst the stakeholders, the Coastal Commission, agencies, and scientists, which can best ensure determination of adverse effects on species. Working to determine mitigation options such as trajectory adjustments for stage relanding locations, launch time of day, seasonality aspects, etc., can help lessen and alleviate the impacts. I strongly recommend that the stakeholder parties seize this launch approval opportunity to reaffirm and expand the environmental monitoring and analysis over the key joint environmentally sensitive and critical space launch region. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Albert LePage, Anna Citrin, and then Nina Beatty. Albert LePage.
Al LePage, a member of Society for Conservation Biology. I address the Commission with respect and gratitude, for we are all related through the great genetic tree of life. This agenda item asks if the proposed additional SpaceX activities are consistent with the California Coastal Management Program. Given staff's understanding and recommendation, it's hard to disagree. However, I can disagree relative to the apparent potential consequences to wildlife, not only of a proposed increase, but also of past and present SpaceX activities. So the key question I offer you today is, how can they agree to monitoring while also proposing an increase when past and current impacts are largely unknown but considered probable, and when some recent data suggests there is an impact? If monitoring is meant to really understand and inform decisions before increased activities relative to wildlife, that's what makes sense and would be consistent with an appropriate precautionary approach versus the argument that since we don't have a lot of data at this time to indicate impacts, let's just go ahead. On a personal, heartfelt note, if humans are to take seriously the welfare of all species that call Earth home, we need to take actions that realize this value. Science and logic alone only informs us, but the heart, touched with our awe of nature, is what allows us to connect deeply with wildlife and to feel reverence, the reverence needed to inspire us to act with care and do no harm. I close in reverence to you, to Elon Musk, to all living beings. May we all take this to heart and act with sincere intent for the welfare of all wildlife at Vandenberg and around the world. Amen.
All right, thank you. Next, Anna Citrin, followed by Nina Beatty, and then Matt Dunn. Anna Citrin.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Anna Citrin, Legal and Policy Director for the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. We want to thank the Commission and your staff for requiring biological and acoustic monitoring conditions as part of the conditional concurrence for 36 annual SpaceX launches. We also want to thank the Space Force for accepting these conditions, which are critical to understanding how sensitive wildlife species respond to frequent launch noise and sonic booms, and to inform how important habitat areas can be protected. Our concern with this consistency determination is twofold. First, until more data is available and the novel effects of the project are studied, further increasing launch activity would put numerous protected wildlife species at risk. Initial data shows concerning declines in the western snowy plover breeding population near the SpaceX launch facility. U.S. Fish and Wildlife has identified concerning adverse effects that are likely for other threatened and endangered species, including stress hormone accumulation, deleterious physiological effects, and overall habitat degradation. Importantly, Fish and Wildlife has made no determination that 50 annual launches would not jeopardize protected species, only that additional launches occurring before the end of this calendar year would not. During this 3-month period, plovers are not breeding, and the endangered California least tern is not present. Second, if significant adverse impacts to wildlife from launch noise does occur, only predator removal and creation of new habitat areas is required. Measures that reduce noise impacts, such as the conservation recommendations of U.S. Fish and Wildlife attached to our letter, must be required to protect environmentally sensitive habitats from a significant disruption in habitat values. We very much appreciate the comments by the Assistant Secretary and Colonel Shoemaker about Vandenberg's commitment to environmental stewardship, and we strongly encourage the Space Force to commit implementing protective measures to avoid or reduce impacts to wildlife from rocket launch noise. Without protective measures, the project is inconsistent with CZMA ESHA protection policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Nina Beatty, followed by Matt Dunn, and then Brian Rosen. Nina, I see that you're on the phone. You should be able to unmute now.
My name is Nina Beatty, resident of Monterey. Governor Newsom, commissioners, and staff, the commission must open full CDP consideration now and regulate SpaceX as a private commercial company and halt further launches and static fire tests until a full evaluation of all the impacts to the coastal zone is done. This is not a modest increase. Please do not concur with the consistency recommendation. SpaceX and the military can't be allowed to continue damaging the atmosphere around the Earth and over the coastal zone, impacting marine life and the climate. Washington agencies and officials are deaf to science and reason. They only listen to lobbyists and myths. America's security is in peaceful partnership, not in domination. I request you creatively assert commission jurisdiction to stop the assault on the ocean environment by SpaceX. Action can't wait. Monitoring is useless. Wildlife and habitat are being harmed and destroyed right now. That's not negotiable. Your other path is standing by and letting your children and grandchildren's future in the ocean be harmed by these profit-driven activities. We are in a climate crisis, and aerospace, including SpaceX, is a driver of climate change and global warming. SpaceX pollution from rocket emissions and satellite burning in the stratosphere create a thickening blanket trapping Earth heat, increasing Earth temperatures. SpaceX EMF-RF interferes with the Earth's natural electric circuit, the ionosphere and magnetosphere, and may be destabilizing the weather and increasing violent storms. 5G and global Wi-Fi radiation damage health. SpaceX has ripped holes in the ionosphere, and its launches, deorbiting and pollution destroy ozone and block the sun's rays from replenishing the ozone layer, allowing harmful UV exposure to the coast. SpaceX contaminates the air, soil, water, and ocean, and its fallout debris is a fire hazard. Vandenberg Space Force and SpaceX are turning the ocean and marine environment into a sacrifice zone. Where is the discussion of the dangerous financial and societal costs of these aerospace activities? Hold SpaceX accountable, protect the ocean and coast, do not permit more launches, and stop further launches pending a full review. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Matt Dunn, followed by Brian Rosen and Lorna Moffett. Matt Dunn.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Matt Dunn. I'm Senior Director for Global Government Affairs at SpaceX. Very much appreciate the opportunity to be here. And it's very nice to see you again, Chair Hart and Vice Chair Escalante, even though I'm not there in person. On behalf of the more than 8,000 SpaceX employees in California, I want to express our strong support for the U.S. Space Force's proposed action related to the Falcon program at Vandenberg Space Force Base. We commend the leadership of Space Launch Delta 30 and the Department of the Air Force, and very much appreciate the hard work of all of the cooperating federal and state agencies involved. SpaceX's Falcon rockets are the most reliable and most cost-effective in the world. We are deeply proud to support the Department of Defense in launching the full range of national security space missions. As you may know, SpaceX is also the only currently operational U.S. provider for astronaut transportation to the International Space Station. For NASA, for whom we also provide regular commercial cargo resupply services to the ISS, as well as launch flagship missions for science and exploration to extend human knowledge. With Starlink, SpaceX has deployed a global broadband network that supports critical communications for the Department of Defense and numerous federal, state, and local agencies. This network provides game-changing services for the warfighter and for the intelligence community and for disaster response, as we are seeing in real time in North Carolina and Florida. Commercial Starlink launches are the backbone to that capability, which is used by the U.S. government across hundreds of agencies. For decades, the U.S. government has relied exclusively on commercial providers for commercial launch services. Rather than owning and operating its own rockets, the U.S. government achieves assured access to space by procuring commercial launch services. Consistent with U.S. national
Thank you so
policy
much.
and
Thank
congressional
you.
mandates. All right. Well, thank you for having me. And we, again, strongly support the Space Force's action.
Thank you. Brian Rosen, Lorna Moffett, and then Nancy Okada. Brian Rosen, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. You know, Vandenberg Air Force Base, or Space Force Base, to me is something very, very destructive. And I never agreed with militarizing space. I think that's a very bad idea. You know, I agree with Martin Luther King that if you look at his speech, The Three Evils of Society, billions of dollars are spent to commit mass murder, and that's still happening today. The military is helping Israel to do genocide and doing a lot of terrible things all over the world. You know, we spend so much of our budget on the military and so much money is spent on things like SpaceX. Imagine what could be done if countries like ours had all this money, could help poorer countries like Mexico have decent sewage treatment. An earlier item on your agenda. Elon Musk is making billions of dollars. Imagine if all this money helped Mexico to have sanitary sewage treatment systems and help people all over the world. This area certainly is not appropriate. There's many other areas in the country that would do a lot less harm. There really shouldn't be rocket launches here next to this sensitive habitat. I oppose the staff's recommendation for concurrence. This is not right. The harm to animals is much too great, and it's very unknown, except we do know it's done a lot of harm so far. And now suddenly we're going to give another big increase, well, 14 more a year. It adds up. And so I think we need to get our priorities right. This is a private organization, a private company, and then the military industrial complex is also doing great harm. So this needs to be voted down. We need to put our money into a peace economy and not supporting private billionaires being able to make all this money when money could be better spent on helping people in need, like hurricane victims, instead of the military and private billionaires. So I wish that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorna Moffett, Nancy Okada, and then Victoria Sackville. Lorna Moffett, I see that you're on the phone. You should be able to unmute.
Yes, hello, commissioners. I know you're going to vote for this thing, and you'd vote for it in the name of environment if they ask for 1,000 launches, because you know you do not protect the environment at all. This commission is a spoof, and you can't help it. Your hands are tied. You meet privately with very, very powerful military leaders, and they tell you what to do, and that's what you do. And it doesn't matter. It's all in the name of, oh, it sounds like this is the most environmentally sane project that could ever happen to the planet. My God, why don't you say, okay, yeah, this is so environmentally wonderful. These sonic booms and the pollution and all that, obviously it's helping all the ocean life and the birds and everything. Please, more. Not just 50. How about 5,000? Now, if you were a true commission, you'd say no. And you need to move Vandenberg to the desert where it has the least amount of harm. But you won't do that. And you won't do that for your children. You won't do that for your citizens. You won't do that for yourselves. So shame on you. And thank God all these public citizens speak up. But that's all we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Nancy Okada, Victoria Sackville, and then Kristen Northrop. Nancy Okada, you're on the phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Okay, you should be able to hear me now, right?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, Nancy Okada, Sierra Club, California, Coastal Subcommittee, and also the Santa Lucia chapter, which we submitted a letter. Thank you very much, commissioners, for hearing our comments and entertaining this consistency determination today. First, I'd like to say the staff has done an incredible job working with the Army after the kind of walk-off performance done the last time, and you're actually really working well to try and protect the habitat, and we appreciate that. Especially convening the working group. We have great hopes for that, but possibly like to see some environmental stakeholders on that, if possible. The other thing, what we're really concerned about is the monitoring, especially when the Air Force is saying that they will select 2 reference sites, but they won't do it until January 2025. I don't know if there's any way to delay this until that gets going. The monitoring sites, you really do need a baseline evaluation to adequately monitor things. And finally, I would just also say that it's unfortunate that SpaceX is a private company hiding behind the Army. And remember, they've gone from 6 to 14 to 36 and now to 50 and soon to 100. I'd like to quote from the letter sent by Sheila McCorkle that basically feels that they will continue to hide behind the Army. She says, "We sincerely hope that the parties can find an amicable resolution that allows for continued protection to coastal resources while ensuring that DAF can maintain a robust launch program at Vandenberg that is capable of rapidly serving U.S. national security interests and meeting national space policies." Please continue your good work. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Sackville, followed by Kristen Northrop, and then Susan Mayhew. Victoria Sackville, I see that you're on the phone. You may unmute now. Victoria Sackville, you may need to, okay, there you go. Victoria, I see that you're unmuted. You may begin. Okay, I see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. If you are there, we're gonna...
Can you hear me?
Okay, now we can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Fine, I'm sorry for the technological confusion. Some of us are not technologists, and when it comes to SpaceX, I can herald the technology. However, I feel it's being used for a purpose which is more privatized, and I think there could be a lot of compromises in our beautiful environment. I want to echo the previous caller in the points that she has made, which I think are very well met, and some of the other callers as well. And I trust that the Coastal Commission knows the difference between what has a price and what is priceless to us, our beautiful California environment. I do want to see you make a very complicated but important decision today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next, Kristen Northrop, followed by Susan Mayhew, and then Leslie Purcell. Kristen Northrop.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kristen Northrop, and I am here as policy advocate for Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation, also known as SURF. SURF was founded by a group of surfers for the protection of California's coastal resources. SpaceX Falcon 9 increasing to 50 launches is a drastic increase over the last 2 to 3 years. More data is needed on the potential impacts on vulnerable coastal species, beach access, and water quality prior to continuing to increase launches. The Commission should not consider more frequent launches until data on environmental impacts is collected and analyzed. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you. Next, Susan Mayhew, followed by Leslie Purcell, and then someone who goes by L.M. Yananton. Susan Mayhew. Susan, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute. Susan, if you're able to unmute. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I previously presented video clips showing the devastation effect of rocket launches on harbor seal colony in Carpinteria. A number of facts have been presented in today's document, and I would like to comment on 3 of them. 1, launches have a proven adverse effect on pinnipeds. This is a violation of the Marine Mammal Protection Act. 2, NOAA has reported launches are reasonably likely to result in take on pinnipeds hauled out of the water. However, harbor seals bear the brunt of adverse effects. Their unique behavior exhibits site fidelity, causing them to spend 50% of their time on land. As an apex predator and sentinel species, they're guardians of our marine ecosystems. And their numbers here in Carpinteria are declining dramatically. The California Coastal Commission has an interest in environmentally sensitive habitat, and the Marine Life Protected Act of 1999 is designed to protect marine ecosystems. So these launches violate that too. Finally, SpaceX is conducting federal agency activities while leasing launch operation complexes, but a large percentage of launches are private versus federal in nature. In conclusion, the harbor seals environment and the joy and ecotourism they bring to Carpinteria is being compromised for private interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Purcell.
Good afternoon, Commission. I would like to thank the staff for all their work and the conditions that they've developed. I think this is really, really important and indicates that there's a sincere desire to make this helpful for the environment and not just for the rocket launches. We have still some concerns as to the position versus private versus commercial and federal action versus private. And if there's any way the Commission can follow up on this as to what percentage it needs to be considered federal versus private. I think this is a really important point. I'm also concerned the effects on cetaceans that was brought up earlier by Peggy Oakley, I think it was. And we have our whale populations traversing down to Baja to have their calves and then back north. So this is very important. Also the pinnipeds, of course, we love them. And so those effects need to really be taken into consideration. I think it's a good idea that was brought up to have an environmental group as part of the working group. And I think the last point I'd like to make is with 100 coming forth, presumably next week, next year, that we would be liking it not to be piecemealed. And that was an issue that when you break these projects up into different segments, that's not the proper procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. And we had 2 names that we weren't able to locate in the Zoom meeting. If I call your name, please raise your hand. L.M. Yananton, and then Patricia Pagaling. I see someone with the name Leah or Leo are raising their hand. I'm allowing you to speak. Is that you, LM Yanchen? Aaliyah, you, yeah, okay.
Yes, can you hear me, see me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, you just muted. I was going to ask you to unmute again.
Yes, and can I be seen on the video as well?
What was that?
Can I be seen on
No.
the video? No. Okay. Thank you. My name is Leah Yannington, and I was on the Channel Islands in August when a Falcon 9 rocket was launched from Vandenberg. The sonic boom was terrifying to everyone that was present and sleeping. They woke up terrified in the morning, not knowing what the loud explosion was. I felt it through my bones. And SpaceX is, yes, a private company. They have the nickname of WasteX. Their satellites last about 5 years, so they're constantly wanting to increase their launches. It's a profit-driven, wasteful model. SpaceX use of kerosene-based fuels results in the emissions of carbon soot, which accumulates in the stratosphere, absorbing heat and contributing to atmospheric warming. A NOAA study predicts that a 10-fold increase in soot emissions from rockets could lead to a 1 to 4 degree Fahrenheit annual temperature rise in the stratosphere over 50 years, potentially affecting jet stream patterns and degrading the protective ozone layer. We already are in a 6th mass extinction. It's going to be too late for you to get your data back. The military kills millions of marine life in their takes, in their NOAA permitted takes every year. It's marketing speech for the Air Force to claim that they're stewards of the environment. Please do not concur with consistency recommendation. Do not permit further launches. August 28th, Falcon 9 rocket toppled into the ocean in a fiery explosion in the Atlantic. There will be accidents. The military cannot guarantee these accidents. August 28th, there was an accident from SpaceX. July 11th, September 28th, 2024.
Thank you. I'm seeing no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
Thanks so much, Chris. I want to thank all the speakers. Thank you for taking the time to comment on this important item today. I'll bring this back to you, Mr. Deputy or Cassidy, to respond.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple points I wanted to provide some response to. Starting with a suggestion from Surfrider that the Commission limit the term of its authorization. I want to note there's a specific provision in the federal consistency regulations which don't allow us to do that unilaterally. It's something that could be done with support from the federal agency. But I wanted to bring that to your awareness, the limitation of the Commission's authority in that space. There was kind of an overarching comment that came in a number of places, both in correspondence and in the verbal comments about it's premature for the Commission to be authorizing an increase in launches before the existing or before the monitoring data comes in. So I want to note that we have an addendum that's posted to the website that responds to that, and I'll just kind of further elaborate on our thinking in that space. So some of the challenge here comes from the fact that there remains significant uncertainty about the type and extent of effects to coastal resources from these launches. As you know, we've only been experiencing these increased launches for the last couple of years. And so we're still gathering that data and better understanding what it says. We need a robust monitoring program to identify those coastal effects and develop strategies to avoid, minimize, and mitigate them. We believe the approach the Commission adopted in August and that the Air Force has now accepted and integrated into this consistency determination provides that approach and would accomplish this objective. As Colonel Shoemaker noted, the convening of this interagency working group specifically to discuss the data as it comes in and to develop and discuss adaptive management measures appropriate to address any issues arising from that data I think is a key part of that strategy and that approach. I further want to note that part of what you all required in August was the development or the statistical analysis of existing data and future data. That has not been done, and it's a really key component here. And so we're not just relying on more data coming in to tell the story, we're also doing that kind of retrospective evaluation, statistical analysis of existing data, because there are many, many years of data that's been collected by the base. And we expect that to further inform us as well about any effects that are occurring, how to address those effects. And then finally on that point, I do want to note that we expect the Commission to be asked to review another further increase in launch cadence in the first part of next year. And so our hope is that there will be this strategy and approach we've developed will continue playing out, and that will give the Commission an additional opportunity to look at the existing data available, the analysis of that data that's been done, and to really see if this strategy and approach that's been developed that you all require, that the Air Force has become a partner on, is working as intended and as expected.
Thanks, Cassidy. One other thing, if you wouldn't mind, just if you could just for the public, just because a number of the public commenters asked us to stop this or halt this, et cetera. I think it would be helpful to clarify for the record what the Commission's power is here today in the form of a federal consistency determination.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So an effective federal consistency process is I want to say is really what we've been engaged with the Air Force over the last month, really, or last several weeks, where we do have meaningful engagement and a collaborative effort to find a path forward where they're still achieving their objectives, carrying out their project, but doing it in a manner that's consistent with our program. The Commission doesn't have unilateral authority to just deny this and stop it from happening. The best way for the Commission's concerns and protections of coastal resources to be implemented is by continuing to be engaged and work directly with the federal agency. And I think that's what we've achieved over the past several weeks, particularly with the Assistant Secretary's involvement and prioritization of this. So that was, I want to note that because that was really pretty fundamental to our recommendation.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll return now to the Commission and ask if there are any comments or questions from any commissioners. Commissioner Lohenberg.
Director Huckelbridge, could you tell us, or maybe Cassidy, you, what are the next mechanisms to talking directly to SpaceX? I mean, what can you walk through so people understand kind of the bigger arc and bigger picture here?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner. So we have, over the past month, been able to engage directly with SpaceX. We've exchanged letters, had a productive phone conversation, or several of them, both to encourage them to participate in our hearing, which, fortunately, they were able to do that today. But also to share with them our perspective about the fact that launching rockets is development under the Coastal Act, and all of the associated activities, including barge transport of the rockets from Long Beach and the like. There's a whole suite of things that occur as part of these rocket launch activities that we consider to be development. And so we received a letter from SpaceX, essentially echoing the perspective that the Air Force has shared, that this is a federal agency activity and it's appropriate to go through the consistency determination process. We responded with a letter refuting that and making our points that it is development and requires a permit. We're still very much in that space of discussing each party's perspectives and hopefully trying to find an amicable path forward.
And are we going to get an opportunity as a commission to vote on anything having to do with them directly? Or does it all have to go through the federal government?
So I would hope that when SpaceX submits a coastal development permit application, that would come before you directly. Additionally, there's a consistency certification process also through the Coastal Zone Management Act. It's still a federal consistency process, but in that, SpaceX would be the applicant directly. And so really this is a unique type of a project where the commission has the authority to pursue all three of those regulatory approaches, and that's what we're doing as staff. And so we expect that through the consistency certification and the CDP that SpaceX would be before you.
And are we sure they're going to file what they need to file with us? Or, I mean, is that a for sure thing, or is it we're hoping to work with them to get them to do it? Where are we?
So there's different kind of levers to pull for each of those, the consistency certification and the CDP processes. I can't say that SpaceX has agreed with us and agreed to submit a coastal development permit application. We hope they get there, but I can't say that they're that at this moment. The consistency certification process is a little bit different, and that's something we're additionally pursuing. And there are ways through that where they would mandate them submitting that.
And I would hope, just for the record, that our friends at the State Department would help us to do that, to kind of tie this up and make it really, what the public would expect. So if we could call upon all of you maybe to help us persuade them, we'd appreciate it. Guys? Okay. Thank you.
That was a yes. Thanks,
Was that a yes? That was a, we're going to try, right? Okay. You have to, okay. Sorry.
I don't even
I
know
hate to-
who's talking. I just want, Assistant Secretary, I'm sorry. We're not asking for response just right now. I thank you very much. I think what I'd like to do is get through the rest of the commissioner comments, put together our questions that we may have for you or Colonel Shoemaker, and then we'll proceed in that way. So let me turn now to Commissioner Bochco.
All right, thank you. And I really want to thank, I think I sound so loud on this thing.
No, not at all. It's
okay.
perfect.
Echoing into my head. I want to thank the Department of Defense, the Air Force in particular, for engaging with us on this. I know it wasn't the original instinct, but I think in the end we both ended up having a much better experience and feel much more comfortable in moving forward with what the Defense Department wants to do. I also would like to emphasize, along with Commissioner Lowenberg, how essential it is, I feel, that SpaceX is independent in terms of owning those rockets, launching those rockets, and controlling Starlink. And so I think it is essential that they come in for their CDP. I'm not going to take time today to try to wade through, the consistency versus CDP. I can get that on my own. But what I really want everyone to understand, all those people in the public who took their time to comment today, we're not doing this just open-ended. Space Force will be back in front of us as they want to increase their launches. We will then have the necessary, as I think Cassidy just said, the necessary information from the monitoring, which is what we really wanted all along. And you graciously agree that it's not only to our benefit, but to yours. And so that's why I will be concurring today. But again, with that one caveat, that if we get no response from the private agency, I don't really know, what legal mechanisms we have to get them in front of us, but hopefully there are some. We've had other people who didn't want to get a coastal permit as well, and they usually end up having to do it. So I'll be very interested in that, and I will then have lots of questions about what is the difference between the private SpaceX launches in Texas, let's say, versus because they're on federal land. How does that become such an extreme exemption for this private company that's doing 90% of the satellites? So again, I will be voting for concurrence today, and I'm just very, very pleased at your graciousness for cooperating. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll go to Commissioner Wilson and then Commissioner Newsom.
Can we do questions now? Is that part of what we're doing, or is it just through the chair?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Wilson, I didn't hear you.
Is this questions time? Is this when we're doing?
Whatever you'd like to say,
Okay.
questions, comments, this is your
All right.
moment.
Oh, God. Can I have someone from the applicant or what do are the applicants, is that what we're calling
Would
them?
you like, Assistant Secretary Chaudhry is here, and also Colonel Shoemaker, and I was planning on, they were going to respond to questions, so would you like them to come up now, or?
Sure, I'll put out just a few questions, and then part of it is is in relation to the issue about the private-public part of this, and the assumption that there's, the public benefits from this because the military benefits from this. And so, but with this private company, and I just really want to ask this question about, can the technology and the equipment that flows through our public facilities like this then be sold or used by folks or agencies that are adversarial to the United States and the mission that you guys have in the protection of us as citizens. And I just kind of wondering, is there transparency even within a confidential way between you and maybe SpaceX or whoever else is launching? Is there some assurance that that these public facilities that we're talking about will always be, that the equipment moving through that and the intention moving through that is at least by some measure a benefit or to the protection of the United States or the citizenry thereof? I was just wondering if that's
Right.
something.
So I think if it's appropriate, and then we'll have Commissioner Newsom as well, and then I'll have some questions. But if you'd like to come up, have a seat in the front, respond perhaps to Commissioner Wilson's questions or the other question raised by Commissioner Lowenberg, and then you'll be here in case Commissioner Newsom has questions. You won't be going back and forth, and we're going to have Commissioner Cummings also.
All right, sounds good. You hear me?
Secretary.
Mr. Wilson, first of all, I'll address your question here. Your question was on components and its relation to national security. So while it's out of my bailiwick as far as acquisition, I do have a tremendous amount of acquisition experience. And so components and systems and subsystems fall under the Export Control Act, and that makes sure that approach makes sure that any adversarial nations do not derive advantage from parts that we develop that are developed within U.S. industry. So there's strict laws governing those things, especially ones that adhere to or support national security. So that's a general question, but if we can get experts to address that question for you in more detail, we're happy to do that.
When you say get experts, like today, or when would that happen?
I guess we could take a note to get back to you, provide kind of the overall statutory responsibilities for export control of military equipment, and we'd happy to do that formally as well too.
Okay, so you can see if my concern is that we're linking the private and the public, and the case that's being made by Space Force is that the public benefit is that we're advancing our military capacity, even though it's through these private means. That's why it's covered under this sort of public process that we're in. I know it's not a permit, but it's in what we're doing here today. But I just want to make sure that that's really true. I mean, that's something that's of a concern of mine. Now that you're standing there, it reminds me, on a very side note, you were with Chair Hart, and you got to see these whales, right? And you guys thought that was special. In 2020, I was with Chair Hart on the Farallon Islands, and they told us we would not see sharks, and we saw a great white eat a sea lion. So I think
obviously it's me.
Obviously it's Chair Hart. So anyone you want to go see wildlife, go with Chair Hart. You will see it. But on a kind of a little bit of a more serious note, and this isn't responsive to you, but we are talking about SpaceX in this, and I will say, and I just want to put it out there, as a person in this process, as was mentioned earlier today, we're an appointed body. There's the politics and policy and science. They mix in these spaces. It's real. this company is owned by the richest person in the world with direct control over what could be the most extensive global communication system on the planet. And just last week, that person was speaking about political retribution on a national stage, and it was very glib, but yet he was standing next to a candidate that openly promotes and is working to normalize that language, right? And the reason I bring that up is because everyone feels that, and so I just want to make sure that we don't normalize that, and that I'm hoping that it even makes me nervous bringing it up, because I feel like I'm promoting it myself by bringing it up. But I'm trying not to. What I'm trying to say is, like, we can't hide from that, and we have to push back against that. And we're talking about the promotion of this technology and a human being that has so much power over that. And I just want to acknowledge that. I just want to put that out in the room. And that being said, going way, way back down to earth, I'm very happy that our staff and that you guys have gotten together and worked very hard to move through a lot of these issues that it seemed like we were at loggerheads before. And so that is very encouraging. And I want to emphasize the positive nature of that work that you guys have done. And now you have experienced my thought process, which goes all over the place. So thank you.
No, thank you for that, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate all the comments. And point one, that's great you got a chance to go to the Farallon Islands. In fact, one of my research guides in the technical world, in the aerospace side, I actually found the foundation on reading a book called The Sharks of the Farallon Islands. To me, it guided the research in depth in which you address problems that can be challenging and very, very complex, so I appreciate that. Second, let me address kind of the broader environment that we're in right now and make it pretty clear. My job is to address the national security needs of the United States in an apolitical manner, period. And that's why I work with your staff very, very closely to make sure that we address challenges for our nation on the national security challenge that we're facing. And to me, I take great pride as a former military officer to do that in an apolitical manner. That's why I came to government, to become as apolitical as possible. And so recognizing the challenges that we're in, we're striving for that here. And I think we've struck upon a great partnership that, to me, will carry that on and make sure that we continue that in the future and focus on the national security priorities of the nation and protecting the public through our launch range programs and certification of those types of things. Broader, this actually may move into Ms. Lohenberg's arena as well, too, as questions of okay, you've got a certain amount of private responsibilities, you got an industry that operates on a private level and supports national security. So from a range standpoint, and having been a range safety officer as an officer and working as a former regulator at the Federal Aviation Administration Office of Commercial Space, I can say that the governing CFR for this is Title 51, which is outside of my agency, and that comes out of the Commercial Space Launch Act of 1984, which designates this responsibility for commercial space as a federal activity, much in the same way that federal airspace is governed by federal entities to ensure that flight safety goes where it is at a standard that we approve it. So I think that discussion is kind of where my responsibilities lie, what I owe you, and our working group is a discussion on this to make sure that the responsibilities of the Department of Defense are covered as well, to ensure that we're executing our responsibilities on the federal range. So it may feel like a non-answer, but to me, I think there's work ahead to discuss this as these issues become more and more challenging for that. So hopefully that's helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Assistant Secretary. I'll just say one comment before I go to our next commissioner, which is, it is essential that SpaceX apply for a CDP.
Okay.
We are going to hit a wall here, from my perspective. I think
Roger.
we're all on the same page. That really has to happen. So I appreciate whether you're directly answering, trying to answer. There is no other way forward, in my opinion. So let me turn to my fellow commissioners and continue. Commissioner Newsom.
Thank you. I'm curious as to what the amount of value SpaceX has contracted with the U.S. government. What is the value of their contract between SpaceX and Starlink and the services that they're providing you?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. We can take the research and get back to you on that for the record and make sure that you have that. I believe there's a publicly stated number, but I just don't have that with me. And honestly, it's not within my role. That falls under acquisition entities to look at the budget pieces of this, but I think we could take a note to your question and come back to you for the record.
A different department perhaps has those numbers. And the reason I'm asking that is because I'm very thankful that you have negotiated and agreed to the different conditions. But I can see that those conditions that you've agreed to incur a cost. And I'm curious as to whether it would seem, based on what I'm reading from staff's report, that it's your department that's going to incur those costs, which will ultimately benefit SpaceX, including the additional mitigation, the hiring of new biologists, the gathering of the data. This all benefits directly SpaceX as they continue to grow in their private company. And I'm curious as to why they are not incurring the cost of that as opposed to us taxpayers.
Okay, thank you for that question. I'll open just a quick comment and then I'll turn it over to Colonel Shoemaker. So my general thought is from a Washington standpoint, I view them as a launch provider. Our launch ranges support a number of launch providers from government to commercial. And so I kind of view that distribution at this point in time. There are other launch providers on the range, so operating that range to make sure it's effective to me is kind of how I view that environment. I think on a micro level, it's easy to take that view, but what I'll do is turn that over to Colonel Shoemaker.
Right. I'll address your very specific question. So as under my authorities as the commander at the base, we have some financial authorities in statute and then in regulation that allow us across the board, not just for SpaceX, but all the companies and even government entities to get reimbursed for very specific expenses. So it's not going to be totally borne by the taxpayer. There are costs if it's very clearly directly attributed to whether it's a Department of Defense customer that works on activity or organization on the base or a commercial company's activity on our federal installation. We can go appropriately allocate those charges. And in fact, Congress gave us some additional authority in the last National Defense Authorization Act to recoup some limited amount of indirect charges as well to cover overhead costs. So we're getting after some of these, so it's not as dire perhaps as it might look from kind of the outside world. Does that help you a little?
Maybe a smidgen. Chair, I don't have any further questions, but I do have a statement to read into the record at a later point if you want. We can hear more questions if you like.
No, please. If you
Statement?
Please.
Okay. I share immense respect for each of you, Assistant Secretary, Colonels. Thank you for being here today. Commissioners, each of us are stewards of environmental resources, the coast, and public safety, and each of us brings a unique perspective as coastal guardians. And my viewpoints are strongly linked to my background as a labor leader and advocate of working families. And upon thorough review of the staff report, public correspondence, and media coverage of SpaceX, I have the following brief statement to share. Today, I seek to bring light to the troubling situation surrounding SpaceX and its operations. Recent findings reveal a pattern of disregard for employee welfare and regulatory compliance that raises serious concerns. Firstly, let's consider the open letter from SpaceX employees, which highlighted a toxic workplace culture, likening it to a frat house with harassment. The employees called for respect and better working conditions, only to face retaliation. 8 engineers were fired, triggering a complaint from the National Labor Relations Board. SpaceX has then sued against the very existence of the NLRB. This raises a fundamental question for myself as how can a company that retaliates against its workers be trusted to operate responsibly? Moreover, alarming reporting from Reuters and Bloomberg have detailed a near amputation incident and uncovered over 600 previously unreported injuries. For this near amputation, SpaceX was fined a measly $3,600. A worker's quote encapsulated the issue, quote, "Safety can be overlooked," end quote, when the corporate goal is to maximize production at any cost. Fines imposed on SpaceX for safety violations are mere slaps on the wrist for a company of this magnitude, showcasing the inadequacy of current worker safety regulations. Additionally, we saw SpaceX's negligence, leading to a lawsuit following a severe injury sustained by a worker during a rocket engine malfunction here in California. And I will say his name into the record. The skull of Francisco Cabada was punctured, resulting in a long-term coma for more than 2 years. I can't tell if he has woken up from that coma yet. That has kept him from his family. The 600 previously unreported workplace injuries at Elon Musk's rocket company included crushed limbs, amputations, electrocutions, head and eye injuries, and 1 death. This pattern of negligence should not be overlooked, and it reflects poorly on the stewardship of the company and its leadership. Elon Musk has enjoyed substantial subsidies from California, amounting to over $3.2 billion, while threatening to relocate his operations, including his headquarters, from California to Texas, citing his bigoted beliefs against California's safeguards and protections of our transgender community. This behavior raises concerns about the motivations behind his request for government support. And here today we have the U.S. Department of the Air Force and U.S. Space Force presenting permitting requests on behalf of SpaceX to the profitable benefit of SpaceX and its billionaire CEO. Right now, Elon Musk is hopping about the country, spewing and tweeting political falsehoods and attacking FEMA while claiming his desire to help the hurricane victims with free Starlink access to the internet. But this claim in itself is to the public benefit is a falsehood, because one must first purchase the Starlink startup kit for several $100s and then face a monthly fee of $120 after 30 days of free internet, a sick ploy to gain customers that are facing tremendous burden and dire straits. They're hurricane victims. Like the Sierra Club, I too applaud the decision by the Department of the Air Force to accept all the protective measures established through the Commission's conditional concurrence of August 8th, including the implementation of plans for the enhanced biological monitoring, coastal access and recreation enhancement, marine debris reduction. But these items should be the duty and burden of SpaceX, not the military and taxpayers undertaking these oversights to the benefit of SpaceX. And last month, USA Today reported, quote, SpaceX has once again run afoul of federal regulators who now want to fine Elon Musk's spaceflight company more than $500,000 for what they allege are 2 separate launch violations last year. Quote, safety drives everything we do at the FAA, including a legal responsibility for the safety oversight of companies with commercial space transportation licenses, said FAA Chief Counsel. Failure of a company to comply with the safety requirements will result in consequences. In response, Musk, founder and CEO of SpaceX, took to Twitter to indicate his plans to sue the agency for regulatory overreach. I caution us. It appears that rather than prioritizing the welfare of SpaceX employees and the environment, the focus has been on profit maximization, often at the expense of the public and our communities. Given these circumstances, I myself cannot in good conscience approve the concurrence of the Coastal Commission with the Department of Space. I understand the rest of the Commission may seek to approve this motion today to get what is negotiated with DAF and Space Force. But in my opinion, it is SpaceX that must seek these approvals and be held accountable for its actions in meeting these conditional items. We must demand transparency, responsibility, and a commitment to safety and the well-being of both workers and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that really helped educate a lot of us. I appreciate your research, your thoughtful comments very much. Thank you very much. Commissioner Cummings?
Ditto to what she said. But in all seriousness, no, I totally agree and concur with everything that Commissioner Newsom has said, and thank you for educating us and the public about, these recent activities. And I think it's also important to, as we move forward, holding these companies accountable is something that we're really committed to doing. I have a few questions pivoting back to Space Force and the Assistant Secretary, and also the coastal staff. I'm just wondering, when will the proposal for 100 launches be coming to us? Because I know we recently had 36, we have 50. I think the goal is to get somewhere like around 180 plus or so. But I'm just wondering when the next proposal of increase in rocket launch is going to come to us.
So the latest estimate I have from Vandenberg staff is December, late December.
Of this year?
Of this year. They have committed to doing a NEPA process. Colonel Shoemaker may have an updated.
Yeah, I think so. The earliest that we'd be standing in front of you again would be March. So I think to Cassidy's point, it would be submitting paperwork in December. We're evaluating that timeline. So that's the very earliest, and that flows into the longer environmental impact statement NEPA process. And so we'll take a look at when the right time is to submit that to you. I think, given all the conversations we've had about collecting data, having time to analyze data, allowing oxygen to get back into the room so we can look through all of that, we'll go do that. But we're committed to providing it. We're going to provide it in time to meet our timeline, but not do it so that we're rushing the commission's decision process.
Thanks. I ask that because, as a biologist, and maybe Doctor, you can concur with me, but when you're collecting data to try to make some analysis about impacts on the environment, you need to have it across a broad time scale, right? Because the impacts that occur in the winter are going to be different from the spring, summer, et cetera, and those can also vary between years, right? And so I just have a lot of concern, and I think the public has a lot of concern because this is moving so quickly, and we've been seeing so many impacts that for us to be able to have enough data to say what does 50 rockets do, if we then add on top of it another 50 before we even know how much, what kind of impact 50 has, let alone 36 or 6, it just puts us in a situation where we're going to constantly be playing catch up, and it's going to be hard for us to really understand, the difference between, a very small amount versus double that. And so I would imagine that we're all pretty concerned about how we're going to be able to make sense of these impacts on the environment and be able to, understand those impacts as we move forward.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Cummings. I think in general, what we need to understand that having statistically significant data is something that we all understand and we all believe it's important. At the same time, I think the amount of trend analysis that we've committed to is impactful and one that will impact decision making. And that was part of our discussion that we had when we were standing up this working group, and as part of the 7 conditions, to make sure that we're not taking a study and saying, okay, here's a study, we're going to wait for the results to come out in a year before we make any decisions or reconsider or bring it back to a governance body. We're not about that. We want to make sure that we take data. Once we get it statistically significant and we're in a position to affect decision making, then we're willing to work with the commission to make sure that we address it almost immediately. So we want to do this in a real-time fashion, but we do want to have good, productive data streams. And I hear your concern about, hey, if March is the earliest, then how do we get data streams that we want to make good decisions? And so we're going to watch that closely. Again, Colonel Shoemaker said this is the earliest that we're going to do it, that we'll be able to see. We'll see how that timeline matures once we get into December, where we start looking at what that schedule looks like.
Great. And then I guess to some of a point earlier that was made, and I appreciate the apolitical nature under which you all work, but I do share some concern from the Commissioner Wilson brought up because of the fact that, last year we did see, the owner of Starlink shut down Starlink when one of our allies was going to attack one of our adversaries. And so while you all and we are all trying to operate in this apolitical space, we do know that the person who controls these companies has enough power to not work in the best interest when they feel like it of our allies. And so I think what we want to see is, even based on that instance, some reassurance that the US government has control over these technologies in these kinds of situations. Because absent that, we're allowing for technology to be launched into space under the premise and under the trust of that it's going to be used to benefit us and our allies, but we're not sure if that is always necessarily the case. So I just want to make that comment, because if there's some committee that can look into what happened last year in Washington and be able to provide the public with some reassurance over how we will have control over the technology that we're allowing to be launched into space, I think it'd be really helpful for people to be much calmer about what's happening. And that leads me into the last point I'll make, and which is that, one, I just really want to appreciate Assistant Secretary, you coming out and bringing us together with Space Force and Colonel Schumacher. I really appreciate you coming all these times to provide us with information to help us better understand what's happening down at Vandenberg. I think it's gotten us to a much better place, and I think it's a position where we're beginning to build trust amongst agencies, and there's a ton of concern around SpaceX, and I think that's a whole nother box of worms we'll have to get into when we have them come meet with us. But I just want to just express that if this had been rocket launches specific for Department of Defense payloads, we'd probably have some concerns still around the environmental components and the impacts, but I don't think we'd be having this much of a back and forth regarding the use of the technology, because it'd be technology that we own as a country versus technology that's owned by a private company. And so I just want to express that, because that's really why there's been so much concern here, is because the majority of what's going up there, we don't really necessarily, there may be agreements, but we've seen that we don't always have control over it, and that's what's really concerning for us. So I just hope to continue to be able to engage with you all and work with you all and figure out how we're going to be able to move forward. I'm going to be supporting this today, largely because of the fact that I think that we've made a lot of progress as it relates to the impact on the species and being able to monitor the impact of these launches on species of interest. But I do share a lot of the concerns around SpaceX as a company and us working so closely with them. And so with that, I'll end my comments, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Tufo, I have a question. Can you remind me, if we don't act today, it has by not acting, we actually are concurring if we stay moot, correct?
That's correct.
And if we were to take an action of non-concurrence, what effect does that have going forward?
If the commission were to object today, Space Force, Air Force could decide to unilaterally determine that this activity is consistent with our management program and proceed. If they were to do that, we have recourse through mediation and litigation.
Okay, and then I don't know if this is to you or to the Assistant Secretary, what other public bodies, public forums does this project, is it reviewed by?
I can start. Happy to have them contribute to the answer as well. So there's an environmental assessment, which is a NEPA document prepared for this. It was posted to, I believe.
Mr.
No,
Tufo, just to be
rephrase.
clear, I think Commissioner Rice is acting. What public hearings where the public can be involved?
So no public hearings.
Okay. I think that's really important.
Yeah.
And then can you, I may have misheard this, or so with our concurrence today and the agreements, the working agreements in this working group that you formed, does it, so that basically binds, or the Space Force is agreeing to a continued engagement with the Coastal Commission, and is there built-in, forget the the application for concurrence on increased number, is there a recurring then involvement with the commission? Is it asking for an annual review, and we're talking about looking at the data and the monitoring? What's sort of in front of us in terms of more transparency in this public forum?
Yeah, thank
for
you,
the
Commissioner.
agreement today?
That's a great question. The conditions that the commission adopted in August require submittal of reports to staff, and then as we've been talking about, there are these mechanisms being convened for staff engagement with Space Force directly and with the Air Force and other federal agencies. In terms of the commission's direct involvement, there isn't a mechanism currently built in there. That said, we're absolutely happy to continue reporting out to the commission, keeping you involved as things progress.
I think that's really important. It's not just about keeping the commission involved, it's about keeping the public involved. And to whatever degree we can put any kind of transparency into this process, I think it's super important.
Thanks, Commissioner. Well, I just have to say, the comments by Commissioner, you could, well, actually, I do have a question for you.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Hart.
Assistant Secretary, I want to make just a statement before I get to the question. And I just want to start by saying Commissioner Newsom's statement it was really an important statement. It was a well-researched statement. And, you know, you could argue that it's bringing in politics, but this is a political matter to some extent because it involves the U.S. government, it involves the Coastal Commission. And what I wanted to ask you, and it may seem an odd question, but we are now beginning to build a relationship of which you are the lead, of course, with Colonel Shoemaker and his team. At our next commission meeting, an election will occur between now and our next commission meeting. Will this working group, of which you are the head, or on your side of it right now, it seems to me, will you be remaining in that role if there were a change in administrations? And if not, how could we rely on this process even continuing if we were to concur today?
So I'd have to answer this question pretty simply. So if there's a change in administration, there's two options. One that goes in which my consideration, I serve at the pleasure of the president, the existing president. That becomes a deliberative process at some point. It would be likely that if there is a change in the administration to another party, then it would be likely that I would depart the position. And I think some of those backstops we had a good opportunity to consider when we put this working group together. For example, reports, delivery, things like that. We did make sure that there was not a stoppage date for these things, that they continued in perpetuity. And that was by design to make sure that the good work that we've done continues going forward, and we stay committed to that. So that's the general gist of the flow of this, and to me why I think it's important that we start this work and continue it. But you have my commitment that this work will continue. Again, if I'm not in this position, it would be to my successor at some point, but I'm not planning on that at this point in time.
Okay, I really appreciate it, Assistant Secretary. Thank you. You don't need to continue to stand there. I'm going to just give my thoughts on this matter. I really appreciate the work of the Space Force, and I really appreciate what's happened at Vandenberg that we were lucky enough to see in person, and which I've heard about for years. You know, the incredible concern about the ecological systems at Vandenberg and how you manage that land. But here we're dealing with a company that is the head of which has aggressively injected himself into the presidential race and made it clear what his point of view is, as was and he's managed a company in a way that was just described by Commissioner Newsom that I find to be very disturbing. that compounded with their refusal, my understanding was that they would be here today on Zoom. I am very concerned that even after meeting with me, my expressing my feelings.
Chair.
Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. They did participate on Zoom today.
Oh, okay, that brief comment. but
Apologize. Yeah.
In a more significant way. Let me put it this way, in a more significant way. So I just am very concerned that by concurring today, that we then will lose our ability going forward with a potential change in administrations, potential loss of your leadership. I mean, those things concern me very much. And to the extent that I'm just not prepared to vote for the concurrence today. My concerns based on the comments by Commissioner Newsom and what's occurred, even though I'm so appreciative of what Space Force has done at Vandenberg. I'm sorry, it's not the other companies. This is about SpaceX increasing their launches, not the other companies increasing their launches. So saying that, I don't think there are any other, there are other comments. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Well, I want to push back a little bit, Commissioner Hart, and I do appreciate Commissioner Newsom, what you said very much, take it to heart, but I don't want us to lose a seat at the table. And that's what I'm hearing from staff. If we don't go forward here, and we would lose our seat at the table, and that concerns me. And I do appreciate the fact that we asked for 6 conditions, and the 2 gentlemen sitting right here made that happen, and I appreciate that very much. But really, at the end of the day, I don't want us to lose our seat at the table. So I am actually going to vote to concur so that we do keep that seat at the table. And it's not perfect. I know it's not
Thanks,
perfect.
Commissioner.
So.
Thank you. Commissioner Uranga?
Well, I'm opposing that. I have a very simple rule. If I'm going to be damned for making a decision, then I won't be for not making that decision.
Okay, I think I understood you, Commissioner. It was hard to understand you.
Excuse my voice. Yeah, I know I have a hard time. But when it comes to if I'm going to be damned by saying yes, then I would rather be damned for saying no. Is that clear enough?
Yes, thank you. Just in response to that, I mean, we've been through this issue before on other matters where we need to concur in order to stay involved. And frankly, what I've found is that that's not really how it works. And I just, at this point, after all these years on the commission, I mean, I think that we have to take a stand when there's a federal consistency determination that really is about a private company and benefiting a private company. I appreciate that there is an element of the federal government here, but this is really primarily about private company activities for which we really need a CDP application. And I just keep returning to that. So that's where I stand on this. Commissioner Bochco?
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Because I completely concur with both of you, Lowenberg and Hart and Uranga. So if we said no today, that is saying that there isn't consistency, et cetera, and so now they can go off and just do it because they disagree, and then our recourse is a lawsuit. Is that correct? Mediation. Or mediation or lawsuit?
Yeah, Commissioner Bochco, it's both, right? And presumably we would pursue mediation first.
Yes.
One thing I do want to note, though, and this is a distinction between the decision before you in August. At that time, you were contemplating a conditional concurrence. the Air Force has integrated those protective measures, adherence to those conditions into their project, right? So those are moving forward regardless of the commission's decision because that's now part of the project.
Part of the project, and that makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate that. So that actually kind of turns it a bit. The problem here is SpaceX, not with the Department of Justice or the Air Force. It's just not. So, I mean, listen, we don't agree on everything, but still, you know, I think we're in a great dialogue. What would happen if, and I don't know if we're in a position to do that today, you have to tell me, if we conditioned the conditional permit on SpaceX coming here for their CDPs, for their launches, which are not defense, and we would have to define that very specifically, and I think we can. By the way, I mean, what I read from your department about why this is all defense, it didn't ring true to me. I think there are ways to distinguish what satellite is for whom and for what. Because the launching of it is just transportation by a private company. So it just doesn't seem to me it would be all that hard. Can we further condition today by making SpaceX a condition of the continuation of the, in other words, they can go ahead and do what they want to do. The permit is active. The condition is, you know, within the next X number of months or what have you. SpaceX comes in. If they refuse and say, no, we're not coming in, then my question is, can we have a condition where all of this comes back and we just start over again?
Through the chair, one thing that I think is important to understand about conditioning concurrences with consistency determinations is that what you're essentially saying is that this project is only consistent if these conditions are satisfied, and then the project proponent has the opportunity to either accept those conditions or not. And so I think it would be worth inviting Space Force back to the microphone to get a sense for how they would respond to that sort of condition.
Oh, I agree with you, and I'm very happy to do that. I just want to make sure that they understand and we understand. If they say no to that, which I would expect just because they're not Musk, how are they going to make him do it? But then we're just where we are. We can't precondition or recondition at this stage because we've already put our conditions. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I guess what I'm hearing you say is that we've already gotten our conditions agreed to, so we can't do anything except or reject.
No.
No, it can come up today.
We can
ask them.
we can
You know,
ask
we
them.
could have, I'm not sure if it would be the assistant secretary or if it would be Colonel Shoemaker, but we could ask them. What Mr. Halpern is saying is that we can ask them whether or not they would agree to include the condition that SpaceX will apply for a CDP with regard to these launches today. Is that correct?
I wanted to just make one point. I think as staff, we've really been thinking these as two separate tracks. So we have been working on the CD with the Space Force and the Air Force, and as a separate track, we are pursuing a CDP with SpaceX. And those are not necessarily, you know, we can continue on both those paths. And that's how we have been approaching it. I'm not sure what benefit conditioning.
I have a response. I can hear exactly what you're saying. And my response to that only is the concern of these commissioners, right? I mean, if they're going to say no and a majority no, then we're maybe not where some of us would like to be. But if there is a way to get to yes, that isn't so destructive to all the work, all the wonderful work that you guys and you have done, I'd love to find that. That's why I'm saying this. It's not so much, you know. So should we ask the question or abandon the question?
Thanks, Commissioner. I mean, I think it's clearly a point of leverage, Director Hucklebridge. I mean, it's clearly a point of leverage. Yes, you've been requesting. Yes, you've been asking. Yes, you've been, but so far we have not received a CDP application. Yes, Commissioner Cummings.
I just want to find out if SpaceX is still on the line, because they were making comments earlier. If they're on
Great
the
idea.
line, that
Let's do-
representative may be able to speak to some of what we're
Okay, can we
talking about.
determine
So
that-
I don't know, Chris, if
Yeah, why don't we see if the SpaceX representative is available to respond to these questions?
Chris, his name is Matt Dunn. So Matt, if you still are on Zoom, if you could please raise your hand or identify yourself.
It looks like he's no longer on Zoom.
Not as an attendee either. That's surprising. Okay.
While we're waiting, if I could
Sure.
provide a little bit of a response to the question about Dr. Chaudhry's role and continuation of that. We always have the ability to pursue reopening, right? If situations change, if commitments made through Dr. Chaudhry's participation were to be an effort made to walk them back or not follow through with them, we would both have the opportunity to pursue reopening. And then if that were to occur before the next proposal for increasing launches happens, then obviously that's going to be a very material fact that would affect our recommendation in the Commission's decision.
That's an excellent point, Cassidy. I appreciate that. Vice Chair Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What would be most effective? I think I've been very impressed by Space Force and Department of Defense presentation. Thank you for coming, really, Dr. Chaudhry, Assistant Secretary. You give me confidence and sort of, but I do want to make sure that, you know, if we're making deals, that you're going to be on the other side, you know, carrying this through. What would be most cost-effective and time-efficient for all of us to do that, or maybe to bring it back in December when we'll know if, hate to make you, maybe by then you can just Zoom, we'll know who you are, but that we can make sure that, you know, the same administration or the same leadership is in place and we can continue trusting on the process.
Thank you, Vice Chair. It sounds like you were asking about potentially continuing this discussion until December. The challenge with that is that SpaceX is very close to 36 launches now. The purpose of this, as I understand it, is to allow them to continue launching for the rest of this year, right? So if we were to want to continue this conversation until December, the Air Force would have to agree to extend our review timeline because it only extends through this hearing. If they were to fail to do that, this would be deemed a concurrence. I don't want to speak for them, but the impression I have, because we have asked for extensions in the past, they'd be reluctant to do that because then that wouldn't allow SpaceX to continue launching this year. But again, don't want to speak for them.
Well, maybe, I don't want to, hate to put you on the spot, but you're on the spot. So if you could just maybe address some of that. I mean, I feel like if there could be, I understand that Space wants to increase that, and I mean, I'm not going to here try to question what the technology is about, but this has sort of been such a delicate process, and I do think that it would be of great value to continue cultivating this in such a way that is constructive, that we're able to maybe make a moratorium until December for SpaceX not to increase those launches, and then we'll all commit ourselves to get back to the table to move this forward. From reading the room and the way sort of I see that we're going, I feel like we're going into less constructive space, and we don't really want to do that with you, Dr. Chaudhry, so please let me know.
Yeah, thank you for the question and the discussion here. Cassidy Teufel, I mean, first of all, I want to say thank you and to the entire team for your productive dialogue and discussion here. One of the things that I really appreciate from Dr. Huckelbridge is her her direction in making sure that these take on two different tracks, and those tracks to me I think are beneficial at this point in time. And so as we've come together over the past 3 months and worked very, very hard to advance the ball in this, I think that's where our assumption was coming into this, and I value that, and I value their relationship with the staff, as I do with commissioners. So my general take is that I would prefer this to go on two different tracks so that we can make sure that we address the CDP piece fully, but at the same time move forward amicably with the 36 and the 50 agreement that I mean, we have really put some time and effort to this, and to me I would defer to the commission for your final decision on this, but I think that's the general department's position that I can share with you, that I think it would be value added to make sure that we address these two issues, but at the same time really dig deep into the work that's been done by the staff and us thus far on meeting the conditions 1 through 7. So that's the DAF position at this point, and I really want, I'm very, very excited to continue the work and the partnership that we've built so far. So I think this is an important discussion, but I'm willing to hear your feedback.
If I could, Vice Chair, just quickly,
Sure.
adding to that conversation, we always have the ability to pursue enforcement action, right? If development is occurring without the benefit of a coastal development permit, then we have the ability to pursue enforcement action to require that party come in to get that authorization.
And if I could just add one thing to that, any conditions that are imposed in connection with a concurrence with a consistency determination, again, have to be based on a finding that the project without those conditions would be inconsistent with one of the enforceable policies, one of the substantive policies of the Coastal Act. What I'm hearing, it sounds to me, is more of a procedural concern than a substantive concern. There may be a whole host of substantive concerns, but those would be uncovered and addressed when SpaceX comes in for its permit. We don't know what those substantive concerns are at this point because they haven't applied for the permit. So the concern is more of a procedural concern, and the procedural concern that they're not availing themselves of that process is the kind of procedural concern that is more typically addressed through the enforcement process. That's unpermitted development. That's what the enforcement program does.
So that's supposed to make me feel better? Sorry. Maybe that was rhetorical. Madam Chair, do you?
I just have to question if a consistency determination, if the commission concurs with the consistency determination for the launches by SpaceX, and then SpaceX comes in for a CDP, and then we decline to issue the CDP, that's completely, in my mind, this is the decision. That's the problem I'm having, and we've all had, and it's in your report, and we're trying to talk all around it, and we have every single meeting that we've had. And it always comes back to the same thing, no matter how hard we try. The underlying issues of the CDP are the issues we are dealing with today. And I find it very hard to believe that if SpaceX shows up on if they in fact apply for a CDP, that they're not going to just simply say to us, you have concurred with the consistency determination, you have approved, there are all these safeguards and we agree to all of them. What is the basis for denying the CDP? These things are inexplicably linked in my mind.
Thank you. Thank you for articulating that, Chair. I think I'd agree with that, but I would make some distinctions. Our authority under the Coastal Act is quite different than it is under the Coastal Zone Management Act. There are strong sideboards about the types of conditions that can be brought forward through a conditional concurrence. There are strong limitations there about what kinds of things can be conditioned, that the federal agency has to be supportive of them. It's much more of a negotiation process. If SpaceX were to apply for a coastal development permit, we were to look at that, we wouldn't necessarily have those same limitations because our Coastal Act authority is different and stronger in a lot of ways. Additionally, we would review that submittal at the time it's submitted based on all the information available to us. So while we made this recommendation based on the information before us when this CD was submitted, if a future CDP application comes in, we're not bound to that same suite of information. We can consider other things that may be available at that time, like such as the information that's coming to light through this enhanced Marin program, the analysis, et cetera.
Now, you're making some excellent points, Cassidy, and I mean, I think the best point really that you've made in all of this is the reopening point, that this is a moment in time and that there is an opportunity for reopening should things change. So I'll turn to Commissioner Cummings and then Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think there's a couple things that come to mind. I guess one is that, you know, SpaceX has a horrible history with labor, and I think that was really brought up today. And I think those of us who are strong labor advocates, you know, in many of the other projects that have come before us, like we've wanted to see like unionized hotel workers, unionized construction for the construction of hotels or other projects, you know, full affordability. There's certain things that we would love to see that are outside of our purview. And our purview really is to focus on making sure that what they're doing is not negatively impacting the environment. And these are all, I mean, I think all these other concerns are like, yes, we're concerned with how the technology is going to be used. Yes, we're concerned with, you know, all the launches and what's going into space and who controls it and all those things. And my hope is that they can take that back with them. And I think the other piece of this is what's being used for public benefit versus what's being used for private benefit. And those are really the big concerns that are before us here today. I also think that when it comes to what we're agreeing to, which is the increase to 50 launches, and all the concerns that were raised that they've now agreed to in terms of the working group and the monitoring on all those things. If we agree to that today and they don't comply with that, then we can also go after them for not complying with the federal consistency determination, similar to the letter that we wrote earlier as it relates to the Tijuana plant that is not in compliance with their environmental standards that were set forth back when their consistency permit was issued. And then if we were to say no, and let's say the last agreement was for 36 launches with none of these conditions in place, then technically they're not bound to comply with any of the new agreements that we've made through this process. And so I think it's really important that we take that into consideration. And then as it moves to 100 launches, like that's a complete other conversation that we can say, no, we're gonna stick to 50 and that's what we'll agree to. And if you go beyond that, that's on you. And then also engaging with SpaceX. But I think it's just worth us keeping in mind that as much as we might not like the company that the federal government has agreed to, you know, conduct these launches with, we really have to stay focused on the fact that our role is making sure that they're not damaging the environment and making sure that we're able to monitor that and they're taking that into account and they're collecting the data to bring back to us so we can say you shouldn't do more and the public knows how, you know, like what's happening there. Because absent that, with what they've agreed to today, it's not clear that they would necessarily willingly collect and provide that data to us. And so this is a really challenging, you know, situation we're all faced with. But I'm just trying to highlight some of the things that we really need to be focusing in on and not to get distracted with a lot of the things that we're really concerned with that are outside of our purview.
Thank you. Commissioner Aguirre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate Commissioner Cummings articulating and clarifying the process. So just for clarity to staff, what he just mentioned, if we agree with the concurrency, we do have enforcement mechanisms moving forward based on our conditions imposed. But you also mentioned if we don't agree to the concurrency, there's a mediation process. What would be the difference there?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So one point of clarification, those protective measures that were developed and integrated through your decision in August have been now integrated into the project. And so the Air Force would follow through with those and implement those regardless of the decision here. So I just want to make that distinction, Commissioner Cummings, to your point. part of the reason also is because a lot of the requirements that you all established were picked up and built on further in some cases by the Fish and Wildlife Service, right? And so there's multiple agencies working on this. We're all looking at enhancements to the monitoring program. So that's one point I would make. So I don't want to give the impression that only by concurring today would these protective measures that the Air Force is committed to implementing, only by concurring would those be implemented. They will be implemented regardless. To answer your question, Commissioner Aguirre, about the difference, so mediation is typically when there's an objection and the commission were to identify specifically what coastal resource impacts they were concerned about. We would enter into a mediation process to help resolve those issues. In other words, if it was a project to discharge waste into the ocean and you were concerned that it was, beyond a certain threshold, we could enter into mediation to find a better threshold that was more protective of coastal resources. An objection, I would really encourage, if the commission is inclined to object, that it be very clear about the coastal resource effects that are driving that desire to object.
Because that is our mandate, right? And I appreciate Commissioner Newsom's very thorough comments regarding their labor practices, and it's really disturbing. And I didn't know, I didn't have any idea how bad that was. But before us is our mandate is coastal resource protection, and obviously in this particular case, we're operating under the CZMA. So I'm just having trouble differentiating exactly the process between mediation is not going to put a moratorium on the launches either. So whether we concur or not concur, the practices are going to continue moving forward.
Yes, I think that's the case. I do think, the concurrence, if the commission were to concur, I think it sends a message about we should continue to work with the Space Force and work on the measures, getting the data, doing all those things. And we would still, seek to do that if there was an objection as well, assuming that they would potentially come back again for 100 in the near future. So I think it's a statement to an extent that you want us to continue to work with Space Force on these things. I also wanted to make one clarification on the enforcement piece that was mentioned. And I think we were, at least when I mentioned enforcement, I was speaking about it specifically in terms of our CDP authority. So as we've said, we have the ability to go after.
Yeah.
So I just wanted.
Seriously doubt that's
like
going to happen. Just personally, I just don't see that. But I wish it did, and I hope it does. But I don't see that happen if they haven't taken the time of day to come to any of our hearings, with the exception of the 2 minutes that they were present today. And this is not a reflection on you, Assistant Secretary. I really appreciate you being here, very thorough in your comments and answering all of our questions. But I have to say, from my personal point of view, it's just disappointing that our own federal government and Department of Defense is supporting something that is incredibly damaging to our coastal resources, in my opinion, that has marine debris implications, that has coastal access implications, not to mention the benefit of a private company, but that's not necessarily under our purview. So that concludes my comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify what's before us, and I think it might be worthwhile for the Space Force to have a chance, an opportunity to discuss. There are two options other than just going forward with the vote as planned today. Option number one is that part of our concurrence includes a requirement that SpaceX come to the commission with a request for a CDP, and that would be the condition of the concurrence. So that's one thing that is worth discussing. The other option is to return. It would probably be at our December hearing when we would know whether or not we could rely on yourself, Assistant Secretary Chaudhry, to be continuing to be involved in leading these efforts. We could depend on this relationship we'd know that it would move forward and that our coastal resources would continue to be protected. Your commitment is absolutely crystal clear on that note. But I am very concerned about what would occur should you not be there to lead these efforts. Saying nothing, Colonel Shoemaker, I respect you so much, but I think for now, the Assistant Secretary is in the lead. And I'm certainly prepared to detail what the basis for the objection would be, but I'm wondering if you would like to have a few minutes to discuss these other options.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chair Hart, and I appreciate the comments from you, Ms. McGuire. Very, very helpful. What I'd offer is an opportunity for us to kind of regard some of the comments that Dr. Cummings put forth in how we're laying down our focus for protecting the coast. I appreciate you acknowledging that my sentiment on this issue is crystal clear, that we are staying focused as a Space Force to ensuring that as a federal range, we are executing operations in a way that's consistent with protecting our coastal species. And so in that vein, I think I'll offer a macro strategic view of this that I think is really important. What the Department of Defense is doing right now with this effort that we've built is extraordinary. To recognize the growth in activity and then engaging with our state and local entities to come up with a way forward that one addresses national security requirements, but at the same time goes really aggressively towards addressing the needs of our natural habitats is something that I have not seen in my career, and I would like to continue to blaze that trail. And it was a bit of a challenge in my final statements to say, let's both do this together. And one of the things that I really, really believe in from the administration standpoint is that balancing our national security requirements, and we get the oversight from the National Space Council and Office of Secretary of Defense Space Policy, where our authorities are deliberated on. But I think what we're doing here is more special. To take the steps that we're taking right now and being on the leading edge of it is something that I don't want to put at risk. And that's my personal feelings. I'm speaking from the heart on this. And that's why I think I value what we're working on. I value the governance structure that we laid in as a working group that could be a foundation for addressing some of the challenges in this room that I've heard from you. And I do hear you. I really, really do. And so I'm speaking at a very strategic level. That's where I operate at the Pentagon. But to me, to see what's before us, to me, is much more valuable. And I'd like the Commission to take that in consideration so that we can address this issue and build upon it. And if we can build upon it, I know that there's solutions in the future. And so we have a variety of launch providers out there. We work with all of them, and we want to make sure that we're responsive to that. I know there are specific ideas and feelings and sentiments on one particular launch provider, but we want to make sure that we set the conditions on this federal range that are beneficial to the precious ecosystems that reside there. And I don't want to go backwards on that. That's just my position and the DAF's position. And that's the one thing that I would implore with the Commission to consider going forward. And if there is a way to get to yes, I'm certainly committed to working towards it. And if we have to continue the discussion in a forum that you choose is valuable, I'm willing to do that. To include December or earlier if we need to. But I understand you have procedural requirements that you have to meet as well too. So I don't know entirely what all of that amounts to, except for my commitment to continue to working with you and growing this going forward. And then we may know a little more about and probably maybe give you a little more certainty as to what the future holds.
Okay, in terms of whether you need a few minutes, I don't think that was exactly responsive, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Assistant Secretary. I'll return to staff and ask if there are any other comments. with regard to this. I think that nothing has changed in terms of what's in front of us today in terms of the proposed action. I'm not hearing any concessions or changes on the part of Space Force in terms of delay agreements to add the condition that SpaceX would come before the commission for a coastal development. None of that is in it. You're not in agreement with any of those items, or are you?
What I'd like to do, if I could, is confer with the team and hopefully come back to you. The question is when. If we're willing to do that real time, I'm supportive of that. And if
that would be the preferred approach, or we could continue this item until a later date.
Okay.
November or December, we meet once a month. But I would presume, given staff, but the preference would be that you take the time now to discuss the situation and come back to us and let us know what your position is on those two items.
Okay. Are you willing to
So why don't we
grant-
take, how long would you need?
Why don't we take about, about a 15-minute recess? Is that
All right, that's
available to
fine.
you?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Cummings?
I just have a question too. I just hope that it's
sure.
Or no, not for you. For the commission, I guess it's
okay. Sure.
If we're going to delay till December, I guess, or if there's a discussion around. Well, my understanding, based on the conversation, the idea is around whether we're going to delay the conversation or not and come back at some other point or add different conditions. I mean,
They're going to discuss that, Commissioner, now in the next 15 minutes, how they want to approach this. If they want us to proceed with the vote today, whether they would prefer to wait until
I guess
after the election.
what would be helpful for me to understand is, like, if we're going to delay, then I guess what are we delaying for? Like, what's...
Well, I mean, to be frank, we're delaying to determine whether or not the leader of this effort, Assistant Secretary Chaudhry, will still be in his position in November and December and January and February, because we are relying on him and all of the representations he's made. I mean, that's where I'm coming from. Is that a
I'm missing
confusing
something,
point?
Madam Chair. If we vote this down today, we don't get any of the 7.
No, that's
things.
incorrect. We have the conditional concurrence as to the 36 launches remains. The relationship remains. This
Right,
only
but do we get any of the conditions, the 7 that
We
we
do.
Yes,
those have
what's
been
before us
incorporated
is
into the
the-
project. I would recommend we take a break.
Yeah, let's
and
take a break and we can-
Let's just take 15 minutes. We'll discuss, you discuss, and but
Right.
just remember, we're in an open hearing, so please no commissioner discussions and deliberations outside.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a break now. It's about 3:40. We'll resume at 4 p.m. All right, everyone. Sorry, it took us a little bit longer to get back. We're going to now resume the afternoon session of the California Coastal Commission meeting of October 10th. And we are currently continuing on item 9A. And we're going to ask that Assistant Secretary Chaudhry make some comments.
Chair Howard, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to take a little bit of recess and talk about it. So, again, thank you to the entire commission for today. What I would like to provide as the DAF position is a request. One is to build on the incredible partnership that we've put together over the few months. I believe, and it's the DAF position, that we should take 2 separate tracks for these 2 issues. And I would really impress upon all the commissioners with utmost gratitude that you would consider that today. I think we can build upon that and build a stronger position going forward for cooperation, and most importantly, focus on preservation of the coast at Vandenberg Air Force Base. On the issue of the CDP, what I would like to say about that is I recognize the Commission's authorities and rights to engage industry partners and bring them in for consideration on these activities. And the United States Air Force will not impede that at all. We offer that authority and 100% feel that if you so choose, utilize your authorities to engage SpaceX directly, you may do that. Right.
Excuse me, I just wanted a little clarification. And I understand, you know, you feel it is more productive to go on the 2 tracks that Executive Director mentioned. I'm not sure I agree with that, but when you said we're free to get a CDP with SpaceX, can we look towards the governmental entity to at least say that, how do I want to put this? In other words, you've written quite an elaborate explanation of why you think everything they do is in our defense and our, you know, governmental interest. Again, I don't think that's at all true. I think it's, you know, kind of just a broad, sort of easy way to get around a very large problem that probably no one at your place knows how to deal with at the moment. Would you in any way support that track once we get into it? Because you being the key contractor behind what this private industry is doing, your support would mean a lot.
Thank you for that. The department's position is that that activity falls under Title 51, which is a different agency. So to speak to that, the activity of commercial space launch activities on a federal range is governed by Title 51, of which I do not have authority under. The consideration for activities on an installation fall under Title 10 on me, which I do, which is really kind of the tight area that I'm operating in right now. So ultimately, I can't speak to Title 51, but I'm more than happy to facilitate the discussion going forward on that issue.
Thank you. And truly, I so appreciate what you guys have done. Come 100%, you know, trying to be of help. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice?
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Would you like to do that, or do you have a statement?
I'm prepared to, I'll speak to it after, I guess. So I move that the commission concur with the consistency determination CD-0007-24 on the grounds that the project described therein would be fully consistent and thus consistent to the maximum extent practicable with the enforceable policies of the CCMP. And I'm asking for a yes vote.
Second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Would you like to make a statement?
Yeah, I would. I wasn't here in August, but I have reviewed the record, and given the conditional concurrence that was granted by this body in August for the prior project, which was for 36 launches, and then also personally, with my commission hat, I would prefer to continue to work in partnership with the agency on this and on this project. That's the basis for my seeking this yes vote on this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lowenberg, do you have any comments, or you've made your
Agree.
comments?
I just think the partnership has gotten to a point that they've done a lot of almost everything we've asked, and I would like to continue that. And I think I really want to applaud you all for the really great turnaround since, and you guys have been gracious about it. You've been, you know, really great with the staff from what I understand. So I applaud you for that and really appreciate everything you've done. And I hope our fellow commissioners will agree with moving this forward and concur.
Okay, we're going to have a roll call vote on this. I'm a little confused. Can I just clarify one thing? So we will just be taking one vote, is that correct, Council? Yes or no? I'm just wondering, for those that are voting, if there are those voting no, when do we state our reasons?
Yeah, I think anyone who wants to vote
articulate the reason why they're voting no at this. If anyone wants to vote no, I would recommend that they articulate the reasons why they're voting no, or if the first person who votes no articulates the reasons and others concur, they can just indicate that they're voting no for the same reason, so that we have a record in case the vote fails of the reason for the vote.
Thank you. All right, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bochco.
Reluctantly, I'm going to vote no, and the reason I am is that I do believe that the Space Force has failed to establish that SpaceX is a part of the federal government, part of our defense, necessary to be decided under a federal consistency rather than a CDP. And I've thought very hard about the 2 tracks, which I think, has some potential, but I do feel that it is more effective to have all the parties involved in that kind of process. So I unfortunately, sadly, will vote no.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Cummings.
And if I might make a statement for the record. I just want to appreciate all the work that's been done on this attempt to get to 50 launches. I'm really uncomfortable with where we're going in the absence of a lot of data, but I do just want to acknowledge the work and the agreements that we reached to get to where we are today. And I think moving forward, to Commissioner Bochco's point, there needs to be some acknowledgement of, as we're increasing these launches, how many are for, like, specifically for defense versus for SpaceX and their private company. And I do think, again, I mean, SpaceX showed up to make some comments, but it would really be beneficial for us to be able to have a conversation here in person. So I'd like to continue to be in contact with staff about how we're going to bifurcate these 2 different permits so that we're really meeting the needs and addressing the concerns that are being brought up around what, like, the payloads being launched for defense versus the payloads being launched for a private company that may be used for defense. Thank you.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
I rarely struggle so much with, with something. This has been hard because my reluctance to support this today, doesn't really reflect at all on any kind of, I respect, you guys immensely and your service to this country. And I really want us to be able to get to a place where we are comfortable in moving forward with this partnership to protect those resources for generations to come. Hopefully, there will be generations to come. So I would like us to be able to get to that point with a more joint process with that CDP. So I will be a no.
Commissioner Lowenberg.
I concur.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Newsom.
No.
Newsom, no. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
No, but I also want to add that the arguments for yes are counterintuitive.
Uranga, no. Commissioner Wilson.
I think for the same reasons as Supervisor Cummings, or excuse me, Commissioner Cummings, I came down on the yes here because I really feel that the engagement is actually very, very important. That being said, I think my concerns about who we're engaging with is it's stated clearly.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Assistant Secretary for being here and staff for all of your work and all the work that's gone into the working group as well. I appreciate you taking the time to confer and come back to us with an offer, but unfortunately, my vote is no.
Aguirre, no. Chair Hart.
So I'm going to be voting no on this for the reasons that I've stated today that specifically go to the private, my feeling that this is primarily a private activity by SpaceX and that a CDP is being required, as well as my concern about the lack of current information on sonic booms, on wildlife impacts, and on coastal debris. And I want to incorporate to my objection all of the reasons articulated in the May 30, 2024 staff report that was prepared for the June 2024 hearing regarding the lack of information sufficient to demonstrate that this is a truly federal agency activity. So my vote will be no.
Chair Hart, no. The vote is 4 yes, 6 no.
All right, thank you. Now going to move on to our next item.
Yes. Item 10 is first I'll say good afternoon. Item 10 is the Deputy Director's Report for the North Coast District, which includes 2 waivers for development in Arcata and Humboldt County. Staff is not aware of any opposition on these matters, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to this report.
I have a question for staff, for council. Even though there's a waiver, is that for the city of Arcata, that particular item? To staff?
Sorry, I'm not following what your question is.
There's a waiver?
There's a waiver in the North Coast Deputy Director's report.
Yeah.
And the question is what?
Is it with the city of Arcata?
Yes.
Okay, so this is my concern or question is I have my spouse works for the city of Arcata. Do I remove myself from the room before you have a discussion as to whether or not there's a concurrence or no concurrence? I'm going to do it. I'm going to leave the room. You guys do that. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Have you, returning Ms. Gray, have you completed your report?
Yes.
Okay. Just sort of getting our act together here. Are there any speakers on this item?
No speakers.
All right. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item on the North Coast DDR? Seeing none, the commission concurs. We'll now move to North Central Coast DDR, item 11.
Thank you, Chair Hart. That does take us to item number 11. This is North Central Coast District Director's Report. We're reporting 1 waiver, 1 extension, and 1 emergency coastal permit. We're not aware of any objections or controversy, and we're looking to see whether 3 or more commissioners object. And if not, then the commission will concur.
Thanks, Mr. Carl. Any speakers?
No speakers.
All right. Do 3 or more commissioners object to concurrence with the DDR? Seeing none, the commission concurs. We'll now move on to item 12A, Notice of Impending Development, Tomales Bay State Park Forest Health and Wildfire Resilience Project.
That is correct, and Aaron Praler, our statewide planning manager, is going to give the staff presentation. We do have a PowerPoint for this one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Item 12A is a Notice of Impending Development, or NOID, prepared by California State Parks for the Tomales Bay State Park Forest Health and Wildfire Resilience Project. Slide 1 shows you a portion of that state park. And before getting started, I'd note that there was an addendum published for this item yesterday, providing response to multiple comments the Commission received opposing the project. And it's clear that most all of the issues raised in those comments were already addressed in the published staff report. Thus, staff continues to recommend that the Commission find the project consistent with the certified PWP here. Next slide, please. The NOID is being submitted under the Tomales Bay State Park Forest Health and Wildfire Resilience Public Works Plan, or PWP, which was certified by the Commission in May 2024. The PWP's program areas are highlighted in cross-hatching shown on slide 2, and this is the first project to be proposed under this PWP. The PWP provides a framework within which identified vegetation treatment projects can be analyzed and implemented under a coordinated plan that relies on the standards and mitigation measures adopted as part of the California Vegetation Treatment Program, or CalVTP, as well as local coastal specific standards developed by the Commission and state parks for this PWP. The issue before the Commission today is whether the project described in the NOID is consistent with the certified PWP. While the Commission may impose conditions to bring a project into consistency with a PWP, the Commission may not deny a project. In addition, the deadline for Commission action is tomorrow, and so the Commission must take action today unless State Parks extends the deadline as is allowed by the PWP. Next slide, please. Tomales Bay State Park is located along the western and eastern shores of Tomales Bay in Marin County. The project area is shown in red here on slide 3 and contains Bishop Pine Forest, Coast Live Oak Woodland and Forest, Tan Oak Forest, California Bay Woodland and Forest, native shrublands, native grasslands, riparian habitat, and wetlands. The project includes vegetation treatments designed to ecologically restore up to about 1,600 acres. There are a number of reasons why such restoration is needed here. High levels of tree disease and mortality in mature and senescing populations of bishop pine, tan oak, and coast live oak are found throughout the park. As a result of past fire suppression, there is a heavy accumulation of dead and downed woody material, dense understory, and thick layers of litter and duff that are simultaneously inhibiting forest regeneration and increasing fuel loads, ultimately making a catastrophic wildfire from which the ecosystem cannot recover more likely. In addition, disrupted fire patterns have resulted in dense thatch accumulation and shrub encroachment into native grasslands where the habitat is now being converted and is increasingly occupied by invasive species. The project aims to directly improve resilience of the park's ecosystems while also reducing their vulnerability to wildfire through the strategic management of vegetation, to preserve and steward regeneration of bishop pine forests, mixed hardwood forests, and grasslands, and to integrate tribal knowledge and the perspectives of the Federated Indians of Grayton Rancheria into vegetation management practices in the park. Next slide, please. State Parks is proposing to implement the project over a 10-year period. To be clear, work will not be occurring over the entire 1,600-acre project area continuously over the next 10 years. Instead, specific treatments and locations will be scheduled annually during this 10-year period based on funding, contractor and equipment availability, weather conditions, and other restrictions. State Parks proposes to update its project website annually to describe treatments completed over the prior year and to provide information about anticipated treatments for the coming year. The image on the left shows where different treatment activities may occur within the Heart's Desire area of the park. The legend's a little busy, but it shows that a combination of treatments are anticipated to be used in various areas, and it shows the maximum total acreage that may be addressed by any given treatment activity. Specifically, the project will consist of manual activities, including the use of hand tools and hand-operated power tools to cut, thin, remove, or prune vegetation in areas within and adjacent to identified natural, cultural, and tribal cultural resources, and on slopes greater than 35%. Mechanical treatment activities, including the use of motorized equipment like masticators, track chippers, and skidders, will be limited to areas with road or trail access points and typically on slopes less than 35%. In general, most areas would be treated first using manual and mechanical methods tailored to each site-specific vegetation community and condition to reduce fuel loads before introducing prescribed fire. Pile burning and air curtain burning are proposed to process biomass resulting from manual and mechanical treatments. Pile burning is also proposed to facilitate opening of bishop pine cones in the canopy and promote that species regeneration. Cultural burning would only occur in consultation and with the participation of the Federated Indians of Grayton Rancheria. Targeted herbicide application is also proposed to occur on a maximum of 6 acres across the entire project area in discrete locations to prevent the growth and spread of invasive species when other treatment methods are not effective, not feasible, or they would result in greater potential impacts. Next slide, please. Slide 5 shows the proposed treatment activities in the Inverness area on the left and in the Millerton, Marconi Cove, and North Marshall areas on the right. Following initial treatments, State Parks would implement maintenance treatments as needed based on annual monitoring of previously treated areas. Maintenance would be conducted using the same treatment activities used during initial treatments, with the addition of prescribed herbivory in the Millerton area only, shown on the lower right side of the screen in purple crosshatch. Prescribed herbivory would only, would only occur in grasslands and encroaching shrublands in this area. Next slide, please. This project has also been designed to protect coastal resources through the implementation of numerous protection measures consistent with the PWP. These include a suite of best management practices to protect biological resources, including protocol surveys for special status wildlife and plants prior to implementing proposed treatments, biological monitoring during all treatment activities, and buffers from identified resource areas such as watercourses and special status plants and wildlife. The NOID describes criteria for selecting which species of trees will be cut and generally limits cutting to trees smaller than 10 inches diameter at breast height. The Commission's staff ecologist, Dr. Lauren Garsky-Garcia, has reviewed the proposed NOID and agrees that, as conditioned, the project is consistent with the biological protection measures of the certified PWP. The project also includes robust cultural resource surveys and tribal consultation consistent with Project Standard 5 of the PWP, as well as standards to ensure that impacts to public views, air quality, and public access and recreation are avoided and strictly minimized. Finally, I would note that one commenter that we received public comment from questioned the use of air curtain burners to process biomass and raised concerns about the impacts of leaving resulting biochar on site. The PWP describes the use of pile burning as a treatment activity. Air curtain burners are similar but more efficient, resulting in less smoke and fewer emissions. As described in the project-specific analysis and addendum on page 4-51, a 2020 study of biomass found that air curtain burners emit 54% less CO2 emissions compared to pile burning. This is not a new technology with new impacts. It's a more efficient and less impactful method of biomass disposal than pile burning. Further, any biochar resulting from air curtain burning would be similar to what would remain from a wildfire. Therefore, the use of air curtain burners would not result in any new impacts and is consistent with Project Standard 2 of the PWP. Next slide, please. While the project includes extensive BMPs, mitigation measures, and implementation protocols designed to protect coastal resources consistent with the PWP, staff is recommending 6 special conditions to facilitate successful project execution and ensure PWP consistency. The first condition allows for treatment activities to be authorized over the next decade, subject to a requirement that state parks submit a written evaluation after 5 years regarding whether conditions within the project area have changed significantly. Continued authorization will only be allowed if the executive director agrees that there are no significantly changed conditions. The second condition ensures that monitoring reports required by the CalVTP and by PWP Project Standard 4 are submitted to the Commission and that State Parks provides annual updates on its project website. State Parks would also be required to submit final burn plans for each individual burn project proposed and adhere to minimum 100-foot buffers from coastal waters when using accelerants for ignition activities. Special Condition 5 requires State Parks to submit a grazing management plan for Executive Director approval prior to commencement of any prescribed herbivory maintenance treatments. The plan must describe proposed grazing performance standards and details of the grazing program and management, including the use of temporary fencing and how water will be supplied to livestock to ensure that grazing complies with the PWP's resource protection standards and avoids significant environmental impacts. Finally, Special Condition 6 provides for necessary adaptations via some limited flexibility to allow minor project modifications that substantially conform to the authorized project. Next slide, please. In closing, staff believe that the project has been well designed to meet the requirements of the PWP and should result in both increased forest health and fire resiliency within Tomales Bay State Park. Staff recommends that the Commission find the NOID as conditioned, consistent with the certified PWP. The motion can be found on page 5 of the staff report, and this concludes staff presentation.
Thanks, Erin. Are there any ex partes? All right. Do we have public comment on this?
Yes, we have 9 speakers.
All right, do we have the applicant?
Yes, we have Bree Hardcastle and Jay Chamberlain, and they're being bumped in right now.
Okay, and thinking Jay might be speaking for State Parks, but I could be wrong.
And then I know Bree Hardcastle also has a presentation
Bree
for
Hardcastle,
Parks.
okay.
And there they are.
I'll let Jay go first.
Yes.
Hi, Jay. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm doing very well. Good afternoon, Commissioner Hart and other commissioners. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to make very, very brief comments. My name is Jay Chamberlain. I'm the Chief Natural Resources Division Chief for California State Parks in Sacramento. Bree Hardcastle, our environmental scientist with the Bay Area District, is also here. She's really been the champion of this project. But I want to start by really appreciating Ms. Prather and the staff at the Coastal Commission who've worked incredibly hard to do a thorough staff report and a very thorough presentation today. We appreciate the collaboration, and I think that work clearly demonstrates that the notice of impending development is consistent with the PWP that was adopted by the Commission in April. I just want to briefly note that this project is incredibly significant in its own right, and it has statewide significance for a variety of reasons. State Parks has worked very hard over recent years to increase the pace and scale of our forest stewardship and restoration work. And we've done that in alignment with the governor's forest management, wildfire and forest resilience action plan and the task force led by the governor's office. And State Parks' role within that whole landscape is really focused on scaling up ecosystem restoration-based treatments, not simply fuel reduction treatments. And I think you'll see that in this project, as has already been described by staff. It is steeped in sound science based on the ecological needs of the Bishop Pine Forest and the site-specific needs here at Tomales Bay State Park. We believe it's emblematic of the kind of work we've been doing statewide and really brings to bear a lot of the knowledge that State Parks has accumulated over the years and that our partners have also brought into the conversation. So we're here today to really deeply appreciate the staff work. As this commission well knows, State Parks has extensive holdings throughout the coastal zone, and much work needs to be done to restore those landscapes. I think we've developed an incredibly valuable tool through this process, a lot of learnings, importantly, that can be applied elsewhere in the ecoregion and across the Coast Range. So I want to thank you again very much. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Bree for a few more brief remarks, and we stand ready to answer any questions that you have.
Thanks very much. All right, next speaker.
Thank you. As Jay said, I'm Bree Hardcastle, and I just really want to say thank you to the commissioners for your support of the Public Works Plan and for considering the project today. I just want to reiterate Jay's thanks to the Coastal Commission staff that have worked so diligently with us to plan this project. I'd also like to acknowledge that all the lands within Tomales Bay State Park is Coast Miwok land, and today the Coast Miwok are represented by the federally recognized Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria. State Parks recognizes that the tribe retains traditional knowledge that's essential to land stewardship and resource management, and we're honored to consult and collaborate with the tribe. Next slide, please. The habitats in Tomales Bay State Park have been negatively impacted by human actions and climate change, and the current conditions in the park leave these habitats and the species that rely on them at significant risk of impacts from wildfires. Next slide, please. I'm going to be brief because Erin shared the details of the project goals in her presentation. I would just like to reiterate that those goals are wholly focused on improving resilience of the vegetation in the park and integrating the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria traditional knowledge and perspectives into that vegetation management. Next slide, please. The project treatments focus on creating the range of vegetation conditions we would expect if fire had continued to be active in this landscape at historic frequencies and intensities. And the treatments are designed to specifically provide direct ecological benefit. and they'll be done in seasonal windows to protect natural resources and in discrete areas. Next slide, please. State Parks is committed to community engagement, and we've regularly communicated with the public from the start of the project planning in November 2022. Since then, we have provided many email updates, regularly updated our project website, hosted 2 public meetings, given presentations, including public presentations that were recorded and shared widely, and we've been interviewed twice on the local radio station. We know the community wants to continue to be engaged, and we're committed to continuing our engagement by providing regular updates on our project website, by posting signage and continuing to give presentations to stakeholder groups as we move forward. And we're working on developing additional outreach materials like self-guided tours. We've also heard from many supporters of the project, including community members and stakeholder organizations that have shared their concern about the forest conditions in the park and their desire to see the project move forward. And the State Coastal Conservancy Board also unanimously approved grant funding for the first phase of the project. There is urgent need for ecological restoration in the park. I've worked here for 17 years, and during that time, I've seen the huge number of trees killed by sudden oak death in the park and the increasing number of dying bishop pine trees. Without this important work, the habitats in the park will continue to be at greater risk. And State Parks is prepared to move forward with the project based on our mission to preserve the state's extraordinary biological diversity and protect its most valued natural and cultural resources. Thank you so much, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Bree. All right, now, how many speakers do we have that are commenting on this, that are not the applicant?
We have 7 signed up to speak.
Okay, each speaker will have 2 minutes.
Okay, we'll start in the room. We have an Alexandra Smith, and then on Zoom is Jack Gescheit, followed by Susan Kirks, and then Felix Chamberlain.
Ms. Smith, is 2 minutes enough? Because I know you've been waiting all afternoon. Okay, go ahead then.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and Commission members. My name is Alexandra Smith. I am a master's student in marine conservation here at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography in San Diego. I have a background in ecology and evolutionary biology as well. As somebody who grew up in Sonoma County and experienced displacement from our 2017 Tubbs fire, I understand the urgent need for effective wildfire management in our vulnerable communities. I support the staff recommendation of this notice of impending development because it is consistent with the Fire Resilience Public Works Plan. The Tomales Bay State Park Forest Health and Fire Resilience Public Works Plan clearly addresses ecological and community concerns, proves to increase wildfire resilience, improves forest health, and restores delicate ecosystems with vulnerable species like the northern spotted owl and bishop pine trees. We are one dry season away from the next detrimental wildfire, because of fire suppression and a lack of prescribed burns due to the U.S. government pushing Native people from their land. Prescribed burns are an essential piece of this plan, and the integration of traditional ecological knowledge from local coast Miwok tribes is essential for maintaining ecosystem health and preventing catastrophic wildfires from happening in our communities. Acting proactively now by approving this notice will severely dampen the effect of uncontrollable wildfires in our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Jack Gescheit, followed by Susan Kirks and Felix Chamberlain. Jack Gescheit.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Hi. May I have an additional 30 seconds? I'm representing 3 groups, and I've been on, as have all of you, since 9 a.m. Is that possible?
Could you repeat that? You have...
May I have an additional 30 seconds, as I'm representing 3 groups, and I've been
Yes.
here since 9 a.m.? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Why don't you have 3 minutes?
Thank you. Wow. I don't know what to do with all that time. Thank you. I'll fill it. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jack Gescheit, founder of the Tree Spirit Project, also spokesperson for the Tomales Bay Forest Keepers, and also a consultant for indefensive animals with 250,000 members, 25,000 in California alone. All three groups strongly oppose CalParks' Tomales Bay deforestation project. First, it will not reduce wildfire danger to nearby communities. It may actually increase it. By cutting down hundreds of trees and masticating thousands more healthy shrubs, this lush, fog-damp coastal forest will be rendered less green, hotter, drier, and windier, and thus more prone to wildfire ignition. The project simply ignores the two treatments which would protect houses from wildfire, which is creating defensible space and proven home-hardening treatments. Second, or third, this is a rare, damp coastal forest, as I say. That's why it hasn't burned in decades. Its natural fire return interval can be a century or more, not the 40-year confabulation CalParks uses to justify chainsaws and poisons. A consulting forester on this project called this forest overgrown. That's nonsense. Ecologists and biologists know there's no such thing as an overgrown forest, just as a forest is not only a fuel load, though it may be that way to a firefighter. And managing this wild forest is oxymoronic. This is an industrial assault justified by labeling it overgrown and unhealthy, because it has beetles and blight, which all forests do to some extent, and those can't be healed with a chainsaw. You can't restore a forest with chainsaws and masticators and herbicides. This forest, like all forests, is not an enemy to be feared and attacked. Forest management, so-called, with industrial machines, as here, and chemicals, as here, is actually the enemy. CalParks will attack this forest in order to save it. Sound familiar? And finally, at the very least, CalParks should do a full site-specific environmental impact report, as required under CEQA law, not its bureaucratic runaround, tearing off of existing CalVTP, a programmatic program. It just doesn't apply here, and they have not done a thorough, correct survey under CEQA law for this forest. Until then, I ask you to reject the NOID, the Notice of Impending Deforestation, and I do thank you for the extra time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Susan Kirks, Felix Chamberlain, and Carlos Parada.
We'll return
Susan
to
Kirks.
2 minutes per speaker, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair Hart, Vice Chair Escalante, and staff. I'm Susan Kirks, speaking to you on behalf of Madrone Audubon. I'm president of the organization with approximately 3,000 members, and also as a naturalist with expertise in one of the special status species intended to have restoration of its habitat, American badger. I'd like to briefly speak about my concern related to the vegetation management plan, the approaches, and the impacts. Without any question whatsoever, and I expressed my concerns when you approved the management plan, there are species who depend, not rely on, but depend on the way this forest and grassland are currently in condition to live safely. One is the northern spotted owl. Marin County, in its buffer zones, required buffer zones in its nesting management plan, requires a buffer zone for nesting northern spotted owls of 1,320 feet. That is 4 times the number of feet for other owl species like great horned owl and barn owl. It's a highly, highly sensitive species, and any level of disturbance is going to be negative for the northern spotted owl that's lost a lot of its habitat and needs it. The dusky-footed wood rat is a prey for the northern spotted owl. It's preferred prey. It needs forest, dense mid-story and low-story for food, habitat, and breeding. And lastly, the American badger. Was wondering, what is the restoration plan for American badger? The plan for grazing and grassland is really not needed and is really contraindicated. Badgers need their grassland habitat, and they dig and aerate the soil. And honestly, I just would encourage you to please consider my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Felix Chamberlain, Carlos Parada, and then Nancy Okada. Felix? Felix, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute.
I am now unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I guess I could turn that on too if you want to see me. I'm a real person. Hello, my name is Felix Chamberlain. Thank you for the opportunity. I am from Inverness, California. My family built our house here in Inverness over 50 years ago. Our property is adjacent to Tomales Bay State Park. I am speaking today as a stakeholder in full support of the Tomales Bay State Park Restoration Health and Resilience Project. As longtime neighbors of the state park, we have taken the time to understand its unique history and environment. We know the area within this park has not been either wild or uninhabited for hundreds of years. From the coast Miwok Indians on into the Spanish settlers, more recently the dairy and cattle ranches, this land has been inhabited by human beings. And therefore, there have been various interpretations of the stewardship of this land. Since 1952, it has been under the care of Tomales Bay State Park. It is fair to say that over these last 75 years, this land has not reverted back to its natural state. How does a land become natural again after centuries of man-made manipulation? There were vast meadows created, first by Miwok Indian-controlled burns, and then enlarged and maintained by cattle ranchers. Since the park was established, these meadow areas have filled back in with thick underbrush of coffeeberry, huckleberry, and various other plant species. This new environment, as I call it, is not native. It is choking out the forest trees, the bishop pine, madrone, and coastal live oak. And for decades, this has become a concern for wildfire as well. Our state park folks have put together a much needed, well-informed, comprehensive plan on how best to address the forest health of this wonderful park. I am in full support of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Carlos Parada and Nancy Okada. Carlos Parada, we haven't been able to promote you in as a panelist. You may unmute now as an attendee.
Yes. My name is Carlos Borrata, and I lived in Tomales Bay State Park from 1979 to 2004. I was the ranger at Tomales, and that was 25 years when I actually retired in 2004. The last 20 years after that, I have lived very close to the park at the south boundary in the neighborhood adjacent to it. So why am I telling you this? For years, I have had an intimate relationship with the forest, from the northern spotted owls, hoots and whistles in the nesting season, and to the cones that make this wonderful noise and the bishop pine when they pop real loud in a hot day. From damage of the slides in 1982 to the fire, the Vision fire in 95. And I am not gonna get into the large accumulation of debris and the reasons why this is necessary. But as a local and a very old steward of the land that spent part of his life teaching young students about the importance of the land stewardship and preserving and protecting the natural resources for coming generations, our Bishop Pine forest is in trouble. So please approve moving ahead with this project. It will reduce fire danger and restore the ecological functions of the park. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nancy Okada, and you're on phone. You may unmute now.
Hi, you can hear me now, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, you had a long day. Thanks, commissioners, for letting me speak. And basically, I'm Nancy Okada, Sierra Club California Coastal Subcommittee, and we are very much opposed to this project going forward. we're very concerned that an adequate CEQA has not been done and that the project does really not fall under the Cal VTP. This is a sensitive habitat because of the spotted owl, the marbled murrelets, and the dusty rat. It's a working ecosystem. And to go in and to disturb it and destroy it is not ecologically friendly. We ask that you postpone this decision on the NOID until after the courts make a decision. There is a lawsuit that has been filed, and they really should let the courts rule on this one and not be railroaded by the partnership of CAL FIRE and the State Parks Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we only had one other speaker, Jerry Merrill. We aren't seeing you in the meeting. Jerry Merrill, if you're in the meeting, please raise your hand. I'm seeing no hands raised, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Chris. All right, bring back to staff. Erin?
Thank you, Chair Hart. So I guess just in response to the commenters, I would just note that we didn't hear any new, comments suggesting that there are any inconsistencies with the certified PWP. Many of these issues came up when the commission considered the PWP. We did hear some comments about specific species, American badger and northern spotted owl, and both of those species are identified in the project-specific analysis, or PSA, as species of special status, and so there are specific protections that would apply to them. A number of other species are also identified in the PSA. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for all of your work and the team and the collaboration with State Parks. Bring it back to the commission for a motion, and Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, I'd be happy to make the motion, and I appreciate the presentation and the comments by the public. Really want to thank the student from Scripps and former Sonoma County resident for being here and making her comments. I would echo her exact remarks. Anyway, the motion is, I move that the commission determine that the development described in Notice of Impending Development MAR-NOID-0003-24 as conditioned pursuant to the staff recommendation is consistent with the certified Tomales Bay State Park Forest Health and Wildfire Resilience Public Works Plan, and I recommend a yes vote, and this work cannot happen too soon, in my view, having been out there.
Thanks, Commissioner. We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, second by Wilson. Is there any objection to a consensus and unanimous approval? All right, seeing no objection, item 12A is approved. Thank you very much. 13A was approved on, is postponed. So that leads us to, is 14A?
14A was approved on the consent calendar. So we're down to item number 15.
Okay, the DDR, please. Thank you.
Yes, this is the Central Coast DDR. We're reporting one waiver, 2 amendments, and 2 emergency coastal permits today. We're not aware of any objections or controversy. And again, the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object, and if not, the commission will concur on the report.
All right, do we have any speakers?
No speakers.
Thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object? Seeing no objection, the commission concurs. We'll move on to item 16A.
Yes, item 16A is an appeal in the city of Santa Cruz, and Kiana Ford, who is our coastal program analyst on this, and she's on the Zoom, will be giving our staff presentation. There is a PowerPoint for this one.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 16A is an appeal of a City of Santa Cruz decision approving an after-the-fact coastal permit to recognize some rear yard improvements located on the Blufftop above Seabright Beach. Specifically, these rear yard improvements include patios, decking, stairs, a fire pit, an outdoor kitchen, and related hardscape and landscaping. Slide 1 shows the property and rear yard in question, outlined in red as seen from the entrance to Seabright Beach. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows the project location in the Seabright neighborhood of the city of Santa Cruz, noted by a red star. The project site is located just landward of Seabright Beach, a unit of Twin Lakes State Beach, and just up coast of the Santa Cruz Harbor on the shores of Monterey Bay. Next slide, please. Slide 3 shows a photo taken from the entrance to Seabright Beach and zooms in on the project site in question, with some of the after-the-fact project elements noted in the rear yard of the applicant's home. Here you can see the fence line, which aligns with that of the adjacent neighbors, the private staircase leading from the backyard to the beach, and the kitchen barbecue area, which is arguably the most prominent feature in the backyard. Next slide, please. The appeal has 4 main contentions. Specifically, the appellant contends that the backyard improvements do not meet the Blufftop setback requirements specified by the LCP, that the outdoor kitchen and barbecue area jut out from the other elements and therefore adversely impact public views at the entrance to Seabright Beach, that the backyard development located in the oceanfront recreation zoned area, which encompasses the lower seaward portion of the yard area, is not allowed by the LCP, and that the city improperly permitted the project and previous development at the site without proper CDPs and without LCP required public hearings, variances, and findings. Next slide, please. In terms of coastal hazards and Blufftop development, the site was determined to be safe from sea level rise and coastal hazards when the city considered the house CDP in 2017, primarily due to the size of Seabright Beach, as can be seen here on slide 5, that provides a buffer against ocean impacts. Also, no Blufftop instabilities were identified by the applicant's technical reports. However, the LCP requires development that is not considered minor development to be set back 20 feet from slopes 30% or greater, or a minimum of 10 feet if certain parameters are met. While the house appears to meet these LCP requirements, portions of the rear yard improvements do not. In terms of public views, the majority of the backyard improvements only add incrementally to the development seen in the public view shed and from the beach, and all such development blends in to a certain degree and is backed by a multi-story house, which arguably provides the greater impact to public views. The site is also one of several large residential structures in this back beach area, which cumulatively have established a more developed beach Blufftop aesthetic at this location. Put another way, the rear yard development does not significantly alter public view values at the entrance to Seabright Beach. In terms of development located in the LCP's oceanfront recreation zoning district, the property is bisected with the southwest corner of the backyard area designated in the oceanfront recreation district, and the rest of the backyard located in the single-family residential district. Arguably, most of the rear yard improvements that appear to be located in the oceanfront recreation district are allowed, as that district allows for public and or private barbecue and picnic areas and minor structures. Lastly, in terms of CDP processing, it appears to staff that the city did not process either the house CDP nor the rear yard CDP properly, and thus that the house and some of the rear yard improvements are not properly permitted as a result. The staff report provides significant detail on these points. However, while that is true, the development in front of the Commission on Appeal is fairly typical rear yard development, similar in scope and design to what exists on the adjacent properties, and it does not raise the type of coastal resource concerns that would suggest that the Commission needs to become involved in this case. Rather, staff sees this as an opportunity to identify such procedural flaws to the city and work with the city in the context of their pending coastal hazards update to make changes. In the interim, the city has already changed certain CDP protocols to address issues emanating from this case. Next slide, please. While the project before the Commission today went through a fairly flawed CDP process, it represents generally typical rear yard development for this area and does not significantly affect coastal resources at Seabright Beach. As a result, staff recommends that the Commission determine that the appeal contentions do not raise a substantial LCP conformance issue and that the Commission decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application for this project. The single motion necessary to implement this recommendation is found on page 5 of the staff report, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thanks, Ms. Ford. Any ex partes? No? All right. Do we have public speakers on this item?
Yes, we have 3 people who wish to speak.
Do we have the appellant?
Yes, we have the appellant, John Cutter.
All right. Mr. Cutter, you'll have 3 minutes.
And then give it a second as John Cutter's being bumped in as a panelist.
You just said you're moving him up?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're moving him up, is the applicant here?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe John Erskine is supposed to be here in person.
Okay, great.
And John Cutter, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute. And I'm also asking to start video. There you go.
There we go. And can you hear me all right now?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Hart, Commissioners, my name is John Cutter. I'm the appellant. I urge you to recognize the dangerous precedent a vote of no substantial issue would set. We're not here because of a few minor errors in paperwork. We're here because the construction was not properly permitted and the public was denied the right to be heard. The Coastal Blufftop project has seen numerous unpermitted changes, most without the benefit of a complete and valid CDP. The fact that a home on a coastal bluff above Seabright Beach does not have a valid CDP should be shocking to all of us. The project raises several substantial LCP issues, including proper coastal hazards analyses, treatment of potential polluted runoff, and application of setback and variance requirements. If the city continues to treat other development in its coastal zone in the same way, it will make a mockery of the LCP. I also invite your attention to multiple factual errors in the October 4th letter submitted by the Nossaman firm. The letter claims the applicants obtained all necessary permits in 2017, but as noted in the staff report, this is simply not true. Successive modifications to the project were made without public transparency and were never properly reviewed under CDP processes. Moreover, the Nossaman letter claims that the 2021 modifications allowed by the city were simply reconstruction of items that were already on the property in 2017. This is false, particularly relative to the outdoor kitchen. It also ignores the fact that the existing improvements were installed without permits in the first place. Instead, the city retroactively permitted them with the stroke of a pen, without analysis or public notice or comment, a clear violation of the LCP and Coastal Act. Despite its recommendation of no substantial issue, the staff report actually supports our contentions by listing the egregious errors and omissions committed by the city of Santa Cruz over the years on this project. Page 3 reads like a rap sheet. CDP process was flawed. Project elements were not properly disclosed. House was redeveloped without the required CDP. Public hearings that should have been required were foregone. Variance processes required by the LCP did not occur. CDPs that were required were not obtained. End of quotes. Despite this repeating pattern of permissiveness on the part of the city of Santa Cruz, the staff report then asks you commissioners to ignore these failures, saying that the city will not let it happen again. But there is no detail to support this claim. There's no evidence that the city has seen the error of its ways. And my plea to you is that you not ignore the city's chronically sloppy approach to administering the LCP and the Coastal Act. Please send a message that the rules cannot be ignored. Public participation is not optional, and there are consequences for sidestepping the LCP and Coastal Act. We join the Sierra Club in urging you to find that this appeal does raise substantial issues and deserves your full attention. Thank you.
Thank you. John Erskine.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to hear from the applicant.
And please turn the mic on before you begin.
State your name and you'll have 3 minutes. You'll see it turns orange, and if you could just pull it up just to you, that's great.
Is that better?
Uh-huh. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hart, Commissioners. I'm John Erskine with the Nossaman law firm, representing the applicants and owners of 109 Seabright. Also on the remote is Anna DiBenedetto, who is co-counsel and actually has represented the applicant for the last couple of years. I parachuted in about 9 months ago on this matter. First of all, I want to say that Kiana Ford did a great job on the staff report. I know applicants, representatives say that all the time, but it's a really complex history, and Kiana and the staff did an excellent job. We obviously concur with the staff's recommendation of no substantial issue. We have submitted 3 written responses. The first one we submitted back on March 11th, 2024, before we knew that this appeal hearing was going to be scheduled. So it makes some comments that don't focus on the staff report. Our second letter from our firm was on October 4th, 2024, just last week. And I think that states our view of the issues. But more importantly, just yesterday, October 9th, Anna DiBenedetto sent a letter in. I hope everybody has that. And for the record, it mainly transmitted to the staff and the commission some better photos, aerial photos of the 4 properties in question that shows the lack of impact on public views and really lack of impact on private views, but also transmits a letter from Richard Irish Engineering that explains the one error that was in the Commission and Kiana's staff report, which was that the drainage system tied in with the storm drainage system, the city of Santa Cruz's storm drainage system. It does not. It transfers runoff in a better way. We think it's the best management practice, and that's what Richard Irish's letter says, down to a level spreader at the bottom of the bluff onto Mr. Yurochko's property. So staff can touch on that if there's any questions. With respect to the minor modification, I would refer you to Exhibit 4 of the City of Santa Cruz staff report. Exhibit 4, page 5 of 13, explains that the City of Santa Cruz staff worked closely with the Commission staff in determining that the minor modification was the appropriate way to address the prior unpermitted development. And as far as the scope of this project, the staff report doesn't really identify the size of the homes. I can complete in 10 seconds.
Sure, go ahead, please.
Yeah, 109 Seabright, the applicant's is 2,492 square feet. The appellant is 1,342 square feet. It's an older home that hasn't been changed, and 1580 East Cliff is 2,990 square feet. We think the project is compatible with the neighborhood, does not impact public views, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, is there a local government representative?
We have someone from the City of Santa Cruz who's available for questions.
Okay, and are there others who oppose the application at the local level?
No, we have only one other person signed up who wished to speak, and based on our staff's input, they didn't have standing. So.
All right, so that'll close the public comment at this time. All right, we'll bring it back to Ms. Ford or Mr. Carl.
Yes, just quickly, I think it's clear to us that there are procedural issues here. There's no doubt. We went through that in detail in the staff report. I think the main thing to focus on is here we don't think the outcome leads to the sort of coastal resource concerns that warrant the commission being involved. And as to the city, we have been in communication with the city. I think the message has been sent to the appellant's point, and they have changed some of their protocols, et cetera. So with that, we're available for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Carl, and thanks, Ms. Ford. Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to appreciate staff's work on this. I'm very familiar with this area, and the development in question, I mean, it really doesn't have any impacts on views, for public views, and it seems like likely not private views as well. And just based on what was brought up, it really sounds like the biggest issue here is the permitting process with the city. And so I hope that even in addition to the conversations that you're having, maybe I think it would be good for the city to write a letter to the commission acknowledging their mistakes and how they've improved. They're going to seek to improve that in the future, because I mean we really wouldn't be here if the city had gone through the proper protocols. And so I think that it's really not an issue of the coastal impacts. It's really an issue around the permitting process. And so to the extent they can let us know that that's been improved, it'll help us feel more comfortable with their ability to evaluate these permits moving forward. And so given the time, I'm happy to move the item if we want to keep rolling.
Please.
Okay. So I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-3-STC-22-0001 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Cummings, second by Commissioner Wilson. Is there any objection to consensus for unanimous approval of this item? Seeing none, the motion is approved and the finding of no substantial issue is found. So move on to the next item.
Yes, that will take us to item number 16B. This is another appeal, this one in San Luis Obispo County, and Devin Jackson, who's our coastal program analyst assigned to this, will be giving the staff presentation. He's on Zoom, and we do have another PowerPoint.
Hello. Good evening, Commissioners. Item 16B is an appeal of a San Luis Obispo County coastal permit approval for the subdivision of an approximately 10-acre parcel into 8 parcels intended for single-family residential development and one approximately 8-acre parcel to be preserved as open space. The red shaded polygons in the slide show the approximate location of the 8 new buildable parcels, with the remainder of the site to be preserved as open space. The county approved basic site preparation measures, but the actual residential units would be subject to their own CDPs in the future. Next slide, please. The project is located in the northern portion of the unincorporated community of Cayucos in San Luis Obispo County, which is just north of Morro Bay. The site is roughly noted here by the red oval on slide 2. Next slide, please. And slide 3 zooms in on the site located inland of North Ocean Avenue and seaward of Highway 1, just up coast of Cayucos Creek and the Cayucos Wharf. The site generally slopes down towards North Ocean Avenue and the coast. Notably, this is not a direct Blufftop site, as there are a series of homes on the seaward side of North Ocean Avenue across from the site, as you can see in this image. Next slide, please. Slide 4 shows you the overall property outline in red and notes the locations of the 8 new residential lots and the 1 new open space lot. The appellants primarily contend that the county-approved project raises LCP consistency questions related to the geologic hazards, including that landslides, hill stability, and seeps or springs at the site have not been adequately addressed, nor has the viability of trenching for the proposed utilities. However, the applicant prepared multiple geotechnical reports that were peer-reviewed and approved by the county's technical experts. The reports found that the project site is geologically stable and suitable for supporting the proposed development, that the potential for landslides was low, that there were no seeps or springs at the project site, and that trenching for utilities was not problematic. Thus, the county required and the applicant provided all necessary reports, and the county's approval incorporated appropriate measures into the CDP to minimize geologic hazards at the site consistent with applicable LCP standards. Next slide, please. As a result, staff recommends that the Commission determine the appeal contentions do not raise a substantial issue and that the Commission decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application for this project. Single motion necessary to implement this recommendation is found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. All right, are there any ex partes on this matter? Seeing none, are there speakers?
One speaker, Jamie Jones.
And is this speaker the appellant?
Representing the applicant.
The applicant. So the appellant is not on Zoom or here?
We didn't receive a sign up.
Okay.
For that.
So we'll hear from the applicant.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Jamie Jones, and I'm representing...
Ms. Jones, you'll have 3
Yes.
minutes.
Oh, thank you. I just got right into it. I'll start over. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Jamie Jones, and I'm representing Joseph Steinmann, the project applicant. I would like to thank your coastal team for their staff report and voice my support of the recommendation and request the Commission find the appeal does not raise a substantial issue. Our technical team has thoroughly studied and evaluated the concerns related to geological hazards. We enlisted county-approved geologists to prepare several technical reports, which include recommendations to ensure the proposed project will be constructed safely and in conformance with the county LCP requirements. The reports include a preliminary geological hazard study, a slope stability analysis, and an engineering geology investigation. The reports concluded that the slopes are stable, the liquefaction potential is considered low, and the potential for the project to result in bluff erosion is low. As noted in the staff presentation, this property is separated from the coastal bluffs by 2 county roads and intervening residential development. And then lastly, the evaluation concluded that the potential for landslide in the project area was assessed as low. Additional analysis was completed by GeoSolutions in response to concerns raised by Mr. Borodari related to the construction of the sewer line adjacent to his property. And these concerns were raised between our Planning Commission approval and our Board of Supervisors appeal hearing. So GeoSolutions prepared additional analysis to verify that the slopes and the location of the utility trenching were in fact evaluated in the 2022 report and confirmed to be stable. Additionally, the analysis confirmed that the site characteristics had not changed since the preparation of those 2022 reports, and the findings and conclusions from those reports remain valid. These technical reports were peer-reviewed by the County of SLO geologist and confirmed to be accurate. And the recommendations of those reports have been incorporated into the county project conditions of approval and will be the basis, used as a basis for future construction-related documents. We put a lot of effort into this project. It's been going on for a number of years. You can call it a passion project for the owner. He's a native to the Central Coast and he lives in Cayucos. So I do also want to note that we went to the Planning Commission for approval. That was a unanimous approval. And then we went to the board on appeal and our Board of Supervisors they approved the project unanimously. So in conclusion, I'd like to request that the commission find the appeal does not raise a substantial conformance issue. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No other speakers.
No other speakers. All right, bring it back to Mr. Jackson for any other comments.
Nope, we're just available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone on the commission have a motion or a comment? Commissioner Cummings, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-3-SLO-24-0033 raises no substantial issue with respects to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to a consensus for unanimous approval of this item? All right, seeing no objection, no substantial issue is found, and that'll conclude this item. We'll move on to the next item. 17A.
17B. 17A was approved on consent.
Great.
So we're down to 17B.
That's our last item. Good.
Yes, this is the Caltrans item in Pismo Beach, and I'd like to ask Eric Stevens, who's our senior transportation analyst in our transportation unit, to give our staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 17B is a CDP application from Caltrans to widen the shoulder areas of southbound Highway 101 in Pismo Beach to allow for the installation of a roughly 5-mile-long additional southbound vehicular travel lane that would be available for general use during the afternoon between 2 and 7 p.m. At all other times, it would be a standard shoulder. Southbound Highway 1 in the project area, which can be seen here in the middle of slide 1, traversing portions of Pismo Beach, is primarily 2 lanes and suffers from afternoon traffic backups. Caltrans, in partnership with San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, or SLOCOG, believed that the part-time travel lane would alleviate such congestion. Before getting into the details of the project, I'd note that we produced an addendum that responds to comments received on the staff report and that also makes some corrections to the report related to the fact that Caltrans proposes the new travel lane to be used 7 days a week, not just on weekdays as originally indicated. Lastly, there was some miscommunication from Caltrans about the tons of GHG associated with the project that resulted in some incorrect information in the staff report. Most importantly, the percentage increase in greenhouse gas emissions analyzed in the report for the build versus no build scenarios in 2026 is decreased from 12 to 8%, and in 2046 is increased from 9 to 10%. Therefore, through the mic, we would make the following changes to the staff report by changing the references to the emission increase percentages on page 4 and 23, and by deleting the parenthetical on page 4, beginning with and for the year 2046 and ending with 3%. We would also delete on page 23 the first 2 sentences of paragraph 2, beginning with in terms of GHG emissions, and the same parenthetical from the 3rd sentence. Next slide, please. The proposed project would affect southbound Highway 101 from just past the northern border of the city down to the southern end of the city, as shown in red on this slide, a distance of approximately 5 miles. Next slide, please. Although part-time use of highway shoulders as travel lanes For transit-oriented vehicles such as buses is fairly common. Part-time use of shoulders for extra lane for general purpose vehicular use as proposed here is not as common. In fact, the only other case in California is in the Bay Area where the westbound Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, pictured here on slide 3, has an available part-time lane on the right side during afternoon hours. Caltrans believes that the part-time lane successfully alleviates peak traffic on this bridge and seeks to employ a similar project here. Slide 4. Slide 4 shows you a rendering of the proposed project with the additional southbound travel lane, where this view shows the new travel lane noted by the red arrow. The proposed lane would function as a standard highway shoulder when not in use and a standard travel lane between 2 and 7 p.m. And near the center of this image, you can see one of the 18 proposed overhead signals that would be installed to identify when the lane is open and closed. Next slide, please. Slide 5 gives another rendering of the proposed travel lane here at Pismo Rock. While the entire project area is culturally significant to the local Chumash tribes, Pismo Rock is especially sacred. Thus, at this location, Caltrans would actually expand the shoulders on the seaward side of the highway to the right in this image and shift the travel lanes that direction to create room for the part-time lane without impacting Pismo Rock. Next slide, please. As described in the staff report and addendum, the proposed project is somewhat novel to the Commission, which typically has not reviewed highway capacity expansions for general purpose travel, and thus evaluated them for consistency with the Coastal Act provisions that require vehicle miles traveled, or VMTs, and by extension greenhouse gas emissions, or GHGs, to be minimized. As such, a primary issue with this project is its impact on VMTs and GHGs, including because of induced traffic demand from the additional highway capacity. Here, Caltrans estimates that the operation of the additional travel lane for 5 afternoon hours each day would lead to an increase during those hours in VMTs of 6% in 2026 and 12% in 2046, and GHG emissions would be expected to increase by 8% in 2026 and 10% in 2046, as opposed to not constructing the project. Caltrans indicates that some of these increases can be attributed to population growth and also to traffic that currently avoids Highway 101 due to traffic. In addition, Caltrans suggests that GHG emissions are expected to decrease in the future as vehicle miles traveled, even as vehicle miles traveled increases due to more fuel-efficient vehicles. Next slide, please. That said, the project also seeks to minimize and mitigate such increases in 2 main ways. First, the project would increase transit access in the corridor by constructing a new park and ride mobility hub, shown in the blue star on this slide. And second, the project includes a commitment from Caltrans to ensure that multimodal improvements are completed along the highway's frontage road, Shell Beach Road. The city of Pismo Beach has already completed phase 1 of the Shell Beach Road multimodal project, noted in green on this slide, and the remaining phases would be completed in the next couple of years. In addition, Caltrans has submitted to scoping for an additional potential future connection from the end of the Shell Beach Road path, the blue line, to the Bob Jones Trail that connects to Avila and eventually to San Luis Obispo. Next slide. Slide 8 shows you a completed portion of the Shell Beach Road multimodal improvements, where the new separated bike and pedestrian trail can be seen between Shell Beach Road and Highway 101. In short, staff believes that in this unique case, the project can be found consistent with the Coastal Act and recommends a series of special conditions, among other things, require all off-site multimodal mitigations to be constructed as previously described, to require Caltrans to monitor the project in terms of its impact on safety, VMTs, and GHG, and submit reports for commission review, and finally, to limit the approval to a 7-year pilot period. After that time, Caltrans would need a new CDP for any sort of operation of the traffic lane other than a standard shoulder area. Finally, I would note that Caltrans and SLOCOG are currently studying the potential development of an HOV lane project that may include the new travel lane area. And Caltrans indicates that their ultimate goal may be to convert this new travel lane to HOV use in the future. In any event, an HOV lane would also be a future CDP decision. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of a conditioned CDP for this project, and Caltrans indicates they are in agreement with the staff recommendation. The motion and resolution to implement staff's recommendation are found on page 7 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Stevens. That was a great presentation. Any ex partes? All right. How many public speakers do we have on this item?
We have 7 people signed up.
All right. So we'll begin with, is it
The applicant,
the applicant,
we have
the city or
Paul Valadeo from Caltrans.
from Caltrans? Okay. And of course, we have Mr. Williams here representing Caltrans as well.
And we'll bring up your
It's like,
presentation.
hi, yes, here I am.
Thank you.
All right. How much time do you need? Hopefully not too much.
Yes, it's the end of the day, I understand.
End of a pretty
Might I request 10
intense day.
minutes, aiming for less?
That would be fantastic if you could do a little
Yes,
less. That
yes.
would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the presentation up? It is our honor, our project team, to present the 5 Cities Multimodal Transportation Network Enhancement Project to this great California Coastal Commission. Next slide, please. Our team would like to first and foremost acknowledge that the YTT Northern Chumash Tribe of San Luis Obispo County have stewarded this land for where the project is located throughout the generations. Next slide, please. The primary purpose and need of this project is to alleviate travel delay that's incurred by travelers traveling southbound on US 101. This congestion that we see is primarily in the afternoons daily, 7 days a week. Next slide, please. Our corridor throughout US 101 in and around the Pismo Beach and 5 Cities area is a bit unique in that we have a very well-developed coastline, and US 101 is just east of that, and then nestled in on the east side of US 101 is our coastal ranges. So we have very limited terrain to work with within our median, and travelers that encounter delay during weekdays are trying to get home from work. The primary work location in our county is in San Luis Obispo, and affordable housing does occur and exist in the 5 Cities area, so that's the commute pattern for our workforce housing. And then on weekends, we have those who are associated with coastal tourism, but primarily those trying to gain coastal access US 101 southbound on the weekends. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So if you were to plan your trip through our corridor in the southbound direction using any wayfinding app, Google Maps depicted here, you'll see a familiar array of colors showing congestion, and that's what you would encounter as well traveling through this area of our project in the afternoons daily. Next slide, please. What you see in front of here, our team has joked around as the Christmas tree diagram, but what this is a time-space diagram. On the y-axis, you have the 5-hour window that we're proposing to open this part-time use of left shoulder in increments of 15 minutes, starting from 2 p.m., ending in 7 p.m. on the y-axis. On the x-axis, in miles, is the distance through the proposed corridor of improvements. The staff report mentions a 5-mile improvement. The actual part-time use of left shoulder, when you include tapers and advanced signing and the like, is approximately just under 4 miles. And for a significant time frame of that 5-hour window, that sea of red you see in the bottom represents congested flow, and that is in the hypothetical design year of 2046, 20 years out from implementation, showing congested flow if a part-time use of left shoulder is not built or not constructed. On the top half, you see in theoretical year 2046, in which you do have free flow travel. The anticipated saving on a weekend scenario as depicted here is each traveler would encounter about 17.1 minutes of savings. Next slide, please. This next slide is the exact same scenario, but for weekdays. And because we have not just coastal access travelers, but also workforce housing travelers, the expected saving in time is about 18.3 minutes per traveler. Next slide, please. So with that, we apologize for the discrepancy in greenhouse gas emissions conveyed to staff. That was a miscommunication, and our apologies. What you see in the first array of top bullets is the tons per year of CO2 emissions generated by this project when the data was collected in 18. Opening year of the project, 20-year horizon year, design life, and a no-build scenario. SLOCOG Regional Transportation Plan model, which includes all improved projects, including this one, as a county shows CO2 emissions per year. And on the bottom array of bullets, you see this project's contribution to that county-wide model in a percentage. And you see that 0.004 percentage for 2046 build scenario. Next slide, please. So this project, using an innovative solution of a part-time use of left shoulder, has been implemented on the right side in California once. This is the first time on the left side in California. We've seen this installation on the left side as a part-time use of general lane implemented about a half a dozen times in the United States. So to do something like this, innovative, a right-size solution for our unique corridor, we partnered with the Federal Highway Administration that helped us derive this solution based off of the data that we've seen. So this is a data-driven solution. It's part of an overall transportation system management and operations strategy. Part of that strategy requires partnership with local law enforcement, CHP, to deploy a freeway service patrol. What that is, you see this in the Los Angeles area quite a bit, is a small platoon of tow trucks awaiting for disabled vehicles to block travelers. That could happen. So there's a quick response time there. So we make the most use of the part-time use of lane, building as little as possible and still be very, 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 very functional. And so with that proposal and this partnership, this project was awarded $65.5 million in Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funding from the California Transportation Commission. And with that next slide, and to my colleague, Stephen Hanamaikai, please.
Good afternoon, Stephen Hanamaikai, Transportation Planner with the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments. Going quickly, this project has been in development since 2014 in close partnership with the state agency in Caltrans, the city of Pismo Beach, and the public, with multiple touch points that continue through today. Next slide, please. The significance of 101 in the statewide perspective is important to note, as it's the only north-south route on the Central Coast between Los Angeles and the Bay Area, accommodating about 7% of truck traffic daily. When inclement weather or natural disasters close I-5 at the Grapevine, we see that truck traffic increase nearly double. We've seen these closures in 2019, 2021, and 2023. Next slide, please. This is something that you've seen, but we agree that these are important projects and investments to make, and we fully support their completion. Next slide, please. It's also important to note that this project improves transit speeds for an important interregional transit route where it's operating about 70% on time in the afternoon peak hour, which will increase to greater than 90% with this project. We've also made investments of about $1.25 million in transit and Amtrak subsidies that we anticipate will increase ridership and reduce VMT and greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please.
And so as we conclude our presentation, why part-time lane now and HOV in the future? The part-time lane on the right side is a solution that is both financially and physically fits our corridor for the foreseeable future and accommodates current and forecasted travel demand. The part-time lane footprint is 14 feet wide. That's a 12-foot lane and a 2-foot shoulder. Our current width that we have out there now as a shoulder is 5 feet, and ergo a 9-foot widening, net 9-foot widening. This team has looked at the data for a part-time HOV, and it does not address the current nor the forecasted travel demand. As part of SLOCOG's and Caltrans joint horizon planning, HOV would be the future solution for this corridor after the operational life of this part-time lane. The future HOV solution would need to be a full-time at length of approximately 8 miles, and by our standards on the highway system, 22 feet wide, 12-foot lane and a 10-foot shoulder. And with that, next slide, please. That concludes our presentation. We appreciate the opportunity to speak and happy to take questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there additional speakers on this item?
Yes, we have 6 speakers. We're going to start with Sam Cohen. And Sam
Okay,
Cohen,
and each speaker will have 2 minutes.
when you're able to, please unmute yourself. Okay, they're just moving as a panelist right now. And following Sam Cohen will be Don Ortiz-Legg and then Jimmy Paulding. Sam, I see that you're in as a panelist. Can you unmute? And you may begin.
Hi, my name is Santo, actually. So okay. Is there a different Sam?
Okay, yeah, a different Sam. Sorry.
Okay.
I see that you're on available for questions.
Right. I'm with Caltrans.
Okay. And then I'm not seeing Sam Cohen in the Zoom list or Don Ortiz-Legg anymore. Don was there before. Jimmy Paulding, I'm also not seeing. The next ones would be Andy Pease and then Jorge Garcia. So Andy Pease, you're being moved in right now.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Terrific. And we compressed our speakers, so Don Ortiz-Legg and Jimmy Paulding have left it to me, so we are trying to be compact with the time here at the end of the day. I'm Andy Pease. I'm the Vice Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, and I currently serve as the President of the SLOCOG Board. So I'm speaking here on behalf of County Supervisor Don Ortiz-Legg. This is her district, as well as Vice Chair Jimmy Paulding. Our board and our county are committed to sustainable development, and this project aligns with that commitment. Our 7 cities and the county are collaborating to improve our jobs housing balance to reduce VMTs and GHGs. For the city of San Luis Obispo, that mostly means supporting more housing to better align with the job creation of prior decades. We're implementing aggressive, innovative housing policies and recently earned California's pro-housing designation. Throughout the rest of the county, we're looking at not only increasing housing, but also supporting targeted economic growth and good jobs proximate to housing to reduce commutes. The 5 cities multimodal project is critical to that work. Currently, commute traffic from southern San Luis Obispo County and northern Santa Barbara County contributes to this congestion we see through the corridor on a daily basis, particularly at those peak hours. For the long term, we are strategically working to reduce commutes, but in the near term, this choke point limits the viability of economic development and residential investment. We've worked to right-size this project, not a major road widening, but a managed lane for peak hours to support our ability to equitably and efficiently improve access and jobs and access to jobs and housing countywide. We respectfully ask for your support of this multimodal project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jorge Garcia, followed by Christopher Peterson.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Jorge Garcia, City Manager for the City of Pismo Beach. And I'll keep my comments brief, but really by creating this managed lane project, we'll be able to streamline traffic flow for both residents and visitors alike, helping reduce the bottlenecks that have affected our local roads for years. This means less time in traffic and more time enjoying the beauty of our coastal town. Whether you're commuting for work or taking a weekend trip to our beaches, or enjoying our numerous special events that can bring in between 50 to 100,000 people on any given day in the summer, traffic really impacts our community and, by proximity, the 101. But beyond just easing traffic, the project will extend our city's multi-use path, providing new, safe ways for pedestrians and cyclists to travel between communities. This connection will be a critical step in promoting healthier, more sustainable transportation options for all. We're proud to support this forward-thinking project, which balances progress with our commitment to preserving the natural beauty and accessibility of our community. We ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our last speaker is Christopher Peterson.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Christopher Peterson. I would like to commend staff for addressing how road expansion projects such as this typically induce additional traffic, increase vehicle miles traveled, and increase greenhouse gas emissions. Those effects raise serious coastal act concerns and undermine the state's efforts to reduce vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. I'm concerned that staff nonetheless recommends approval of creating a new mixed traffic lane on Highway 101. Caltrans resists limiting the new lane to high occupancy vehicles. It contends that only a mixed traffic lane will fix traffic congestion in the area. The history of the American highway system, however, is littered with examples of transportation agencies armed with traffic studies promising to cure traffic congestion by expanding highways. All too often, those highway expansions have failed to provide the promised long-term traffic relief. Instead, they have fueled yet more driving and yet more climate-disrupting pollution. Given what we know from the failure of past highway expansion projects to provide lasting solutions to traffic congestion, the Commission should take Caltrans' predictions about the congestion-relieving effects of the proposed new mixed traffic lane with many grains of salt. It is long past time for agencies such as Caltrans and the Commission to instead focus on strategies to reduce the amount of driving. One strategy is to make buses and carpools more attractive and convenient by allowing them to cut through other traffic on HOV lanes. Today, the Commission can ensure compliance with the Coastal Act and help to advance the state's climate strategy by limiting use of the proposed new lane to high occupancy vehicles. I'd be concerned about promises or hopes that a mixed flow traffic lane now can be converted to an HOV lane in the future. Such conversions are very politically controversial, so can't count on that happening in reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that the last speaker? All right. Bring it back to staff.
Just quickly, I would acknowledge that Mr. Peterson raises some interesting questions, and they're actually quite tricky issues, and we covered that in the addendum. I think it's all covered there, so I won't go into detail on that. We still think it can be found consistent, including because of the multimodal benefits that we have functionally connected via the special conditions. And so I think that's an important component of this, but past that, we're available for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Carl. I know that there was a lot of work on this, and I know Mr. Peterson did submit a letter and that you responded to that in the addendum, so I appreciate that. All right. Bring it back to the Commission. I know Vice Chair Escalante had a comment.
Yes, and I guess first I just want a clarifying question because I was a little confused by the mayor's comments. Is this freeway going to be widened? I thought I saw that it would be widened by 9 feet on one of the slides, but I just want to, because I thought she said there was not a widened project, but is the freeway going to be widened by 9 feet?
The inside shoulder is what's going to be widened to be able to create space for the travel lane. So there will be some widening there. And then you saw in Mr. Stevens' presentation at Pismo Rock, the highway itself would be widened towards the seaward side, so on the right-hand side, not on the inner shoulder, to create space for that. There is quite a bit of space in certain locations right now, so there's some widening and some not, if that's helpful. It's just to create space for the lane.
Okay. Well, increasing sort of traffic is not just a climate and air pollution issue, as we all have heard, but I think for us as coastal commissioners, even if we replace all of those vehicles for electric vehicles that are not, that are only emitting water vapor, and that's it, the cars still shed microplastics, the tires do, and zinc and all other kinds of heavy metals and pollutants into the ecosystem, so they're not, going to be completely safe for the environment. But I'm also just a little concerned, sort of. I saw that we only expect an increase of, I saw a small increase of 2% of GHG emissions by 2046. And I just, I have been working on electrification of the transportation sector for a long, long time, and I do appreciate Caltrans' optimistic view on this, but I just, that is incredible. I really would love to believe that we can get to that point that quickly. I'm just not sure I'm fully in believing that. And lastly, I think that, congestion itself serves as a signal to people to reduce their VMTs and get out of their cars and look for alternatives. It's not just sort of like if you build some sort of multimodal and leave it there, but you're still widening the freeways, then people, of course, are going to still prefer to use the freeways. I mean, it happened to me going from Monterey to the Bay Area. I just dumped my car at the first train station I could find, even though my initial intention was to drive all the way through. Like a sinful Californian that I can be sometimes. So I really struggle with this widening issues, and respect our staff enormously, and Caltrans are partners, but I don't think I'm there with you on this one.
Commissioner Cummings?
I just had one question regarding these kinds of projects, because I think the only thing I worry about is, like, if you have it in use for certain times and you have a shoulder at other times, do you ever find has there ever been instances of accidents of people who end up driving through it when it's a shoulder and somebody's broken down or what have you, and then, so.
I was just going to say that Caltrans is probably better equipped at answering that question.
All right.
So I went with nonverbal communication there. I apologize. Thank you for the great question, and also thank you for the comment. The part-time use of left shoulder, that's why we entered into a pilot with FHWA. They share their experiences, their successful installations of these across the United States, and also working with our partners up in District 4 in the Bay Area with the part-time use of right shoulder. Lane violation hasn't been an issue that we've seen when it's closed with the red X over when the part-time lane becomes a shoulder. And it's also that component of the freeway service patrol. If there is a disabled vehicle in that lane when it is a shoulder, there is a small contingent of tow trucks awaiting, and our transportation management center that we have there's ITS elements, intelligent transportation systems, as part of this improvement, where there are CCTV cameras looking at all times to see when this lane is operating 5 hours a day daily and when it's closed. And so both from an enforcement standpoint and the like, but past experience have shown that the issue that you brought up hasn't been a concern.
Great, thank you. And then I guess I'll just I'll try to be brief with this, but I think that certain areas are well equipped with BART and other forms of transportation, and others are not so much. And sometimes I think that people are like, well, we should just keep lanes the way they are and not expand in certain areas to alleviate congestion at different times. And I think what you all are proposing is a good thing, because until we get to that point where we have all electric vehicles and everybody has other forms of transportation, one of the worst things we can have are people sitting and idling for long periods of time in their cars. Because while people are sitting, they're still emitting all the CO2, and they're not moving as quickly and getting the car off the road as they would if they weren't idling, if they had that other option, move quicker. And and I get getting out of vehicles, but then we also have population growth like coupled on top of that. So even as we're building other forms of transportation, we are, with the housing demands, our communities are expanding, and we're going to need to deal with that new congestion of people who are moving into new communities and increasing population and vehicles on the road. So it's a tricky one, but I'm hoping that this will help alleviate and get cars where they need to go quicker, and more electric cars on the road. And I just want to appreciate all the work, and I'm very supportive of this, so thank you.
Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to understand, and I think I need Caltrans up here, the 7-year pilot nature and your comment with regards to there's a projection that maybe however many years out, 7 years out, that it would make sense to change it to an HOV lane. I don't know if I heard you correctly, but I think what I'm understanding about the design of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's designed to, the new lane, the shoulder lane, is designed to accommodate more the regional traffic that's flowing through and bypassing Pismo Beach.
Yes. So
with your entry point and exit point.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes. So a bit about the 7-year pilot. Our pilot is with FHWA. Okay. That is our pilot. It's because it's a first-time installation in our state with a half a dozen or so installations across the country. It's designed to last its operational shelf life of approximately 20 years. And that's why we showed the time-space diagram, the Christmas tree diagram, if you will, of a 2046 operation functioning fine. So our pilot is, at the end of the 7 years, the condition of approval with the Coastal Commission is to check in on key metrics that are important to us all, but the Coastal Commission, namely on how we're doing in 7 years.
Okay. I guess so, but so back to the regional traffic is then during that commute time going down in the shoulder lane.
So there is a one entry and one exit. The intent there is there's quite a bit of population driving through the corridor trying to get home. Mm-hmm. And that's the purpose of the part-time use of Blufftop at that concentrated 5 hours a day every afternoon.
Okay, I got it. And so then that, to me, then I assume that the other two lanes existing are carrying mostly local traffic, visitors, residents that are
correct.
getting on and off the freeway within that 5-mile stretch. So I guess I'm just, and I'm sorry if I missed this in the report or in your comments, what was the data supporting that an HOV lane now wouldn't make a difference?
So the data that we've already analyzed when putting forth an HOV scenario is the data that we have for an HOV for our lane is only 4 miles long. It's advertised as a 5-mile long project because of the approach tapers and the advanced signing. But for 4 miles, the time savings for HOV for any one traveler as a result of the entire corridor is approximately 1 minute of time saving per mile, right? So our literature, our data shows that the incentive to go and switch to HOV carpooling is when a traveler is anticipating to save about 6 minutes per mile. In order to achieve that key threshold of 6 minutes per mile, the HOV, from our calculations, is approximately 8 miles long. It's a much longer project than our, let's just call it a more boutique distance.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay, I get it. And I also understand that not everybody that's commuting, potentially carpooling is going to be an option for them, or even transit if it existed. And I'm going to support the project, but it's just, adding lanes is adding lanes. Do you have the opportunity to switch it to HOV or transit only at a time sooner than 7 years out if you so desired, or if the data showed that it would make a difference or something happened?
I think that's the opportunity of that 7-year check-in.
Could it happen before 7 years?
We anticipate that in order to be ready for that official 7-year check-in, to be ready for commission time, we are likely going to be working with the commission at 5.5, 6 years in to get ready for that moment at 7 years. Our pilot project requires data reporting to FHWA by the end of that 7 years. There were key deliverables that led to this point. A project.
I think I'm okay. I don't need all
Okay,
that.
sorry.
Just not to cut you off, but I'm being sensitive to my
Okay.
fellow commissioners.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioner. Would any other comments? Commissioner Wilson, and maybe you could make a motion if you're so inclined while you're speaking.
I might do that. I have a question for you.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see
This project, 65 million, is that what you have budgeted for this, and it's been awarded already, or is that what I'm hearing?
It's 65.5 million for the corridor. That includes in the mid $50 million range for the highway improvements, and the remainder for the multimodal improvements that we have along Shell Beach Road for that conversion of a 2-lane-way path for bicycles.
So I heard what you say about the calculation about the 4 miles, and really you'd need 8 miles for this to really function as a HOV value, I guess you're saying. And so if you were to do 8 miles of HOV, would there actually be another community which would be connected? Because this is really connecting between the turnoff to Avila Beach and to Pismo, right? And then beyond that, what is there a community that would be serviced if you were to extend it, or to the north 4 miles? Is there anything that would make that functional?
So what we have as a general framework for that horizon planning improvement after the operational life of the part-time use of left shoulder, the HOV going 8 miles, is we would have 4 miles of infrastructure already in place. We would extend to the north towards San Luis Obispo. That's the next community to the north, and they're
to the north.
To the north, and they're about 15 miles away, but extend what is already the 4 miles of part-time use of left shoulder, extend 4 miles to the north towards San Luis, 3 miles to the north towards San Luis Obispo, 1 mile to the south towards Arroyo Grande, and that would complete the 8 miles.
Okay, and so that's what you're sort
horizon planning.
Horizon planning for, and you will. When is the soonest that our staff would be receiving, some more data around that horizon planning?
I suspect confirming with staff would be at that 7-year check-in, where the groundwork to get to that 7-year check-in would start around 6 years in.
Okay, and there was a comment from the vice mayor that I would just want to say was concerning to me, because what she said was, this is really important to us for economic development and more residential development, which is what was said. And so that is, that's the formula that we are always thinking, like, oh my God, you make more lanes, then people build more stuff, and then it just fills up, right? And so is there sort of a pressure to expand more development, that would fill this space, as opposed to just dealing with the existing condition?
I'll hand it over to Stephen Hanamaikai with Slowcog, who hands that regional model.
Okay.
I appreciate that question, Commissioner Wilson. I think it's important to note that San Luis Obispo County as a whole is very slow growing. Between now and 2026, we actually anticipate to decrease in population. Much of the development that Vice Mayor Pease was referring to is actually in the city of San Luis Obispo, which would help solve what is currently a jobs housing imbalance, where it's job-rich center in San Luis Obispo and housing-rich centers outside of the city. So what she was referring to is really the housing that is going up within the city, which would actually help people be closer to where all the jobs are, many of the jobs are.
Well, then this doesn't necessarily have an impact on them if they're already near where they're working.
No, so in the city of San Luis Obispo, it's jobs rich, housing poor. Outside of that, it's housing rich, jobs poor. So now with the city of San Luis Obispo taking on more housing, we anticipate that there are actually going to be more people living closer to where they currently work.
Okay, I have one more question for Caltrans or whoever. It has to do with the multimodal path. And the way you have it mapped out here, it sort of ends, it looks like it sort of ends in its planning before it gets to Pismo Beach. It's sort of is that how it works? I'm just looking at the map that you guys provided here, and so is there an eventual connectivity between Avila Beach to Pismo in relation to the multimodal path and to the mobility hub? Because that's not on your map.
We can speak to that too, if you'd want, Commissioner Wilson. So the Shell Beach Road multimodal improvements have been long planned. In the graphic that we showed and they showed, they go not all the way through Pismo Beach currently. They're not currently planned to go all the way south through Pismo Beach, but they essentially go to the northern city limits. And what was referred to as the Bob Jones Trail, that's an off-highway trail that goes toward Avila Beach, and it's just the trailhead is just there's just a gap between this spot where this multimodal trail will end and where the Bob Jones Trail starts. And so one of the commitments that Caltrans has provided is that they're going to do the scoping for making that connection to close that gap, which is really important to make this all work, including the vision for the area, and they can speak to this too if you want, is for that trail to go all the way up to the city of San Luis Obispo.
Okay.
So there'd really be this off-road.
Is that programmed? Is that budget programmed for that planning?
The scoping is required as part of this coastal permit.
Okay. And so going south of what is phase 1 down to Pismo Creek, is that also?
Phase 1 is complete. And so what they've committed to is ensuring that phases 2 and 3 are complete. So on that map, those are the segments that are further to the north up coast.
So I'm still trying to connect south to the community that's to the south. Is there an effort to do that?
I'm sure there's visions about it, but I've not heard any inklings of an actual project.
You're correct there. The city of Pismo Beach does have a vision for a cross-town Class 1 path system.
This for me is pretty important. If you're that the entire length of this project should minimally have programmed funding for planning for that multimodal for its entire length. Is that something that you guys can commit to?
I'd have to ask. I think it needs to be coordinated with the city, surely. I think right now our focus is connecting north with the Bob Jones Trail to the city of San Luis Obispo. But we can certainly look into what the city plans to do in the near term as far as developing that vision for a crosstown path connecting south.
In my experience, they would really like your funding to help them do that, which is what I'm asking about. And so because you kind of get partway here, and then it sort of dies. And I'm just sort of wondering and really asking, is there a commitment, or can there be a commitment to get to the same level of planning effort that you're talking about for the Bob Jones Trail connection to move through the rest of your project in terms of that same multimodal connectivity?
Well, it would certainly be out of my purview to make that commitment, but that's definitely something that I would take back to my management. Yeah.
To staff, is there any room here?
That would be difficult to put a condition on, for example, the city of Pismo Beach or SLOCOG. In this particular instance, I think it's clear that there's a vision, and a lot of people want to see what you just described, Commissioner Wilson. It's just a matter of, it is funding for sure, but it's also the planning process for that could take years.
Yeah, this would have been the time when that community of users should be in the process, and I just don't know what the public process was for this. So from my perspective, this is a Caltrans project, and so I would be asking Caltrans, not the city, to commit to that, and maybe even report back in like a year or 6 months or some amount of time to report back to the staff about whether or not what their efforts might be to connect all the way through for a multimodal path.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I think the question about the funding is the tricky part of your question.
Yeah.
And I would note that our special condition 4 does require monitoring reports to be submitted after 1 year and 6 years. And so that part of this could be, reporting back on that, and we'd be happy to, report back to the commission, explain what's going on. But I do think it's the funding piece that, I mean, again, you're right. The city would love to have that funding.
So you're not offering funding to do this at the moment, right? Caltrans?
I do want to make that separation. So this
Yeah.
is a unique project where it's actually funded by the regional agency, the $65.5
By the
million
COG.
Right, right.
Mhm.
So I mean, our ability has already been stretched, you know, to fund the additional Shell Beach path. So I guess the idea that Caltrans could bring money is worth noting. You know, their sources go through their own process of programming and scoping and things like that. So we could.
I think I would be okay if there was something in terms of a report coming back in 1 year, just adding to that, making sure that the multimodal discussion and vision is part of this project in its 7-year horizon that we're on right now. That's really what I want to get to.
So question for you, I think that like I said, Special Condition 4 already has the 1-year monitoring report. I guess the question would be, is the intent to have a report come back to the commission for some sort of action, or is that something that would go through staff and we would obviously report back to you as to what was going on? How would you like to structure that if you were to do that?
I don't feel like there's a need for action because I don't know what the action would be. We're not going to revoke a permit in any way, but I do want to add that to the list of things that come back to us in a report.
Yeah, I think I would imagine that Caltrans would be okay with that, SLOCOG would be okay with that. I'm seeing nods, yes. The other thing I'd note is the permit would run out after 7 years, and so there would be that opportunity at that point to have these sorts of discussions, granted that 7 years out. But if there's an expectation expressed by the commission that multimodal connections are going to have to be made here, are going to have to be connected and extended to the south, for example, the Bob Jones Trail connection gaps closed, et cetera, I think that's really important feedback for these folks for when they come forward in the future.
Yeah, just for the entire length of the project is what I'm getting at.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. I appreciate that. You guys are good. I just wanted to, because I just have to tell you from my experience and the experience in my community, if you don't ask for this in this moment, it takes a long time. So it's already going to take a long time. So thanks.
Vice Chair Escalante.
Just one question and then a clarifying comment. In your calculations of GHG savings emissions, how much of that includes the procurement of greener cement and concrete?
Hi, my name is Gary Maldi. I am a coastal coordinator working with
A little
Caltrans.
louder, closer to the mic, please.
Hi. Is this better? Yes, thank you. My name is Gary Maldi. I am a coastal coordinator working on the project here. In terms of GHG emissions calculated for cement use and other things like that, it wasn't calculated directly individually. We do have a construction emissions. That's a one-time emission for the project.
Okay, thank you. I think in this when these items have come up before, since I've been a commissioner, I have kind of always raised the importance of kind of considering that part of the equation in terms of materials, since Caltrans is the biggest purchaser of cement in the state. And someone who's been trying to pass laws to promote cleaner cement in the state, I know that Caltrans has had some difficulties with some of those policies, so I hope that we make an effort to incorporate that in our calculations. And just to clarify, sort of, I don't want to come off as being anti-housing and all for transit-oriented developing dense housing. I think we need to get to the point where what matters is to house people and not to house cars, for people to be able to move themselves around their jobs and their communities without having to depend on cars. And to me, sort of continuing to just say, well, this is kind of what we have to do right now to accommodate demand, to accommodate the trends. Well, if we were to accommodate the trends long term, I'd say the cars are only getting bigger. You know, the problems, you know, there's just only going to be more people. So I think the long term is no longer long term in terms of decades. I mean, these issues are happening now. So I hope that Caltrans starts moving towards this direction into really thinking about reducing as much as possible these expansions and increasing more of the investments in the other type of sustainable communities that we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cummings, are you going to make a motion?
Yes, I move that the commission approve coastal development permit number 3-24-0135 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
Do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Clarification through the chair.
Sure.
Does the discussion, will that be embedded in that motion?
To the extent it wasn't in the staff recommendation, we'll make it part of the staff recommendation. The conversation that we had about the checking back in and the monitoring report and what we expect from it, and we'll bring that back to the commission.
With the extension of multimodal to the full length of the project?
We will report back on that,
you.
yes.
So with the additional direction provided by Commissioner Wilson.
All right, we have a motion that has been as described. Barely able to talk at this point. That's a bad sign. We have a motion and a second, so we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
No.
Escalante, no. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Newsom.
Yes.
Newsom, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 7 yes, 2 no.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our session today, and want to appreciate our staff and AGP and Chris. Thank you so much to everybody. Really long day. Really appreciate you guys, and to all of the public. See you tomorrow. Thank you.